Part 2. Negative dialectics, concept and categories. The indissoluble something. There is no being without entities. Something, as a cogitatively indispensable substrate of any concept, including the concept of being, is the utmost abstraction of the subject matter that is not identical with thinking. An abstraction not to be abolished by any further thought process. Without something there is no thinkable formal logic, and there is no way to cleanse this logic of its metalogical rudiment. The supposition of an absolute form, of something at large that might enable our thinking to shake off that subject matter, is illusionary. Constitutive for the form of subject matter at large is the substantive experience of subject matter. Correlatively, at the subjective counterpole, the pure concept, the function of thinking, is not to be radically segregated from the entity I. Idealism's ever since Victor was that the movement of abstraction allows us to get rid of that from which we abstract. It is eliminated from our thought, banished from the realm where the thought is at home, but not annihilated in itself. The faith in it is magical. Hegel, in the first note to the first treatise of his logic, refuses to begin with something instead of with being. The entire work, which seeks to expound the primacy of the subject, is thus in a subjective sense idealistically prejudiced. Hegel's dialectics would scarcely take another course if, in line with the work's basic Aristotelianism, he were beginning with an abstract something. The idea of such something pure and simple may denote more tolerance toward the non-identical than the idea of being, but it is hardly less indirect. The concept of something would not be the end either. The analysis of this concept would have to go on in the direction of Hegel's thought, the direction of non-conceptuality. Yet even the minimal trace of non-identity in the approach to logic, of which the word something reminds us, is unbearable to Hegel. Without specific thoughts, thinking would contravene its very concept, and these thoughts instantly point to entities, entities which absolute thinking in turn has yet to posit. This simple would remain an offense to the logic of non-contradictoriness. Dialectics alone can grasp it in the self-critique of the concept. This critique is objectively caused by epistemology, by the substance of what we discuss in the critique of reason, and it therefore survives the downfall of idealism, which culminated in it. The thought leads to the moment of idealism that runs counter to idealism. It cannot be evaporated once again into the thought. The Kantian conception still allowed dichotomies such as the ones of form and substance, of subject and object, without being put off by the fact that the antithetical pairs transmit each other. The dialectical nature of that conception, the contradiction implied in its own meaning, went unnoticed. It took Heidegger's teacher Husserl so to sharpen the idea of a priority that, contrary to both his and Heidegger's intention, the dialectics of the could be derived from their own claim. Once dialectics has become inescapable, however, it cannot stick to its principle like ontology and transcendental philosophy. It cannot be maintained as a structure that will stay basic no matter how it is modified. In criticizing ontology we do not aim at another ontology, not even at one of being non-ontological. If that were our purpose we would be merely positing another downright first, not absolute identity. This time, not the concept, not being, but non-identity, facticity, entity. We would be hypostatizing the concept of non-conceptuality and thus acting counter to its meaning. A basic philosophy necessarily carries with it the primacy of the concept. Whatever withholds itself from the concept is departing from the form of allegedly basic philosophizing. The thoughts of transcendental apperception or of being could satisfy philosophers as long as they found those concepts identical with their own thoughts. Once we dismiss such identity in principle, the peace of the concept as an ultimate will be engulfed in the fall of the identity. Since the basic character of every general concept dissolves in the face of distinct entity, a total philosophy is no longer to be hoped for. Compulsory substantiveness, in the critique of pure reason, sensation, as something, occupies the place of the inextinguishably ontical, but sensation holds no higher cognitive rank than any other real entity. It's accidental to transcendental analysis and tied to ontical conditions, is mistaken for a legal title by experience, which is nearest to itself and the captive of its own reflective hierarchy. It is as if that which some individual human consciousness takes for the ultimate were an ultimate in itself, as if every other human consciousness, individual and confined to itself, were not entitled to claim the same privilege for its own sensations. But if sensation was strictly required before the form, the transcendental subject, could function, in other words, before it could pass valid judgments, that subject would be quasi-ontologically tied, not only to pure apperception, but to matter, the counterpole of apperception. This would have to undermine the entire doctrine of subjective constitution, to which matter, according to Kant, cannot be traced back. With that, however, the idea of something immutable, something identical with itself, would collapse as well. This idea derives from the rule of the concept, from the concept's tendency to be constant as opposed to its contents, to matter, and from its resulting blindness to matter. Sensations, the Kantian matter, without which forms would not even be imaginable, so that the forms also qualify the possibility of cognition. Sensations have the character of transiency. Non-conceptuality, inalienable from the concept, disavows the concept's being in itself. It changes the concept. The concept of non-conceptuality cannot stay with itself. With epistemology, epistemology obliges philosophy to be substantive. Whenever philosophy was capable of substantiveness it has managed to deal with historic entities as its objects. Long before Schelling and Hegel, Plato already did it, much against his will. It was he who gave to entity, to that which is, the name of that which is not. And yet he wrote a doctrine of the state in which the eternal ideas are akin to such empirical definitions as the barter of equivalence and the division of labor. In today's academic usage we have become inured to the difference between a regular, ordinary philosophy, said to have to do with the most sublime concepts, even though their conceptuality may be denied, and a merely genetical, extra, philosophical reference to society, the notorious prototypes of which are found in the sociology of knowledge and in the critique of ideology. The distinction is as invalid as the need for regular philosophy is suspect. A philosophy that fears too late for its purity is not only turning away from all that used to be its substance, rather, what the philosophical analysis encounters imminently, in the interior of supposedly pure concepts and of their truth content, is that ontical element at which the purity claims shudder, the element which, trembling with hauteur, they cede to the special sciences. The smallest ontical residue in the concepts that are vainly agitated by the regular philosophy compels that philosophy to include existing things in its own reflection, instead of making do with their mere concepts and feeling sheltered there from what the concept means. The contents of philosophical thinking are neither remnants after deducting space and time nor general findings about spatial temporal matters. existence. Philosophical thinking crystallizes in the particular, in that which is defined in space and time. The concept of entity pure and simple is a mere shadow of the false concept of being peephole metaphysics. Wherever a doctrine of some absolute first is taught, there will be talk of something inferior to it, of something absolutely heterogeneous to it, as its logical correlate. Prima philosophia and dualism go together. To escape from this, fundamental ontology must try to avoid defining what comes first to it. What was first to Kant, the synthetic unity of apperception, suffered the same fate. To Kant, every definition of the object is an investment of subjectivity and unqualitative diversity, regardless of the fact that the defining acts, which he takes for spontaneous achievements of transcendental logic, will adjust to a moment which they themselves are not, regardless of the fact that we can synthesize only what will allow and require a synthesis on its own. The act of definition is not something purely subjective, hence the triumph of the sovereign subject which dictates its laws to nature is a hollow triumph. But as in truth, subject and object do not solidly confront each other as in the Kantian diagram, as they reciprocally permeate each other. Rather, Kant's degrading of the thing to a chaotic abstraction also affects the force that is to give it form. The spell cast by the subject becomes equally a spell cast over the subject. Both spells are driven by the Hegelian fury of disappearance. The subject is spent and impoverished in its categorical performance, to be able to define and articulate what it confronts, so as to turn it into a Kantian object. The subject must dilute itself to the point of mere universality, for the sake of the objective validity of those definitions. It must cut loose from itself as much as from the cognitive object, so that this object will be reduced to its concept, according to plan. The objectifying subject contracts into a point of abstract reason, and finally into logical non-contradictoriness, which in turn means nothing except to a definite object. The absolute first remains necessarily as undefined as that which confronts it. No inquiry into something concrete and precedent will reveal the unity of abstract antithesis. Instead, the rigidly dichotomical structure disintegrates by virtue of either pole's definition as a moment of its own opposite. To philosophical thought, dualism is given and as inescapable as the continued course of thinking makes it false. Transmission, mediation, is simply the most general and inadequate way to express this. Yet if we cancel the subject's claim to be first, the claim which surreptitiously keeps inspiring ontology, that which the schema of traditional philosophy calls secondary is no longer secondary either. It is no longer subordinate in a twofold sense. Its disparagement was the obverse of the trivium that all entity is colored by the observer, by his group or species. In fact, cognition of the moment of subjective mediation in the objective realm implies a critique of the notion that through that realm we get a glimpse of the pure in itself, a forgotten notion lurking behind that trivium. Except among heretics, all Western metaphysics has been peephole metaphysics. The subject, a mere limited moment, was locked up in its own self by that metaphysics, imprisoned for all eternity to punish it for its deification. As through the crenels of a parapet, the subject gazes upon a black sky in which the star of the idea, or a being, is said to rise, and yet it is the very wall around the subject that casts its shadow on whatever the subject conjures, the shadow of reification, which a subjective philosophy will then helplessly fight again. Whatever experience the word being may carry can only be expressed in configurations of entities, not by allergies to entity. Otherwise the philosophical substance becomes the poor result of a process of subtraction, not unlike the one-time Cartesian certainty of the subject, the thinking substance. There is no peeping out. What would lie in the beyond makes its appearance only in the materials and categories within. This is where the truth and the untruth of Kantian philosophy divide. It is true in destroying the illusion of an immediate knowledge of the absolute. It is untrue in describing this absolute by a model that would correspond to an immediate consciousness, even if that consciousness were the intellectus archetypus. To demonstrate this untruth is the truth of post-Kantian idealism. Yet this in turn is untrue in its equation of subjectively mediated truth with the subject in itself, as if the pure concept of the subject were the same as being. Non-contradictoriness not to be hypostatized. Such reflections come to seem paradoxical. Subjectivity, thinking itself, is called explicable not by itself but by facts, especially by social facts. But the objectivity of cognition in turn is said not to exist without thinking, without subjectivity. Such paradoxicality springs from the Cartesian norm of explication. Reasons for what follows logically, at least, have to be found in what goes before. This norm is no longer compulsory, measured by it. The dialectical state of facts would be the plain logical contradiction. But the state of facts is not explicable by a hierarchic schema of order summoned from outside. If it were, the attempt to explain would presuppose the explication that remains to be found. It would presuppose non-contradictoriness, the principle of subjective thinking, as inherent in the object which is to be thought. In a sense, dialectical logic is more positivistic than the positivism that outlaws it. As thinking, dialectical logic respects that which is to be thought, the object, even where the object does not heed the rules of thinking. The analysis of the object is tangential to the rules of thinking. Thought need not be content with its own legality. Without abandoning it, we can think against our thought, and if it were possible to define dialectics, this would be a definition worth suggesting. The thinker's equipment need not remain ingrown in his thinking. It goes far enough to let him recognize the very totality of its logical claim as a delusion. The seemingly unbearable thesis that subjectivity presupposes facts while objectivity presupposes the subject. This thesis is unbearable only to one so deluded, to one who hypostatizes the relation of cause and effect, the subjective principle to which the experience of the object fails to bow. Dialectics as a philosophical mode of proceeding is the attempt to untie the knot of paradoxicality by the oldest means of enlightenment, the ruse. Not by chance has the paradox been the decaying form of dialectics from Kierkegaard on. Dialectical reason follows the impulse to transcend the natural context and its delusion. A delusion continued in the subjective compulsion of the rules of logic without forcing its own rule upon this context. In other words, without sacrifice and without vengeance. Dialectical reason's own essence has come to be and will pass, like antagonistic society. Antagonism, of course, is no more limited to society than is suffering. No more than dialectics can be extended to nature, as a universal principle of explication. Can two kinds of truth be erected side by side? A dialectical one within society and one indifferent to society. The division of social and extra-social being, a division that takes its bearings from the arrangement of the sciences, deceives us about the fact that heteronymous history perpetuates the blind growth of nature. The only way out of the dialectical context of immanence is by that context itself. Dialectics is critical reflection upon that context. It reflects its own motion. If it did not, Kant's legal claim against Hegel would never expire. Such dialectics is negative. Its idea names the difference from Hegel. In Hegel there was coincidence of identity and positivity. The inclusion of all non-identical and objective things in a subjectivity expanded and exalted into an absolute spirit was to effect the reconcilement. On the other hand, the force of the entirety that works in every single definition is not simply its negation. That force itself is the negative, the untrue. The philosophy of the absolute and total subject is a particular one. The inherent reversibility of the identity thesis counteracts the principles of its spirit. If entity can be totally derived from that spirit, the spirit is doomed to resemble the mere entity it means to contradict. Otherwise, spirit and entity would not go together. It is precisely the insatiable identity principle that perpetuates antagonism by suppressing contradiction. What tolerates nothing in the history of modern philosophy? The word identity has had several meanings. It designated the unity of personal consciousness. That and I remains the same in all its experiences. This meant the Kantian I think, which should be able to go with all my conceptions. Then, again, identity was what is legally the same in all rational beings. Thought as logical universality. And besides, it was the equality with itself of every object of thought. The simple A equals A. Finally, epistemologically, it meant that subject and object coincide, whatever their media. Not even Kant keeps the first two layers of meaning strictly apart, and this is not due to a careless use of language. It is due to the fact that, in idealism, identity designates the point of indifference of the psychological and logical moments. Logical universality, as the universality of thought, is tied to individual identity, without which it would not come into being, for nothing past would be maintained in something present, and thus nothing would be maintained as the same at all. The recourse to this in turn presupposes logical universality. It is a recourse of thinking. The Kantian I think, the moment of individual unity, always requires the super-individual generality as well. The individual I is one I solely by virtue of the generality of the principle of numerical unity. The unity of consciousness itself is a form of reflection of the logical identity. That an individual consciousness is one applies only on the logical premise of the excluded middle, that it shall not be able to be something else. In that sense its singularity, to be possible at all, must be supra-individual. Neither of the two moments has priority over the other. If there were no identical consciousness, no identity of particularization, there would be no universal, no more than there would be one the other way round. This is what lends epistemological legitimacy to the dialectical conception of particularity and universality that is not like itself thwarts the reconcilement for which it mistakes itself. The violence of equality mongering reproduces the contradiction it eliminates. Relation to left-wing Hegelianism. The objection has been raised that, because of its eminently critical and theoretical character, the term to non-identity is an insignificant nuance of neo-Hegelianism or of the historically obsolete Hegelian left, as if Marxian criticism of philosophy were a dispensation from it, while at the same time the East, with its cultural propensities, refuses to do without a Marxist philosophy. The call for unity of theory and practice has irresistibly degraded theory to a servant's role, removing the very trait it should have brought to that unity. The visa stamp of practice which we demand of all theory became a censor's place it. Yet whereas theory succumbed to the vaunted mixture, practice became non-conceptual, a piece of the politics it was supposed to let out of. It became the prey of power. The liquidation of theory by dogmatization and thought taboos contributed to the bad practice. The recovery of theory's independence lies in the interest of practice itself. The interrelation of both moments is not settled once for all but fluctuates historically. Today, with theory paralyzed and disparaged by the all-governing bustle, its mere existence, however impotent, bears witness against the bustle. This is why theory is legitimate and why it is hated. Without it, there would be no changing the practice that constantly calls for change. Those who chide theory anachronistic obey the topos of dismissing, as obsolete, what remains painful as thwarted. They thus endorse the world's course, defying which is the idea of theory alone, and the target is theoretically missed even if they succeeded in abolishing it, positivistically or by fiat. Besides, this ranting at the recollection of a theory that carries weight is not far removed from the short-winded intellectual habits of the Western side. The fear of epigonality and of the academic odor that clings to any reprise of motives codified in philosophical history has long induced the various schools to advertise themselves as unprecedented. Precisely this confirms the fatal continuity of precedent. But for all the dubiousness of a procedure that will insist the more loudly on primal experience, the more promptly it gets its categories from the social mechanism. Thoughts cannot be equated with their source. This habit is another bit of primal philosophy. If a man resists oblivion, meaning, of course, historical oblivion rather than Heidegger's extra-historical one of a history of being, if he resists the universally demanded sacrifice of a once, gains freedom of consciousness, he will not preach a restoration in the field of intellectual history. The fact that history has rolled over certain positions will be respected as a verdict on their truth content only by those who agree with Schiller that world history is the world tribunal. What has been cast aside but not absorbed, theoretically will often yield its truth content only later. It festers as a sore on the prevailing health. This will lead back to it in changed situations. The remaining theoretical inadequacies in Hegel and Marx became part of historical practice and can thus be newly reflected upon in theory, instead of thought bowing irrationally to the primacy of practice. Practice itself was an eminently theoretical concept logic of disintegration. The farewell to Hegel becomes tangible in a contradiction that concerns the whole, in one that cannot be resolved according to plan. As a particular contradiction, Hegel, the critic of the Kantian separation of form and substance, wanted a philosophy without detachable form, without a method to be employed independently of the matter, and yet he proceeded methodically. In fact, dialectics is neither a pure method nor a reality in the naive sense of the word. It is not a method, for the unreconciled matter, lacking precisely the identity surrogated by the thought, is contradictory and resists any attempt at unanimous interpretation. It is the matter, not the organizing drive of thought, that brings us to dialectics. Nor is dialectics a simple reality, for contradictoriness is a category of reflection, the cogitative confrontation of concept and thing. To proceed dialectically means to think in contradictions, for the sake of the contradiction once experienced in the thing, and against that contradiction. A contradiction in reality, it is a contradiction against reality, but such dialectics is no longer reconcilable with Hegel. Its motion does not tend to the identity in the difference between each object and its concept. Instead, it is suspicious of all identity. Its logic is one of disintegration, of a disintegration of the prepared and objectified form of the concepts which the cognitive subject faces, primarily and directly. Their identity with the subject is untruth. With this untruth, the subjective preformation of the phenomenon moves in front of the non-identical in the phenomenon, in front of the individual ineffable. The totality of identical definitions would correspond to the wish-fulfillment picture of traditional philosophy, to the a priori structure and to its archaistic late form, ontology. Yet before any specific content, this structure, as abstractly maintained, is negative in the simplest sense. It is spiritualized coercion. The power of that negativity subjectivity holds real sway to this day. What would be different has not begun as yet. This affects all individual definitions. Every definition that appears non-contradictory turns out to be as contradictory as the ontological models of being and existence. From philosophy we can obtain nothing positive that would be identical with its construction. In the process of demythologization, positivity must be denied all the way down to the reason that is the instrument of demythologization. The idea of reconcilement forbids the positive positing of reconcilement as a concept. And yet, in the critique of idealism we do not dismiss any insight once acquired from the concept by its construction, nor any energy once obtained from the method under the concept's guidance. The idealistic magic circle can be transcended only in thoughts still circumscribed by its figure, in thoughts that follow its own deductive procedure, call it by name, and demonstrate the disjointness, the untruth, of totality by unfolding its epitome. Pure identity is that which the subject posits and thus brings up from outside. Therefore, paradoxically enough, to criticize it immanently means to criticize it from outside as well. The subject must make up for what it has done to non-identity. This is precisely what liberates it from the semblance of its absolute being for itself. That semblance in turn is a product of identifying thought, of the thought which depreciates a thing to a mere sample of its kind or species only to convince us that we have the thing as such, without subjective addition. On the dialectics of identity, as the thinker immerses himself in what faces him to begin with, in the concept, and as he perceives its immanently antinomical character, he clings to the ideal of something beyond contradiction. The antithesis of thought to whatever is heterogeneous to thought is reproduced in thought itself, as its immanent contradiction. Reciprocal criticism of the universal and of the particular, identifying acts of judgment whether the concept does justice to what it covers, and whether the particular fulfills its concept. These constitute the medium of thinking about the non-identity of particular and concept, and not of thinking only. If mankind is to get rid of the coercion to which the form of identification really subjects it, it must attain identity with its concept at the same time. In this, all relevant categories play a part. The barter principle, the reduction of human labor to the abstract universal concept of average working hours, is fundamentally akin to the principle of identification. Barter is the social model of the principle, and without the principle there would be no barter. It is through barter that non-identical individuals and performances become commensurable and identical. The spread of the principle imposes on the whole world an obligation to become identical, to become total. But if we denied the principle abstractly, if we proclaimed, to the greater glory of the irreducibly qualitative, that parity should no longer be the ideal rule, we would be creating excuses for recidivism into ancient injustice. From olden times, the main characteristic of the exchange of equivalents has been that unequal things would be exchanged in its name, that the surplus value of labor would be appropriated. If comparability as a category of measure was simply annulled, the rationality which is inherent in the barter principle, as ideology, of course, but also as a promise, would give way to direct appropriation, to force, and nowadays to the naked privilege of monopolies and cliques. When we criticize the barter principle as the identifying principle of thought, we want to realize the ideal of free and just barter. To date, this ideal is only a pretext. Its realization alone would transcend barter. Once critical theory has shown it up for what it is, an exchange of things that are equal and yet unequal, our critique of the inequality with inequality aims at equality too. For all our skepticism of the rancor involved in the bourgeois egalitarian ideal that tolerates no qualitative difference, if no man had part of his labor withheld from him anymore, rational identity would be a fact, and society would have transcended the identifying mode of thinking. This comes close enough to Hegel. The dividing line from him is scarcely drawn by individual distinctions. It is drawn by our intent, whether in our consciousness, theoretically and in the resulting practice, we maintain that identity is the ultimate, that it is absolute, that we want to reinforce it, or whether we feel that identity is the universal coercive mechanism which we, too, finally need to free ourselves from universal coercion, just as freedom can come to be real only through coercive civilization, not by way of any back to nature. Totality is to be opposed by convicting it of non-identity with itself, of the non-identity it denies, according to its own concept. Negative dialectics is thus tied to the supreme categories of identitarian philosophy as its point of departure. Thus, too, it remains false according to identitarian logic. It remains the thing against which it is conceived. It must correct itself in its critical course, a course affecting concepts which in negative dialectics are formally treated as if they came first for it. 2. It is one thing for our thought to close itself under compulsion of the form which nothing can escape from, to comply in principle, so as immanently to deny the conclusive structure claimed by traditional philosophy, and it is quite another thing for thought to urge that conclusive form on its own, with the intent of making itself the first. In idealism, the highly formal identity principle had, due to its formalization, an affirmative substance. This is innocently brought to light by terminology. When simple predicative sentences are called affirmative, the copula says, it is so, not otherwise. The act of synthesis, for which the copula stands, indicates that it shall not be otherwise, else the act would not be performed. The will to identity works in each synthesis. As an a priori task of thought, a task immanent in thought, identity seems positive and desirable. The substrate of the synthesis is thus held to be reconciled with the I, and therefore to be good, which promptly permits the moral desideratum that the subject, understanding how much the cause is its own, should bow to what is heterogeneous to it. Identity is the primal form of ideology. We relish it as adequacy to the thing it suppresses. Adequacy has always been subjection to dominant purposes and, in that sense, its own contradiction. After the unspeakable effort it must have cost our species to produce the primacy of identity even against itself, man rejoices and basks in his conquest by turning it into the definition of the conquered thing. What has happened to it must be presented by the thing, as it's in itself. Ideology's power of resistance to enlightenment is owed to its complicity with identifying thought, or indeed with thought at large. The ideological side of thinking shows in its permanent failure to make good on the claim that the non-I is finally the I. The more the I thinks, the more perfectly will it find itself debased into an object. Identity becomes the authority for a doctrine of adjustment, in which the object, which the subject is supposed to go by, repays the subject for what the subject has done to it. The subject is to see reason against its reason. The critique of ideology is thus not something peripheral and intra-scientific, not something limited to the objective mind and to the products of the subjective mind. Philosophically, it is central. It is a critique of the constitutive consciousness itself. Cogitative self-reflection. The force of consciousness extends to the delusion of consciousness. It is rationally knowable where an unleashed, self-escaping rationality goes wrong, where it becomes true mythology. The ratio recoils into irrationality as soon as in its necessary course it fails to grasp that the disappearance of its substrate, however diluted, is its own work, the product of its own abstraction. self-reflection. When thinking follows its law of motion unconsciously, it turns against its own sense, against what has been thought, against that which calls a halt to the flight of subjective intentions. The dictates of its autarky condemn our thinking to emptiness. In the end, subjectively, the emptiness becomes stupidity and primitivity. Regression of consciousness is a product of its lack of self-reflection. We can see through the identity principle, but we cannot think without identifying. Any definition is identification, but definition also approaches that which the object itself is as non-identical, in placing its mark on the object. Definition seeks to be marked by the object. Non-identity is the secret telos of identification. It is the part that can be salvaged. The mistake in traditional thinking is that identity is taken for the goal. The force that shatters the appearance of identity is the force of thinking. The use of it undermines the form of that appearance, which remains inalienable just the same. Dialectically, cognition of non-identity lies also in the fact that this very cognition identifies, that it identifies to a greater extent, and in other ways, than identitarian thinking. This cognition seeks to say what something is, while identitarian thinking says what something comes under, what it exemplifies or represents, and what, accordingly, it is not itself. The more relentlessly our identitarian thinking besets its object, the farther will it take us from the identity of the object. Under its critique, identity does not vanish but undergoes a qualitative change. Elements of affinity, of the object itself to the thought of it, come to live in identity. To define identity as the correspondence of the thing in itself to its concept is hubris. But the ideal of identity must not simply be discarded. Living in the rebuke that the thing is not identical with the concept is the concept's longing to become identical with the thing. This is how the sense of non-identity contains identity. The supposition of identity is indeed the ideological element of pure thought, all the way down to formal logic, but hidden in it is also the truth moment of ideology, the pledge that there should be no contradiction, no antagonism. In the simple identifying judgment, the pragmatist, nature-controlling element already joins with the utopian element. A is to be what it is not yet. Such hope is contradictorily tied to the breaks in the form of predicative identity. Philosophical tradition had a word for these breaks. Ideas, they are neither nor an empty sound. They are negative signs. The untruth of any identity that has been attained is the obverse of truth. The ideas live in the cavities between what things claim to be and what they are. Utopia would be above identity and above contradiction. It would be a togetherness of diversity. For the sake of utopia, identification is reflected in the linguistic use of the word outside of logic, in which we speak, not of identifying an object, but of identifying with people and things. Dialectics alone might settle a Greek argument whether like is known by like or by unlike. If the thesis that likeness alone has that capacity makes us aware of the indelible mimetic element in all cognition and all human practice, this awareness grows untrue when the affinity, indelible, yet infinitely far removed at the same time, is posited as positive. In epistemology, the inevitable result is the false conclusion that the object is the subject. Traditional philosophy believes that it knows the unlike by likening it to itself, while in so doing it really knows itself only. The idea of a changed philosophy would be to become aware of likeness by defining it as that which is unlike itself. The non-identical element in an identifying judgment is clearly intelligible insofar as every single object subsumed under a class has definitions not contained in the definition of the class, but to a more emphatic concept, to one that is not simply the characteristic unit of the individual objects from which it was abstracted. The opposite applies as well. Emphatically conceived, the judgment that a man is free refers to the concept of freedom, but this concept in turn is more than is predicated of the man, and by other definitions the man is more than the concept of his freedom. The concept says not only that it is applicable to all individuals defined as free, it feeds on the idea of a condition in which individuals would have qualities not to be ascribed to anyone here and now. The specific of praising a man as free is the south intended that something impossible is ascribed to him because it shows in him. This quality, striking and secret at the same time, animates every identifying judgment that is worth making. The concept of freedom lags behind itself as soon as we apply it empirically. It is not what it says, then, but because it must always be also the concept of what it covers, it is to be confronted with what it covers. Such confrontation forces it to contradict itself. Whenever we try by a merely posited, operational definition to strip the concept of freedom of what philosophical terminology used to call its idea, we are arbitrarily diminishing the concept for utility's sake, in comparison with what it means in itself. The individual is both more and less than his general definition, but because the particular, the definite, would come to itself only by voiding that contradiction. In other words, by achieving an identity of the particular with its concept, the individual's concern is not only to hold on to that of which the general concept robs him, he is equally concerned with that more of the concept compared with his need. To this day, he will experience this more as his own negativity. The substance of the contradiction between universal and particular is that individuality is not yet, and that, therefore, it is bad wherever established. At the same time, the contradiction between the concept of freedom and its realization remains the insufficiency of the concept. The potential of freedom calls for criticizing what an inevitable formalization has made of the potential objectivity of contradiction. Such contradiction is not due to faulty subjective thinking. The embittering part of dialectics, notably for the reflexive philosophy that prevails now as in Hegel's day, is its objective contradictoriness. This, we say, is incompatible with flatly valid logic and removable by a formally unanimous judgment. As long as criticism sticks abstractly to the rules of logic, objective contradiction would be merely a pretentious way to put the fact that our subjective conceptual mechanism will inevitably claim truth for its judgment about the specific entity it judges, whereas this entity does coincide with the judgment only insofar as it is preformed in the definition of the concepts by the apophantic need. This would be easy to incorporate in the advanced logic of reflective philosophy, yet objective contradictoriness does not designate only whatever entity remains outside our judgments. It also designates something in what we judge. For what we mean in the judgment is always the entity due to be judged beyond the particular that is included in the judgment. Otherwise, according to its own intention, the judgment would be superfluous, and this intention is precisely what it does not satisfy. The negative motive of identitarian philosophy has remained in force. Nothing particular is true. No particular is itself, as its particularity requires. Dialectical contradiction is neither the mere projection on the thing of a concept formation that miscarried nor a metaphysics running amok. Experience forbids the resolution in the unity of consciousness of whatever appears contradictory. For instance, a contradiction like the one between the definition which an individual individual knows as his own and his role, the definition forced upon him by society when he would make his living. Such a contradiction cannot be brought under any unity without manipulation, without the insertion of some wretched cover concepts that will make the crucial differences vanish. Nor is it possible to unify the contradiction that the barter principle, which in present society enhances the productive forces, is simultaneously a growing threat to the existence of those forces. A subjective consciousness to which the contradiction is unbearable faces a desperate choice. Either such an individual must harmonistically stylize the contrary course of the world and heteronomously obey it, against his own better insight, or, doggedly loyal to his own definition, he must act as if the world's course did not exist and must perish by it, on his own, by conceptual dispositions. He cannot eliminate the objective. The classic case of such a cover concept, of the technique of logical subsumption for ideological purposes, is the current concept of industrial society. It ignores the social conditions of production by resorting to the technological productive forces, as if the state of these forces alone were the direct determinant of the social structure. This theoretical switch can of course be excused by the undeniable convergences of East and West in the sign of bureaucratic rule, contradiction and its emanations. He can comprehend it. Everything else is idle protestation. The contradiction weighs more heavily now than it did on Hegel, the first man to envision it. Once a vehicle of total identification, it has become the organ of its impossibility. The task of dialectical cognition is not, as its adversaries like to charge, to construe contradictions from above and to progress by resolving them, although Hegel's logic, now and then, proceeds in this fashion. Instead, it is up to dialectical cognition to pursue the inadequacy of thought and thing, to experience it in the thing. Dialectics need not fear the charge of being obsessed with the fixed idea of objective conflict in a thing already pacified. No single thing is at peace in the unpacified whole. The aporetical concepts of philosophy are marks of what is objectively, not just cogitatively, unresolved. To lay contradictions so incorrigible speculative obstinacy would be to shift the blame. A sense of shame bids philosophy not to repress George Simmel's insight that its history shows amazingly few indications of the sufferings of humankind. Dialectical contradiction is not simply, it means, it has the subjective significance, that it cannot be talked out of this. In this meaning, this intention, dialectics aims at what is different. It is as philosophy's self-criticism that the dialectical motion stays philosophical, starting out from the concept, because entity is not immediate, because it is only through the concept, we should begin with the concept, not with the mere datum. The concept's own concept has become a problem, no less than its irrationalist counterpart, intuition. That concept as such has archaic features which cut across the rational ones, relics of static thinking and of a static cognitive ideal amidst a consciousness that has become dynamic. The concept's immanent claim is its order creating invariance as against the change in what it covers. The form of the concept, false in this respect also, would deny that change. Dialectics is a protest lodged by our thinking against the archaisms of its conceptuality. The concept in itself, previous to any content, hypostatizes its own form against the content. With that, however, it is already hypostatizing the identity principle, that what our thinking practice merely postulates is a fact in itself, solid and enduring. Identifying thought objectifies by the logical identity of the concept. On its subjective side, dialectics amounts to thinking so that the thought form will no longer turn its objects into immutable ones, into objects that remain the same. Experience shows that they do not remain the same. The unstable character of traditional philosophy's solid identity can be learned from its guarantor, the individual human consciousness. To Kant, this is the generally predestined unit underlying every identity. In fact, if an older person looking back has started early on a more or less conscious existence, he will distinctly remember his own distant past. It creates a unity, no matter how unreal the elusive picture of his childhood may seem. Yet the I which he remembers in this unreality, the I which he was at one time and potentially becomes again, this I turns simultaneously into another, into a stranger to be detachedly observed. Such ambivalence of identity and non-identity extends even to logical problems of identity. For those, technical terminology stands ready with the customary formula of identity and non-identity, a formula with which we would first have to contrast the non-identity and identity. But such a purely formal reversal would leave room for the subrection that dialectics is prima philosophia after all, as prima dialectica, the test of if it does no more than process the yield of the several sciences and think it through to a whole. Dialectics is a higher empiricism and really no more than the kind of reflection that would use experience to construe an overall harmony. But dialectics, then, must not break with the genetical view. It must not boast of immanent progress, which, after all, excludes the accidental acquisition of observation and discovery. Dialectics, then, works only in the same fashion and by the same means as other sciences and differs only in the goal of uniting the parts in the idea of the whole. We thus face another thought-provoking dilemma. Either the dialectical development is independent and solely self-determined. If so, it must indeed know everything by itself. Or it presupposes the finite sciences and empirical knowledge, but then its return to non-identity is its performance. If it remained declarative, it would be revoking itself. In the traditional philosophies, even in the constructive ones of Schelling's slogan, the construction was in truth an imitation, a refusal to tolerate anything not predigested by the philosophies. By interpreting even heterogeneity as their own self and finally as the spirit, they already reconverted it into sameness, into the identity in which they would repeat themselves as in a vast analytical judgment, leaving no room for the qualitatively new. They got into a rut, into the habit of thinking that without such a structure of identity there could be no philosophy, that it would crumble into purely juxtaposed statements. The mere attempt to turn philosophical thought towards the non-identical, away from identity, was called absurd. By such attempts the non-identical was said to be a priori reduced to its concept, and thus identified. Plausible considerations of this kind are too radical and, like most radical questions, are therefore not radical enough. Lashed by some of the driving ethos of labor, the form of tireless recourse takes us farther and farther from what we should see through, until in the end we leave it alone. The category of the root, the origin, is a category of dominion. It confirms that a man ranks first because he was there first. It confirms the autochthon against the newcomer, the settler against the migrant. The origin, seductive because it will not be appeased by the derivative, by ideology, is itself an ideological principle. Karl Kraus's line the origin as the goal sounds conservative, but it also expresses something that was scarcely meant when the line was uttered, namely, that the concept origin ought to be be stripped of its static mischief. Understood this way, the line does not mean that the goal had better make its way back to the origin, to the phantasm of good nature. It means that nothing is original, immanent progress and continuous context is interrupted by that which has been received from outside, and besides, it is acting uncritically toward experience. Dialectics may choose. We see no third possibility. F. A. Trendelenburg, Logik und Untersuchungen, Volume 1, Leipzig, 1870, page 91 f. Except the goal, that it is only from the goal that the origin will constitute itself. There is no origin save an ephemeral life. Synthesis. Idealistic dialectics also was an origins philosophy. Hegel compared it to a circle. By its return to the starting point of the motion, the result is fatally annulled. This was supposed to bring about a continuous identity of subject and object. The epistemological instrument of this dialectics was called synthesis. Its critique is not one of the individual acts of thought which unite separate moments into their relation. It is a critique of synthesis as a guiding and supreme idea, in general usage. Meanwhile, the concept of synthesis, of construction as against decomposition, has assumed a patently different tenor, one whose most repulsive expression may be the invention of an alleged psychosynthesis against the Freudian psychoanalysis. Idiosyncrasy makes us balk at that usage. Hegel resorts to it far less often than the schema of triplicity, already convicted of rattling, leads us to expect. The actual structure of his thinking was probably in line with that idiosyncrasy. Predominating in it are definite negations of concepts visualized from close proximity and turned about. What such meditations formally characterize as synthesis keeps faith with negation. It intends to save what had succumbed to each preceding movement of the concept. Throughout, the Hegelian synthesis is an insight into the insufficiency of that movement, into the cost of its reproduction, so to speak. As early as the introduction to phenomenology of mind, Hegel comes close to a sense of the negativity of the dialectical logic he is expounding. That introduction bids us purely observe each concept until it starts moving, until it becomes unidentical with itself by virtue of its own meaning, in other words, of its identity. This is a commandment to analyze, not to synthesize. For the concepts to satisfy themselves, their static side is to release their dynamic side, in a process comparable to the commotion in a drop of water under the microscope. This is why the method is called phenomenological, in passive relation to phenomena. As Hegel applied it, it was already what Benjamin would later call dialectics at a standstill, far advanced beyond whatever would appear as phenomenology 100 years later. Objectively, dialectics means to break the compulsion to achieve identity, and to break it by means of the energy stored up in that compulsion and congealed in its objectifications. In Hegel, this meaning won a partial victory over Hegel, although Hegel, of course, could not admit the untruth in the compulsion to achieve identity. As the concept is experienced as non-identical, as inwardly in motion, it is no longer purely itself. In Hegel's terminology, it leads to its otherness free without absorbing that otherness. It is defined by that which is outside it, because on its own it does not exhaust itself. As itself it is not itself alone. In Hegel's logic, when he deals with becoming, for the synthesis of the first triad, he waits until being and nothingness have been equated as wholly empty and indefinite before he pays attention to the difference indicated by the fact that the two concepts' literal linguistic meanings are absolutely contrary. He accentuates his early doctrine that nothing but the non-identical can meaningfully, i.e., more than tautologically, predicate identity at all. It is not until their synthesis identifies them with each other that the moments will be non-identical. This is where the claim of their identity obtains that restlessness, that inward shudder, which Hegel calls becoming. As a sense of non-identity through identity, dialectics is not only an advancing process but a retrograde one at the same time. To this extent, the picture of the circle describes it correctly. The concept's unfoldment is also a reaching back, and synthesis is a definition of the differing that perished, vanished, in the concept, almost like Hölderlin's anamnesis of the doomed naturalness. Only in the accomplished synthesis, in the union of contradictory moments, will their difference be manifested. Without the step that being is the same as nothingness, each of them would, to use one of Hegel's favorite terms, be indifferent to the other. Only when they are to be the same do they become contradictory. Dialectics is not ashamed to recall the famous procession of Echternach. One jump forward, two jumps back. There is no question that Hegel, as opposed to Kant, restricted the priority of the synthesis. To Kant, multiplicity and unity were already categories side by side. Hegel, following the model of the late Platonic dialogues, recognized them as two moments of which neither is without the other. Just the same, like Kant and the entire philosophical tradition including Plato, Hegel is a partisan of unity. An abstract's denial of unity would not befit thinking either. The illusion of taking direct hold of the many would be a mimetic regression, as much a recoil into mythology, into the horror of the diffuse, as the thinking of the one. The imitation of blind nature by repressing it, ends at the opposite pole in mythical dominion. The self-reflection of enlightenment is not its revocation. It is corrupted into revocation only for the sake of today's status quo. Even the self-critical turn of Unitarian thinking depends on concepts, on congealed syntheses. The tendency of synthesizing acts is reversible by reflection upon what they do to the many. Unity alone transcends unity. It is unity that grants the right to lift affinity, which was pushed back by the advancing unity and yet hibernated in it, secularized to the point of unrecognizability. As Plato knew only too well, the syntheses of the subject are indirect conceptual imitations of what that synthesis seeks on its own. Critique of positive negation. The non-identical is not to be obtained directly, as something positive on its part, nor is it obtainable by a negation of the negative. This negation is not an affirmation itself, as it is to Hegel. The positive which, to his mind, is due to result from the negation has more than its name in common with the positivity he fought in his youth. To equate the negation of negation with positivity is the quintessence of identification. It is the formal principle in its purest form. What thus wins out in the inmost core of dialectics is the anti-dialectical principle. That's traditional logic which, more arithmetico, takes minus times minus for a plus. It was borrowed from that very mathematics to which Hegel reacts so idiosyncratically elsewhere. If the whole is the spell, if it is the negative, a negation of particularities, epitomized in that whole, remains negative. Its only positive side would be criticism, definite negation. It would not be a circumventing result with a happy grasp on affirmation, in reproducing an opaque immediacy, which, having come to be, is also phenomenal. The mature Hegel's very positivity bears features of what is bad, according to pre-dialectical usage, while his analyses destroy the semblance of the being in itself of subjectivity. The institution which is to sublimate subjectivity, which is to bring subjectivity to itself, is therefore by no means the higher one as which he, all but mechanically, treats it. Rather, it is the expanded reproduction of whatever subjectivity has been denied for cause, no matter how abstract it may be in its suppressed condition. The negation practiced by the subject was legitimate, so is the negation practice on the subject, and yet it is ideology. At each new dialectical step, Hegel goes against the intermittent insight of his own logic, forgets the rights of the preceding step, and thus prepares to copy what he chided as abstract negation, an abstract, to wit, a subjectively and arbitrarily confirmed positivity. In theory, this positivity springs from the method, not from the thing, as in Hegel's view it should, and its worldwide ideological dissemination has kept pace with its turn into a mockery that convicts itself of mischief-making unreality, down to the vernacular of praising men who are positive, and ultimately in the homicidal phrase of positive forces. A fetish is made of the positive in itself. Against this, the seriousness of unswerving negation lies in its refusal to lend itself to sanctioning things as they are. To negate a negation does not bring about it as almost each of Hegel's categories. That of the denied and thereby positive negation also has some empirical content, namely, for the subjective course of philosophical knowledge. If the knower knows precisely enough what an insight lacks or where it goes wrong, he will, by virtue of such definiteness, usually already have what he has missed. Only, this moment of definite negation on its part is subjective and must thus not be credited to objective logic, let alone to metaphysics. Still, that moment is the strongest argument for the adequacy of emphatic knowledge, for its ability to be definite after all, and this supports the possibility of a metaphysics beyond the Hegelian one reversal. It proves, rather, that the negation was not negative enough. The other possibility for dialectics, one which in Hegel's case served to integrate it, at the cost of its potency, is to remain eventually indifferent to that which has been posited initially. What is negated is negative until it has passed. This is the decisive break with Hegel. To use identity as a palliative for dialectical contradiction, for the expression of the interlably non-identical, is to ignore what the contradiction means. It is a return to purely consequential thinking. The thesis that the negation of a negation is something positive can only be upheld by one who presupposes positivity, as all conceptuality. From the beginning, he reaps the benefit of the primacy of logic over the metalogical, of abstract philosophy's idealistic delusion, of vindication as such. The negation of negation would be another identity, a new delusion, a projection of consequential logic, and ultimately of the principle of subjectivity, upon the absolute. Oscillating between the most profound insight and the collapse of that insight is Hegel's line. Truth also is positive, as knowledge coinciding with the object, but it is a self-sameness only if knowledge has reacted negatively to the other, if it has penetrated the object and has voided the negation which it is. 5. The qualification of truth as a negative reaction on the part of the knowledge that penetrates the object, in other words, extinguishes the appearance of the object being directly as it is, sounds like a program of negative dialectics as a knowledge coinciding with the object, but the establishment of this knowledge as positivity abjures that program. By the formula of self-sameness, of pure identity, the knowledge of the object is shown up as hocus pocus, because this knowledge is no longer one of the object at all, it is the tautology of an absolutized, irreconcilably. The idea of reconcilement bars its affirmation in a concept. The objection that critics of the positive negation of negation violate the vital nerve of Hegel's logic, that they would no longer permit any dialectical motion, shows a faith in authority whereby this motion is limited to Hegel's understanding of himself. The structure of his system would unquestionably fall without the principle that to negate negation is positive, but the empirical substance of dialectics is not a principle but the resistance which otherness offers to identity, hence the power of dialectics. The subject too is hidden in dialectics, since its real rule brings forth the contradictions, but the contradictions have filtered into the object. If we attribute dialectics to the subject alone, removing contradiction by contradiction, so to speak, we also remove dialectics by broadening it into a totality. The system was the source of Hegel's dialectics, not its measure. Individuality not the ultimate either. Confusion about identity tends to make thinking capitulate to the indissoluble. Such thinking turns the object's indissolubility into a taboo for the subject. The subject is to resign itself, irrationally, steely or scientifically, and not to touch whatever is unlike it. It is to surrender, even to pay homage, to the current cognitive ideal. Such a thinking posture is by no means alien to this ideal. Throughout, the ideal combines an appetite for incorporation with an aversion to what cannot be incorporated, to the very thing that would need to be known. And indeed, theoretical resignation before individuality works no less for the status quo, to which it lends the nimbus and the authority of intellectual impenetrability and rigor, than does a voracious alien. The individual existence does not coincide with its cover concept of existence at large, but neither is it uninterpretable. Another last thing against which cognition knocks its head in vain. The most enduring result of Hegelian logic is that the individual is not flatly for himself. In himself, he is his otherness and linked with others. What is more than it is. This more is not imposed upon it but remains immanent to it, as that which has been pushed out of it. In that sense, the non-identical would be the thing's own identity against its identifications. The innermost core of the object proves to be simultaneously extraneous to it, the phenomenon of its seclusion, the reflex of an identifying, stabilizing procedure. This is where insistent thinking leads us in regard to the individual, to his essence rather than to the universal he is said to represent. Communication with others crystallizes in the individual for whose existence they serve as media. In fact, as Husserl recognized, the universal dwells at the center of the individual. Its constitution does not require comparison of an individual thing with others. 4. And this is what Husserl failed to pay attention to. Absolute individuality is a product of the very process of abstraction that is begun for universality's sake. The individual cannot be deduced from thought, yet the core of individuality would be comparable to those utterly individuated works of art which spurn all schemata and whose analysis will rediscover universal moments in their extreme individuation, a participation in typicality that is, hidden from the participants themselves. Constellation. The unifying moment survives without a negation of negation, but also without delivering itself to abstraction as a supreme principle. It survives because there is no step-by-step progression from the concepts to a more general cover concept. Instead, the concepts enter into a constellation. The constellation constellation illuminates the specific side of the object, the side which to a classifying procedure is either a matter of indifference or a burden. The model for this is the conduct of language. Language offers no mere system of signs for cognitive functions, where it appears essentially as a language, where it becomes a form of representation. It will not define its concepts. It lends objectivity to them by the relation into which it puts the concepts, centered about a thing. Language thus serves the intention of the concept to express completely what it means. By themselves, constellations represent from without what the concept is cut away within, the more which the concept is equally desirous and incapable of being. By gathering around the object of cognition, the concepts potentially determine the object's interior. They attain, in thinking, what was necessarily excised from thinking. The Hegelian usage of the term concrete, according to which the thing itself is its context, not its pure selfhood, takes note of this, and yet, for all the criticism of discursive logic, that logic is not ignored. But Hegelian dialectics was a dialectics without language, while the most literal sense of the word dialectics postulates language. To this extent, Hegel remained an adept of current science. He did not need language in an emphatic sense, since everything, even the speechless and opaque, was to him to be spirit, and the spirit would be the context. That supposition is past salvaging. Instead, what is indissoluble in any previous or context transcends its seclusion in its own, as non-identical. It communicates with that from which it was separated by the concept. It is opaque only for identity's claim to be total. It resists the pressure of that claim, but as such it seeks to be audible. Whatever part of non-identity defies definition in its concept goes beyond its individual existence. It is only in polarity with the concept, in staring at the concept, that it will contract into that existence. The inside of non-identity is its relation to that which it is not, and which its managed, frozen self-identity withholds from it. It only comes to in relinquishing itself, not in hardening. This we can still learn from Hegel. Without conceding anything to the repressive moments of his relinquishment doctrine, the object opens itself to a methodological insistence, to a sense of the constellation in which it stands. The possibility of internal immersion requires that externality, but such an immanent generality of something individual is objective as sedimented history. This history is in the individual thing and outside it. It is something encompassing in which the individual has its place. Becoming aware of the constellation in which a thing stands is tantamount to deciphering the constellation which, having come to be, it bears within it. The charismus of without and within is historically qualified in turn. The history locked in the object can only be delivered by a knowledge mindful of the historic positional value of the object in its relation to other objects, by the actualization and concentration of something which is already known and is transformed by that knowledge. Cognition of the object and its constellation is cognition of the process stored in the object. As a constellation, theoretical thought circles the concept it would like to unseal, hoping that it may fly open like the lock of a well-guarded safe deposit box, in response, not to a single key or a single number, but to a combination of numbers. Constellation and science. How objects can be unlocked by their constellation is to be learned not so much from philosophy, which took no interest in the matter, as from important scientific investigations. The scientific accomplishment often ran ahead of its philosophical comprehension, ahead of scientism, and we certainly need not start out from a work's own content, in line with such metaphysical inquiries as Benjamin's Origin of German Tragedy, which take the very concept of truth for a constellation. 6. We must go back to a scholar of so positivistic a bent as Max Weber, who did, quite in the sense of subjectivist epistemology, understand ideal types as aids in approaching the object, devoid of any inherent substantiality and capable of being reliquified at will. But as in all nominalism, however insignificant it may consider its concepts, some of the nature of the thing will come through and extend beyond the benefit to our thinking practice, not the least of our motivations for criticizing an unreflected nominalism. So are Weber's material works far more object-directed than the Southwest German methodology would lead us to expect. Actually, the concept is sufficient reason for the thing insofar as the exploration of a social object, at least, is falsified if confined to dependencies within its domain, to dependencies that have established the object, and if its determination by the totality is ignored. Without the supraordinated concept, those dependencies conceal the most real among them, the dependence on society, and this dependence is not to be adequately compensated by the individual res which the concept covers. Yet it appears through this relationship of the whole as essential unity lies only in the concept, in the purpose. The mechanical causes do not suffice for this unity because they do not rest upon the purpose as the unity of definitions. Hence, by sufficient reason, Leibniz understood a reason that would suffice for this unity as well, one that accordingly would comprise in it not merely the direct causes but the final causes. This is not yet the place to define the reason thus, however, the teleological reason is a property of the concept and of mediation by the concept, that is, by the ratio. Hegel, Works 4, page 555, the individual alone, and thus the concept in turn is transformed in specific cognition. When Weber, in his treatise on Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism, raised the question of defining capitalism, he, in contrast with current scientific practice, was as well aware of the difficulty of defining historical concepts as previously only philosophers had been. Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche. He explicitly rejected the delimiting procedure of definition, the adherence to the schema genus proximum, differentia specifica. 7. And asked instead that sociological concepts be gradually composed from individual parts to be taken from historic reality. The place of definitive conceptual comprehension cannot, therefore, be the beginning of the inquiry, only the end. 8. Whether such a definition is always necessary at the end, or whether, even without a formal definitory result, what Weber calls composing can be equal to his epistemological goal, remains unsettled. Definitions are not the be-all and end-all of cognition, as popular scientificism holds, but neither are they to be banished. A thinking whose course made us incapable of definition, unable even for moments to have a succinct language represent the thing, would be as sterile, probably, as a thinking gorged with verbal definitions. More essential, however, is that to which Weber gives the name of composing, a name which orthodox scientifists would find unacceptable. He is indeed looking only at the subjective side, at cognitive procedure, but the compositions in question are apt to follow similar rules as their analogue, the musical compositions. These are subjectively produced, but they work only where the subjective production is submerged in them. The subjectively created context, the constellation, becomes readable a sign of an objectivity, of the spiritual substance. What resembles writing in such constellations is a conversion into objectivity, by way of language, of what has been subjectively thought and assembled. This element is not one of Max Weber's themes, but even a procedure as indebtedness is to the traditional ideal and theory of science does not lack it. The most mature of his works seem at times to suffer from a glut of verbal definitions borrowed from jurisprudence, but a close look will show that these are more than definitions. They are not mere conceptual fixations. Rather, by gathering concepts round the central one that is sought, thought, they attempt to express what that concept aims at, not to circumscribe it to operative ends. The concept of capitalism, for instance, which is so crucial in every respect, is emphatically set off by Weber from such isolated and subjective categories as acquisitiveness or the profit motive, in a manner similar to Marx's. By the way, in capitalism, says Weber, the oft-cited profit motive must take its bearings from the principle of lucrativity and from the market chances. It must utilize the calculation of capital and interest, organized in the form of free labor, with household and business expenses separated. Capitalism necessitates bookkeeping and a rationalistic legal system in line with its pervasive governing principle of rationality at large. 9. The completeness of this list remains in doubt. We have to ask, in particular, whether Weber's stress on rationality, his disregarding of the class relation that reproduces itself by way of the barter of equivalence, will not as a mere method equate capitalism too much with its spirit, although that barter and its problematics would certainly be unthinkable without rationality. But the capitalist system's increasingly integrative trend, the fact that its elements entwine into a more and more total context of functions, is precisely what makes the old question about the cause, as opposed to the constellation, more and more precarious. We need no epistemological critique to make us pursue constellations. The search for them is forced upon us by the real course of history. In Weber's case, the constellations take the place of systematics, which one likes to tax him with lacking, and this is what proves his thinking to be a third possibility beyond the alternative of positivism and idealism. Essence and appearance. When a category changes, as those of identity and totality do in negative dialectics, a change occurs in the constellation of all categories, and thus again in each one. Paradigmatical for this phenomenon are the concepts of essence and appearance. They come from philosophical tradition and are maintained in negative dialectics, but their directional tendency is reversed. Essence can no longer be hypostatized as the pure, spiritual being in itself. Rather, essence passes into that which lies concealed beneath the facade of immediacy, of the supposed facts, and which makes the facts what they are. It comes to be the law of doom thus far obeyed by history, a law the more irresistible the more it will hide beneath the facts, only to be comfortably denied by them. Such essence, to begin with, is the fatal mischief of a world arranged so as to degrade men to means of their cis conserva, a world that curtails and threatens their life by reproducing it and making them believe that it has this character so as to satisfy their needs. This essence too must come to appear like Hegel's, swathed in its own contradiction. It can be recognized only by the contradiction between what things are and what they claim to be. True, vis-a-vis the alleged facts, this essence also is conceptual rather than immediate, but such conceptuality is no mere product of the cognitive subject, in which the subject ultimately finds itself confirmed. Instead, the conceptuality expresses the fact that, no matter how much blame may attach to the subject's contribution, the conceived world is not its own but a world hostile to the subject. All but unrecognizably, this is attested by Husserl's doctrine of essence perception. What this amounts to is that the essence is totally alien to the consciousness that grasps it. The doctrine recalls, albeit in the fetishistic form of a downright absolute ideal sphere, that even the concepts with which it unhesitatingly equates its essentialities are not only products of syntheses and abstractions. They also represent a moment in the multiplicity which idealistic doctrine views as summoning the merely posited concepts. Husserl's idealism, an ontologization of the pure mind, was hypertrophied and therefore long unrecognizable even to Husserl himself. In his most effective writings it helped to give distorted expression to an anti-idealistic motive, to discontent with the thesis of the thinking subject's universal rule. Phenomenology forbade the prescription of laws by a subject that was already obliged to obey them. In that sense, the subject experiences something objective in the laws, yet because Husserl, like the idealists, put all mediations on the noetic side, on the subjects, he could not conceive the objective moment in the concept as anything but an immediacy sui generis, and he was forced to commit an act of epistemological violence and copy the mediations from sense perception. He frantically denied that essence on its part is another moment nonetheless, sprung from a source. Hegel, whom Husserl condemned with the hauteur of ignorance, had the superior insight that the essence categories in volume 2 of his Logic are evolved, products of the self-reflection of the categories of being, as well as objectively valid. This was beyond the thinking of anti-dialectical zealots, although Husserl's basic theme, his logical propositions, ought to have thrust dialectics upon him, for those propositions are no more objective in character, no more laws of essence in line with his theory, than a fact he first passes over in a silence. They are tied to thinking and centrally dependent upon that which they, in turn, are not. The absolute of logical absolutism derives its title from the validity of formal theses and of mathematics. Even so, it is not absolute because the claim of absoluteness in the sense of a positively achieved identity of subjects and objects is qualified itself, the precipitation of the claim of subjective totality, but the dialectics of essence, as of something which in its way, so to speak, simultaneously is and is not, can by no means be resolved as it is by Hegel, in the unity of the producing and produced mind. Hegel's doctrine of the objectivity of essence postulates that being is the mind that has not yet come to itself. Essence recalls the non-identity in the concept of that which, by the subject, is not posited but followed. Even the division of logic and mathematics from the ontical realm, the division upon which rests the appearance of their being in themselves, the ontological interpretation of formal categories, even this retains an ontical aspect, a recoil from the ontical, as it would have been called by Hegel. That ontical moment is reproduced in logic and mathematics, since they cannot see themselves as separate and qualified, for to be separate is their very essence, they achieve a kind of existence. Even more, however, do the essential laws of society and of its motion come to exist. They are more real than the facts in which they appear, the facts which deceive us about them, but they discard the traditional attributes of their essentiality. They might be called the reduction to a concept of the negativity that makes the world the way it is. Nietzsche, the irreconcilable adversary of our theological heritage in metaphysics, had ridiculed the difference between essence and appearance. He had relegated the background world to the backwoodsman, concurring here with all of positivism. Nowhere else, perhaps, is it so palpable how an undefatigable enlightenment will profit the obscurantists. Essence is what must be covered up, according to the mischief-making law of unessentiality. To deny that there is an essence means to side with appearance, with the total ideology which existence has since become. If a man rates all phenomena alike because he knows of no essence that would allow him to discriminate, he will in a fanaticized love of truth make common cause with untruth. He will join hands with Nietzsche's despised scientific stupor that will not bother with the dignity of objects to be dealt with and will either parrot public opinion about this dignity or choose the criterion of whether, as they say, a thing has not been worked upon as yet. The scientific mentality cedes the decision about essentiality and unessentiality to the disciplines which deal with the object at the particular time. What is essential to one may be unessential to the other. Hegel, concurring, puts the difference into a third, which initially lies outside the thing's imminent motion. Ironically, Husserl, who would not dream of any dialectics between essence and appearance, remains in the right against Hegel. There actually is a mental experience, fallible indeed, but immediate, of the essential and the unessential, an experience which only the scientific need for order can forcibly talk the subjects out of, where there is insofar as an essential and an unessential part of an existence are differentiated. Therefore, this difference is outwardly posited, a segregation of one part from another part of the existing thing, not touching its existence itself. It is a separation which falls into a third, and in which it is indefinite what belongs to the essential or to the unessential. It is some sort of external consideration and contemplation that makes the difference, and the same content is therefore to be regarded now as essential, now as unessential. Hegel, Ibid, page 487. No such experience. Knowledge stays unmoved and barren. Its measure is what happens objectively to the subjects, as their suffering. The theoretical leveling of essence and appearance will be paralleled by subjective losses, along with their faculty of suffering and happiness. The knowers lose a primary capacity to separate essentials and unessentials, without anyone really knowing what is cause and what is effect. The stubborn urge to check the accuracy of irrelevancies rather than to reflect on relevancy at the risk of error is one of the most widespread symptoms of a regressive consciousness. No background world annoys the latest type of backwoodsman. He happily buys what the foreground world will sell him on, in words or in silence. Positivism becomes ideology in eliminating first the objective category of essence and then, consistently, the concern with essentials. But it is by no means exhausted in its hidden universal law. Its positive potential survives in what the law affects, in what is flung aside as unessential to the verdict of the world's course. When we consider it, taking a far more than psychological view of that Freudian dross of the phenomenal world, we mean the particular as the non-identical. The essential runs counter to the prevailing generality, to the mischief of unessentiality, just as far as criticism will outstrip that generality. Indirectness by objectivity. In negative dialectics, not even the transmission of essence and phenomenality, of concept and thing, will remain what it was, the subjective moment in the object. What transmits the facts is not so much the subjective mechanism of their preformation and comprehension as it is the objectivity heteronymous to the subject, the objectivity behind that which the subject can experience. This objectivity is denied to the primary realm of subjective experience. It is preordinated to that realm, wherever, in the current manner of speaking, judgment is too subjective at the present historical stage. The subject, as a rule, will automatically parrot the consensus omnium. To give the object its due instead of being content with the false copy, the subject would have to resist the average value of such objectivity and to free itself as a subject. It is on this emancipation, not on the subject's insatiable repression, that objectivity depends today. The superiority of objectification in the subjects not only keeps them from becoming subjects, it equally prevents a cognition of objectivity. This is what became of what used to be called the subjective factor. It is now subjectivity rather than objectivity that is indirect, and this sort of mediation is more in need of analysis than the traditional one. The subjective mechanisms of mediation serve to lengthen the objective ones to which each subject, including the transcendental one, is harnessed. The presubjective order, which in turn essentially constitutes the subjectivity that is constitutive for epistemology, sees to it that data are perceived in this way and in no other, according to their claim. What in the Kantian deduction of categories remains ultimately given and, by Kant's own admission, accidental, that reason can have these and no other basic concepts at its disposal, is attributed to what the categories, according to Kant, have yet to establish. But the fact that indirectness is universal does not entitle us to reduce all things between heaven and earth to its level, as if transmitting G and immediacy were the same as transmitting a concept. To concepts, mediation is essential. The concept itself is immediately, by nature, its own transmission, but the indirectness of something direct is a reflexive determination that makes sense only in regard to its opposite, the direct thing. There is nothing that is not transmitted, and yet, as Hegel emphasized, indirectness must always refer to some transmitted thing, without which there would be no indirectness. That there is no transmitted thing without indirectness, on the other hand, is a purely privative and epistemological fact, the expression of our inability to define something without mediation, and little more than the tautology that to think something is to think. Conversely, there would be no mediation without something. Directness does not involve being transmitted in the same sense in which indirectness involves something direct that would be transmitted. Hegel neglected this difference. The transmission of something direct refers to its mode, to knowledge of it, and to the bounds of such knowledge. Immediacy is no modality, no mere definition of the how for a consciousness. It is objective. Its concept, the concept of immediacy, points to that which cannot be removed by its own concept. Mediation makes no claim whatever to exhaust all things. It postulates, rather, that what it transmits is not thereby exhausted. Directness itself, on the other hand, stands for a moment that does not require cognition, or mediation, in the same sense in which cognition necessitates immediacy. As long as philosophers employ the concepts direct and indirect, concepts they cannot forego for the time being, their language will bear witness to the facts denied by the idealist version of dialectics. That this version ignores the seemingly minimal difference serves to make it plausible. The triumphant finding that immediacy is wholly indirect rise roughshod over indirectness and blithely ends up with the totality of the concept, which nothing non-conceptual can stop anymore. It ends up with the absolute rule of the subject. In dialectics, however, it is not total identification that has the last word, because dialectics lets us recognize the difference that has been spirited away. Dialectics can break the spell of identification without dogmatically, from without, contrasting it with an allegedly realistic thesis. The circle of identification, which in the end always identifies itself alone, was drawn by a thinking that tolerates nothing outside it. Its imprisonment is its own handiwork. Such totalitarian and therefore particular rationality was historically dictated by the threat of nature. That is its limitation. In fear, bondage to nature is perpetuated by a thinking that identifies, that equalizes everything unequal. Thoughtless rationality is blinded to the point of madness by the sight of whatsoever will elude its rule. For the present, reason is pathic. Nothing but to cure ourselves of it would be rational. Even the theory of alienation, the ferment of dialectics, confuses the need to approach the heteronymous and thus irrational world, to be at home everywhere, as novelists put it, with the archaic barbarism that the longing subjects cannot not love what is alien and different, with the craving for incorporation and persecution. If the alien were no longer ostracized, there hardly would be any more alienation. Particularity in the particular, the equivocation in the concept of indirectness causes the opposite poles of cognition to be equated at the expense of their qualitative difference, the difference on which simply everything depends. This equivocation dates back to abstraction. The word abstract is still too abstract, however, it too is equivocal. The unity of that which general concepts cover differs fundamentally from the conceptually defined particular. The concept of the particular is always its negation at the same time. It cuts short what the particular is and what nonetheless cannot be directly named, and it replaces this with identity. This negative, wrong, and yet simultaneously necessary moment is the stage of dialectics. The core, which is also abstract in the idealist version, is not simply eliminated. Its distinction from nothing means that, contrary to Hegel, even the most indefinite something would not be downright indefinite. This refutes the idealist doctrine of the subjectivity of all definitions. The particular would not be definable without the universal that identifies it, according to current logic, but neither is it identical with the universal. The idealist will not see that, however devoid of quality something may be, this is no reason yet to call it nothing. Hegel is constantly forced to shadow box because he shrinks from his own conception, from the dialectics of the particular, which destroy the primacy of identity and thus, consistently, idealism itself. For the particular he substitutes the general concept of particularization pure and simple, of existence, for instance, in which the particular is not particular anymore. He restores the thinking procedure which Kant rightly chided in an earlier rationalism, as the amphibolia of reflexive concepts. Hegel's dialectics turns sophistical where it miscarries. What makes a dialectical impulse of the particular, its indissolubility in the cover concept, is treated as a universal state of facts, as if the particular were its own cover concept and indissoluble for that reason. This is precisely what reduces the dialectics of non-identity and identity to a mere semblance. Identity wins over non-identity. The shortcomings of a cognition that can make sure of no particular without the concept, which is anything but the particular. These shortcomings redound, legerdemain fashion, to the advantage of the mind that will rise above the particular and cleanse it of all that resists the concept. The general concept of particularity has no power over the particular which the concept means in abstracting. Subject-object dialectics. The polarity of subject and object may well appear to be an undialectical structure in which all dialectics takes place, but the two concepts are resultant categories of reflection, formulas for an irreconcilability. They are not positive, primary states of fact but negative throughout, expressing nothing but non-identity. Even so, the difference between subject and object cannot be simply negated. They are neither an ultimate duality nor a screen-hiding ultimate unity. They constitute one another as much as, by virtue of such constitution, they depart from each other. If the dualism of subject and object were laid down as a basic principle, it would, like the identity principle, to which it refuses to conform, be another total monism. Absolute duality would be unity. Hegel used this for the purpose of taking the subject-object polarity into his thinking. After all, it was due to its bilateral unfoldment that he felt himself ranking above Fichte and Schelling. As the structure of being, he held, the dialectics of subject and object comes to be the subject. Both, as abstractions, are thought indeed. The grasp of an object consists in nothing else but that an I will make the object its own, will penetrate it, and will bring it into its own form, that is, into the universality which immediately is definition, or into definition, which immediately is universality, in visuality, or even in visualization. The object is still something external and strange. By grasping it, the being in and for itself which the object has in visuality and visualization is transformed into positive being. The I penetrates it in thought, yet the object is in and for itself as it is in thought. It is phenomenal as it is in visuality and visualization. Thinking voids the immediacy of our first encounter with it and thus turns it into a positive product. The supposition of their antithesis inevitably declares thinking to be primary. Yet the dualism will not take the hint of a pure thought either. While this remains a thought, it will occur in line with the dichotomy that has become the thought form, and without which there might be no thought. Every concept, even that of being, reproduces the difference of thinking and the thought. The difference has been seared into our theoretical awareness of the antagonistic state of reality, insofar as it expresses that condition. The falsehood of dualism is truth. Detached therefrom, on the other hand, the antagonism would become the philosophical excuse put forward to explain why dualism is eternal. The only possible course is definite negation of the individual moments whereby subject and object are turned into absolute opposites and precisely thus are identified with each other. In truth, the subject is never quite the subject, and the object never quite the object, and yet the two are not pieced out of any third that transcends them. The third would be no less deceptive. The Kantian answer, withdrawing the third, as infinite, from positive, finite cognition and using its unattainability to spur cognition to untiring effort, falls short. The duality of subject and object must be critically maintained against the thought's inherent claim to be total. The division, which makes the object the alien thing to be mastered and appropriates it, is indeed subjective, the result of orderly preparation, but no critique of its subjective origin will reunify the parts, once they have split in reality. Consciousness boasts of uniting what it has arbitrarily divided first, into elements, hence the ideological overtone of all talk of synthesis. It serves to cover up an analysis that is concealed from itself and has increasingly become taboo. The reason why a vulgar nobility of consciousness feels antipathetic to analysis is that the fragmentation for which the bourgeois spirit will upbraid its critics being, yet this positive being is its being in and for itself, or its objectivity. Thus the object has this objectivity in the concept, and the concept is the unity of the self-consciousness in which it has been received. Its objectivity, or the concept itself, is therefore nothing but the nature of this self. Consciousness and has no other moments or definitions than the I itself. Hegel, Works, Volume 5, page 16, is that spirit's own unconscious work. The rational processes of labor are a model of that fragmentation. They need it as a condition of the production of goods, which resembles the general conceptual procedure of synthesis. If Kant's critique of reason had included the relation between his method and theory, the relation of the epistemologically examining subject to the examined subject, it would not have escaped him that the forms which are to synthesize diversity are products in turn of the operations on which the structure of his work, revealingly enough, bestows the title of transcendental analytics. reversal of the subjective reduction. The prevailing trend in epistemological reflection was to reduce objectivity more and more to the subject. This very tendency needs to be reversed. The means employed by philosophical tradition to distinguish the concept of subjectivity from entity are copied from entity. That philosophy, suffering of deficient self-reflection to this day, forgot the mediation, and the mediating subject is no more indicative of meritorious sublimity than any forgetting. As though to punish it, the subject will be overcome by what it has forgotten. It no sooner turns into an object of epistemological reflection than it will share that objective character whose absence is so often cited as elevating it above the factual realm. The subject's essentiality is an existence raised to the second potency and, as Hegel did not fail to state, presupposes the first potency, factuality. Factuality is a condition of the possibility, even though negated, of essentiality. The immediacy of primary reactions was broken, first, in the formation of the I, and broken with these reactions was the spontaneity which the pure I, according to transcendental custom, is to contract into. The centristic identity of the I is acquired at the expense of what idealism will then attribute to it. The constitutive subject of philosophy is more of a thing and the specific psychological content which it excreted, as naturalistic and reified. The more autocratically the I rises above entity, the greater its imperceptible objectification and ironic retraction of its constitutive role. Not only the pure I is ontically transmitted by the empirical I, the unmistakably pellucid model of the first version of the deduction of purely rational concepts, the transcendental principle itself, the supposed first of philosophy as against entity, is so transmitted. Alfred Sahnrafel was the first to point out that hidden in this principle, in the general and necessary activity of the mind, lies work of an inalienably social nature, the aporetical concept of the transcendental subject, a non-entity which is nonetheless to act, a universal which is nonetheless to have particular experiences, would be a soap bubble, never obtainable from the autarkic immanent context of consciousness, which is necessarily individual, compared with consciousness. However, the concept represents not only something more abstract, by virtue of its coining power it also represents something more real. Beyond the magic circle of identitarian philosophy, the transcendental subject can be deciphered as a society unaware of itself. Such unawareness is deducible. Ever since mental and physical labor were separated in the sign of the dominant mind, the sign of justified privilege, the separated mind has been obliged, with the exaggeration due to a bad conscience, to vindicate the very claim to dominate which it derives from the thesis that it is primary and original, and to make every effort to forget the source of its claim, lest the claim lapse. Deep down, the mind feels that its stable dominance is no mental rule at all, that its ultimate ratio lies in the physical force at its disposal. On pain of perdition, however, it must not put its secret into words, abstraction, without which the subject would not be the constituents at large at all, not even according to such extreme idealists as Fichte, reflects the separation from physical labor, perceptible by confrontation with that labor. When Marx, in his critique of the Gotha platform, told the Lassallians that in contrast to the customary litany of popular socialists, labor was not the sole source of social wealth, 10 he was philosophically, at a time when the official philosophical thematics lay already behind him, saying no less than that labor could not be hypostatized in any form, neither in the form of diligent hands nor in that of mental production. Such hypostasis merely extends the illusion of the predominance of the productive principle. It comes to be true only in relation to that non-identical moment which Marx in his disdain for epistemology called first by the crude, too narrow name of nature, later on by that of natural material and by other less incriminated terms. 11. The essence of the transcendental subject ever since the critique of pure reason has been functionality, the pure activity that occurs in the achievements of individual subjects and surpasses them at the same time. It is a projection of freely suspended labor on the pure subject as its origin. In further restricting the subject's functionality by calling it empty and void without a fitting material, Kant undauntedly noted that social labor is a labor on something. His more consistent idealistic successors did not hesitate to eliminate this. Yet the generality of the transcendental subject is out of the functional context of society, of a whole that coalesces from individual spontaneities and qualities, delimits them in turn by the leveling bar to principle, and virtually deletes them as helplessly dependent on the whole. The universal domination of mankind by the exchange value, a domination which a priori keeps the subjects from being subjects and degrades subjectivity itself to a mere object, makes an untruth of the general principle that claims to establish the subject's predominance. The surplus of the transcendental subject is a deficit of the utterly reduced empirical subject. Interpreting the transcendental as the extreme borderline case of ideology, the transcendental subject comes close to truth. The transcendental generality is no mere narcissist self-exaltation of the I, not the hubris of an autonomy of the I. Its reality lies in the domination that prevails and perpetuates itself by means of the principle of equivalence. The process of abstraction, which philosophy transfigures, and which it ascribes to the knowing subject alone, is taking place in the factual bar to society. The definition of the transcendental as that which is necessary, a definition added to functionality and generality, expresses the principle of the self-preservation of the species. It provides a legal basis for abstraction, which we cannot do without, for abstraction is a medium of self-preserving reason. It would not take much artifice to parody Heidegger by interpreting the general philosophical idea of necessity as the need to reverse want, to remedy the lack of foodstuffs by organized labor. Thereby, of course, Heidegger's language mythology itself would be unhinged. That apotheosis of the objective spirit in which reflection on the material process jutting into the spirit is banned from the outset, as inferior. The unity of consciousness is that of the individual human consciousness. Even as a principle it visibly bears its traces, and thus the traces of entity. For transcendental philosophy, the ubiquity of individual self-consciousness will indeed turn it into a universal that may no longer boast of the advantages of concrete self-certainty, but insofar as the unity of consciousness is modeled after objectivity, that is to say, insofar as it is measured by the possibility of constituting objects, it is the conceptual reflex of the total, seamless juncture of the productive acts in society which the objectivity of goods, their object character, requires if it is to come about at all. Moreover, the solid, lasting, impenetrable side of the I mimics the outside world's impenetrability for conscious experience, as perceived by a primitive consciousness. The subject's real impotence has its echo in its mental omnipotence. The ego principle imitates its negation. It is not true that the object is a subject, as idealism has been drilling into us for thousands of years, but it is true that the subject is an object. The primacy of subjectivity is a spiritualized continuation of Darwin's struggle for existence. The suppression of nature for human ends is a mere natural relationship, which is why the supremacy of nature controlling reason and its principle is a delusion. When the subject proclaims itself a Baconian master of all things, and finally their idealistic creator, it takes an epistemological and metaphysical part in this delusion. The practice of its rule makes it a part of what it thinks it is ruling. It succumbs like the Hegelian master. It reveals the extent to which in consuming the object it is beholden to the object. One what it does is the spell of that which the subject believes under its own spell. The subject's desperate self-exaltation is its reaction to the experience of its impotence, which prevents self-reflection. Absolute consciousness is unconscious. In Kantian ethics this is grandiosely attested by an unconcealed contradiction. As an entity, the very subject Kant calls free and exalted is part of that natural context above which freedom would lift it. Plato's doctrine of ideas, a great stride toward demythologization, reiterates the myth. Under the name of essences it perpetuates the conditions of dominance which man took over from nature and is now practicing. If the control of nature was a condition of demythologization and a step in it, this dominance would have to spread to that other kind, lest it fall prey to the myth after all. But philosophy's stress on the constitutive power of the subjective moment always blocks the road to truth as well. This is how animal species like the dinosaur triceratops or the rhinoceros drag their protective armor with them, an ingrown prison which they seem, anthropomorphically, at least, to be trying vainly to shed. The imprisonment in their survival mechanism may explain the special ferocity of rhinoceroses as well as the unacknowledged and therefore more dreadful ferocity of Homo sapiens. The subjective moment is framed, as it were, in the objective one, as a limitation imposed on the subject. It is objective itself, transcendental delusion. All this, according to traditional norms of philosophy, whether idealistic or ontological, has a touch of attached to it. One may say in a voice resonant with stringency that what we do in such reflections, without owning up to it, is to presuppose as transmitting what we would deduce as transmitted, the subject and its thought, just by being definitions. One may say, all our definitions are already definitions of thought, but it is not the purpose of critical thought to place the object on the orphaned royal throne once occupied by the subject. On that throne the object would be nothing but an idol. The purpose of critical thought is to abolish the hierarchy, the delusion that the transcendental subject is the Archimedean fixed point from which the world can be lifted out of its hinges. This delusion, purely in itself, is indeed hard to overcome altogether by subjective analysis, for contained in this delusion, and not to be extracted from the forms of cogitative mediation, is the truth that society comes before the individual consciousness and before all its experience. The insight into the fact that thinking is mediated by objectivity does not negate thinking, nor does it negate the objective laws that make it thinking. The further fact that there is no way to get out of thinking points to the support found in non-identity, to the very support which thought, by its own forms, seeks and expresses as much as it denies it. Still transparent, however, is a reason for the delusion that is transcendental far beyond Kant. Why our thinking of the intentio obliqua will inescapably keep coming back to its own primacy, to the hypostasis of the subject. For while in the history of nominalism ever since Aristotle's critique of Plato the subject has been rebuked for its mistake of reifying abstraction, abstraction itself is the principle whereby the subject comes to be a subject at all. Abstraction is the subject's essence. This is why going back to what it is not must impress the subject as external and violent. To the subject, what convicts it of its own arbitrariness, and convicts it prius of a posteriority, will always sound like a transcendent dogma. When idealism is criticized strictly from within, it is the handy defense of thus being sanctioned by the critic, of virtually having the criticism within itself, by the critic's use of its own premises, and accordingly being superior to the criticism. Objections from without, on the other hand, will be dismissed by idealism as pre-dialectical, belonging to the philosophy of reflection. But there is no need for analysis to abdicate in view of this alternative. Immanence is the totality of those identitarian positions whose principle falls before immanent critique. As Marx put it, idealism can be made to dance to its own tune. The non-identity which determines it from within, after the criterion of identity, is at the same time the opposite of its principle, that which it vainly claims to be controlling. No immanent critique can serve its purpose wholly without outside knowledge. Of course, without a moment of immediacy, if you will, a bonus from the subjective thought that looks beyond the dialectical structure. That moment is the moment of spontaneity, and idealists should be the last to ostracize it, because without it there would be no idealism. Spontaneity breaks through an idealism whose inmost core was christened spontaneity. The subject's ideology lies under a spell from which nothing but the name of subjectivity will free it, just as only the herb named Sneezer-Joy will free the enchanted dwarf nose in Wilhelm Horst's fairy tale. This herb was kept a secret from the dwarf, and as a result he never learned to prepare pâté suzerain, the dish that bears the name of sovereignty and decline. No amount of introspection would let him discover the rules governing his deformity and his labor. He needs an outside impulse, the wisdom of Mimi the goose, to philosophy, and to Hegel's most of all. Such an impulse is heresy. The limit of immanent critique is that the law of the immanent context is ultimately one with the delusion that has to be overcome. Yet that instant, truly the first qualitative leap, comes solely in the performance of immanent dialectics, which tends to transcend itself in a motion not at all unlike the passage from Platonic dialectics to the ideas, which are in themselves. If it became totally conclusive, dialectics would be the totality that goes back to the identity principle. This was the interest served, against Hegel, by Schelling, who thus invited jeers at the abdication of a thought in flight to mysticism. The materialistic moment in Schelling, who credited matter as such with something like a driving force, may contribute to that aspect of his philosophy, but neither can we apostatize the leap, as Kierkegaard does, lest we blaspheme against reason. Our sense of dialectics makes us restrict dialectics, yet our disappointment at philosophy's failure to awaken from its dream by its own motion, without any leap, at its need for something else, for something new, for that which its spell keeps at a distance. This disappointment is none other than the disappointment of a child who reads Dwarf's fairy tale and mourns because the dwarf, though no longer misshapen, did not get a chance to serve the duke his pâté suzerain. The object's preponderance, carried through, the critique of identity is a groping for the preponderance of the object. Identitarian thinking is subjectivistic even when it denies being so. To revise that kind of thinking, to debit identity with untruth, does not bring subject and object into a balance, nor does it raise the concept of function to an exclusively dominant role in cognition. Even when we merely limit the subject, we put an end to its power. Its own absoluteness is the measure by which the least surplus of non-identity feels to the subject like an absolute threat. A minimum will do to spoil it as a whole, because it pretends to be the whole. Subjectivity changes its quality in a context which it is unable to evolve on its own. Due to the inequality inherent in the concept of mediation, the subject enters into the object altogether differently from the way the object enters into the subject. An object can be conceived only by a subject but always remains something other than the subject, whereas a subject by its very nature is from the outset an object as well. Not even as an idea can we conceive a subject that is not an object, but we can conceive an object that is not a subject. To be an object also is part of the meaning of subjectivity, but it is not equally part of the meaning of objectivity to be a subject. That the I is an entity is implicit even in the sense of the logical I think, which should be able to accompany all my conceptions, because the sequence of time is a condition of its possibility and there is no sequence of time save in temporality. The pronoun my points to a subject as an object among objects, and again, without this my there would be no I think. The being of a subject is taken from objectivity, a fact that lends a touch of objectivity to the subject itself. It is not by chance that the Latin word subjectum, the underlying, reminds us of the very thing which the technical language of philosophy has come to call objective. The word object, on the other hand, is not related to subjectivity until we reflect upon the possibility of its definition. This does not mean that objectivity is something immediate, that we might forget our critique of naive realism. To grant precedence to the object means to make progressive qualitative distinctions between things which in themselves are indirect. It means a moment in dialectics, not beyond dialectics, but articulated in dialectics. Kant still refused to be talked out of the moment of objective preponderance. He used an objective intention to direct the subjective analysis of the cognitive faculty in his critique of pure reason. 12 And he stubbornly defended the transcendent thing in itself. To him it was evident that being, in itself did not run directly counter to the concept of an object, that the subjective indirectness of that concept is to be laid less to the object's idea than to the subject's insufficiency. The object cannot get beyond itself or Kant either, but he does not sacrifice the idea of otherness. Without otherness, cognition would deteriorate into tautology. What is known would be knowledge itself. To Kant's meditation this was clearly more irksome than the inconsistency of the thing in itself being the unknown cause of phenomena, even though the category of causality ends up on the subject side in his critique of reason. The construction of transcendental subjectivity was a magnificently paradoxical and fallible effort to master the object literally. The preponderance of the object might be traced back to the point where a thought believes it has won its own absolute objectivity by rejecting any objectivity that is not thought. In other words, to formal logic, the something to which all logical propositions refer even when they are free to ignore it entirely as a copy of that which a thought means, and without which it could not be. The non-cogitative is a logically immanent condition of the cogitative. In fact, the copula is always conveys some objectivity already, after the model of existential judgments. This disposes of all the hopes kindled by our craving for security, that in formal logic we might possess something downright unconditional as the sure foundation of philosophy and its opposite pole, but in this respect too, the accomplishment of what was merely proclaimed in positive, idealistic dialectics requires a critique of that construction. An ontological moment is needed insofar as ontology will critically strip the subject of its cogently constitutive role without substituting it through the object. In a kind of second immediacy, the object's preponderance is solely attainable for subjective reflection, and for reflection on the subject. The state of facts is difficult to reconcile with the rules of current logic, and absurd in its abstract expression. It may clarify it to consider that one might write a primordial history of the subject, as outlined in Dialectic of Enlightenment, but one cannot write a primordial history of the object. Any such history would be dealing with specific objects, nor does an ontological supremacy of consciousness follow from the counter-argument that without a knowing subject nothing can be known about the object. Every statement to the effect that subjectivity is, no matter what or how, includes an objectivity which the subject, by means of its absolute being, claims to have yet to establish. Only because the subject in turn is indirect, because it is not the radical otherness required to legitimize the object, is it capable of grasping objectivity at all, rather than constitutive for objectivity. The subjective mediation is a block to objectivity. It fails to absorb entity, which objectivity is in essence. Genetically, the consciousness that has achieved independence, the epitome of what is done in cognitive performance, has branched off from the libidinous energy of the species. Human nature is not indifferent to this. It certainly does not define a sphere of absolute origins. As after all thought, consciousness is a function of the living subject, and no exorcism will expel this from the concept's meaning. The objection that in the process the empirical moment of subjectivity would be mixed with its transcendental or essential moment is a feeble one. Without any relation to an empirical consciousness, to the living eye, there would be no transcendental Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno. Dialectic der Aufklärung, Amsterdam 1947. Purely mental consciousness. Analogous reflections on the object's genesis would be meaningless. Mediation of the object means that it must not be statically, dogmatically hypostatized but can be known only as it entwines with subjectivity. Mediation of the subject means that without the moment of objectivity it would be literally nil. An index of the object's preponderance is the impotence of the mind, in all its judgments as well as, to this day, in the organization of reality. The negative fact that the mind, failing in identification, has also failed in reconcilement, that its supremacy has miscarried, becomes the motor of its disenchantment. The human mind is both true and a mirage. It is true because nothing is exempt from the dominance which it has brought into pure form. It is untrue because, interlocked with dominance, it is anything but the mind it believes and claims to be. Enlightenment thus transcends its traditional self-understanding. It is demythologization, no longer merely as a reductio ad hominem, but the other way round, as a reductio hominis, an insight into the delusion of the subject that will style itself an absolute. The subject is a late form of the myth, and yet the equal of its oldest form, the object not a datum. That the object takes precedence even though indirect itself does not cut off the subject-object's dialectics. Immediacy is no more beyond dialectics than is mediation. Epistemological tradition places anything immediate on the subject's side, but as the subject's datum or affection. The subject is said to have power to shape immediacy insofar as it is autonomous and spontaneous, but to be powerless insofar as the directly given thing flatly exists. The direct datum is as much the basic fact on which the doctrine of subjectivity rested, the doctrine of mine, of the subject's substance as its possession, and it is the form of a kind of objective resistance, the mean tekel, as it were, of objectivity within the subject. This is why Hume, in the name of immediacy, criticized identity, the principle of the I that would like to maintain itself as autochthonous in the face of immediacy. Yet immediacy cannot be fixed so as to please an epistemology gauged to standards of conclusiveness. In immediacy, the direct datum and the equally directly given forms are tailored so as to complement each other. Immediacy does call a halt to the idolatry of derivation, but it is also something abstracted from the object, a raw material for the subjective process of production that served as a model for epistemology. What is given in poor and blind form is not objectivity. It is merely the borderline value which the subject, having confiscated the concrete object, cannot fully master in its own domain. Here, for all its sensualistic reduction of things, empiricism registered some of the object's preponderance. From Locke onward, empiricists idealists would insist that there is no content of consciousness other than that which comes from the senses, is given. The entire empiricist critique of naive realism, culminating in Hume's abolition of the thing, was tied to the factitious character of immediacy and skeptical of the subject qua creator. In spite of everything, it remained rudimentarily realistic. Once thought has been freed from the supposition of the subject's supremacy. However, empiricist epistemology is no longer entitled to transpose, as a residual definition, a kind of minimum object into the direct data by means of subjective reduction. Such a construction is nothing but a compromise between the dogma of the subject's preponderance and the impossibility to carry it through. The naked sense datum divested of its definitions is a product of that process of abstraction with which it is contrasted by Kant's epistemological subjectivism. And indeed, the more purified of its forms, the scantier and the more abstract the datum. The object's residue as that which remains given after subjective appendages have been subtracted is a delusion of prima philosophia, that the definitions which make the object concrete are merely imposed upon it. This rule applies only where the faith in the primacy of subjectivity remains unshaken. But the forms of subjectivity are not cognitive ultimates, as Kant taught. As its experience progresses, cognition can break through them. If philosophy, fatally split off from the natural sciences, may refer to physics at all without causing a short circuit, it may do so in this context. With theoretical stringency, the evolution of physics since Einstein has burst the visual prison as well as that of the subjective a priority of space, time, and causality. In teaching the possibility of such a prison break, experience, subjective, according to the Newtonian principle of observation, argues for the primacy of the object, and against its own omnipotence. Involuntarily dialectical in spirit, it turns subjective observation against the doctrine of subjective constituents. The object is more than pure factuality. At the same time, the fact that factuality is irremovable forbids contentment with its abstract concept and with the dregs of factuality. The recorded sense data, the idea of a concrete object belongs to the critique of subjective external categorization, and to the critique of its correlate, the fiction of a factuality without definitions. Nothing in the world is composed, added up, so to speak, of factuality and concept. The probative force of the Kantian example of 100 imagined thalers, whose reality is not added to them as a further quality, affects the form, substance dualism of the critique of pure reason itself and remains a force acting far beyond the example. What it really does is to disavow the distinction of diversity and unity which traditional philosophy has been making since Plato. Neither the concept nor factuality is an addition to its complement. Hegel's presupposition that the subject might yield purely, unreservedly to the object, to the thing itself, since the process would show the thing to be what it already is in itself, a subject. This presupposition is presumptuously idealistic, but it does take note, against idealism, of a truth about the subject's mode of cogitative conduct. Because the subject does not make the object, it can really only look on, and the cognitive maxim is to assist in that process. The measure of the subject's postulated passivity is the object's objective determination. But this determination needs a subjective reflection more lasting than the identifications of which Kant already taught that consciousness performs them, as it were, unconsciously and automatically. That the activity of the mind, and even more the activity which Kant ascribes to the problem of constitution, is something other than the automatism he equates it with. This, specifically, makes out the mental experience which the idealists discovered, albeit only in order to castrate it on the spot. What we may call the thing itself is not positively and immediately at hand. He who wants to know it must think more, not less, than the point of reference of the synthesis of diversity, which is the same, at bottom, as not to think at all. And yet the thing itself is by no means a thought's product. It is non-identity through identity. Such non-identity is not an idea, but it is an adjunct. The experiencing subject strives to disappear in it. The truth would be its demise, a demise merely feigned, to the greater glory of the subject objectified in a scientific method, by the subtraction of all specific subjectivity in that method, objectivity and reification. Preponderance of the object is a thought of which any pretentious philosophy will be suspicious. Since Fichte, aversion to it has been institutionalized. Protestations to the contrary, reiterated and varied 1,000-fold, seek to drown out the festering suspicion that heteronomy may be mightier than the autonomy of which Kant already taught that it cannot be conquered by that superior power. Such philosophical subjectivism is the ideological accompaniment of the emancipation of the bourgeois. It furnishes reasons for that emancipation. Its tenacious vigor is drawn from a misdirected opposition to the status quo, from opposition to its thingness. In relativizing or liquefying that thingness, philosophy believes to be above the supremacy of goods, and above the form of subjective reflection on that supremacy, the reified consciousness. In Fichte, that impulse is as unmistakable as the urge to universal rule. It was an anti-ideological impulse insofar as the world's being in itself, confirmed by a conventional, unreflected consciousness, was seen through as merely manufactured and unfit for self-preservation. Despite the preponderance of the object, the thingness of the world is also phenomenal. It tempts the subjects to ascribe their own social circumstances of production to the noumena. This is elaborated in Marx's chapter on fetishes, truly a piece from the heritages of classic German philosophy. Even its systematic motive survives in that chapter. The fetish character of goods is not laid to a subjectively errant consciousness, but objectively deduced from the social a priori, the exchange process. Marx already expresses the difference between the object's preponderance as a product of criticism and its extant caricature, its distortion by the merchandise character. Butter as a process has real objectivity and is objectively untrue at the same time, transgressing against its own principle, the principle of equality. This is why, of necessity, it will create a false consciousness, the idols of the market. It is only in a sardonic sense that the barter society's natural growth is a law of nature, that the predominance of economics is no invariant. The thinker may easily comfort himself by imagining that in the dissolution of reification, of the merchandise character, he possesses the philosopher's stone. But reification itself is the reflexive form of false objectivity, centering theory around reification, a form of consciousness, makes the critical theory idealistically acceptable to the reigning consciousness and to the collective unconscious. This is what raised Marx's early writings, in contradistinction to Das Kapital, to their present popularity, notably with theologians. There is a good deal of irony in the fact that the brutal and primitive functionaries who more than 40 years back damned Lukács as a heretic, because of the reification chapter in his important history and class consciousness, did sense the idealistic nature of his conception. We can no more reduce dialectics to reification than we can reduce it to any other isolated category, however polemical. The cause of human suffering, meanwhile, will be glossed over rather than denounced in the lament about reification. The trouble is with the conditions that condemn mankind to impotence and apathy and would yet be changeable by human action. It is not primarily be with people and with the way conditions appear to people. Considering the possibility of total disaster, reification is an epiphenomenon, and even more so is the alienation coupled with reification, the subjective state of consciousness that corresponds to it. Alienation is reproduced by anxiety. Consciousness, reified in the already constituted society, is not the constituent of anxiety. If a man looks upon thingness as radical evil, if he would like to dynamize all entity into pure actuality, he tends to be hostile to otherness, to the alien thing that has lent its name to alienation, and not in vain. He tends to that non-identity which would be the deliverance, not of consciousness alone, but of reconciled mankind. Absolute dynamics, on the other hand, would be that absolute action whose violent satisfaction lies in itself, the action in which non-identity is abused as a mere occasion. Unbroken and all too human slogans lend themselves to new equations between the subject and what is not its like. Things congeal as fragments of that which was subjugated. To rescue it means to love things. We cannot eliminate from the dialectics of the extant what is experienced in consciousness as an alien thing. Negatively, coercion and heteronomy, but also the marred figure of what we should love, and what the spell, the endogamy of consciousness, does not permit us to love. The reconciled condition would not be the philosophical imperialism of annexing the alien. Instead, its happiness would lie in the fact that the alien, in the proximity it is granted, remains what is distant and different, beyond the heterogeneous and beyond that which is one's own. The tireless charge of reification resists that dialectics, and this indicts the constructions used in the philosophy of history to back up that charge. The meaningful times for whose return the early Luckics yearned were as much due to reification, to inhuman institutions, as he would later attest it only to the bourgeois age. Contemporary representations of medieval towns usually look as if an execution were just taking place to cheer the populace. If any harmony of subjects and objects should have prevailed in those days, it was a harmony like the most recent one, pressure-born and brittle. The transfiguration of past conditions serves the purpose of a late, superfluous denial that is experienced as an oxid situation. Only as lost conditions do they become glamorous. Their cult, the cult of pre-subjective phases, arose in horror, in the age of individual disintegration and collective regression. With the delivery of the natural sciences, reification and reified consciousness also brought about the possibility of worldwide freedom from want. Even earlier, humanity was conditioned by dehumanized things. 13 at least who went hand in hand with reified forms of consciousness, while indifference to things, appraising them as mere means and reducing them to the subject, helped to tear down humanity. In the realm of things there is an intermingling of both the object's unidentical side and the submission of men to prevailing conditions of production, to their own functional context which they cannot know. The mature Marx, in his few remarks on the character of a liberated society, changed his position on the cause of reification, the division of labor. 14. He now distinguished the state of freedom from original immediacy, in the moment of planning, the result of which, he hoped, would be production for use by the living rather than for profit, and thus, in a sense, a restitution of immediacy. In that planning he preserved the alien thing, in his design for a realization of what philosophy had only thought. At first, he preserved its mediation, but that there could be no dialectics without the element of solid things, that without such things it would level off into a harmless doctrine of change. This was attributable neither to philosophical habit nor solely to the social compulsion of which consciousness receives such solid knowledge. It is up to philosophy to think the things which differ from the thought and yet make it a thought, exclusively, while their demon seeks to persuade the thought that it ought not to be. Passage to materialism. It is by passing to the object's preponderance that dialectics is rendered materialistic. The object, the positive expression of non-identity, is a terminological mask. Once the object becomes an object of cognition, its physical side is spiritualized from the outset by translation into epistemology, by a reduction of the sort which in the end, in general, was methodologically prescribed by the phenomenology of Husserl. When the categories of subject and object, both insoluble in the critique of knowledge, come to appear false, as not purely opposed to each other, this also means that the object's subjective side, the part of it which cannot be spiritualized, is called object only from the viewpoint of a subjectively aimed analysis in which the subject's primacy seems beyond question. Viewed from outside, that which in reflecting upon the mind appears specifically as not mental, as an object, is material. The category of non-identity still obeys the measure of identity. Emancipated from that measure, the non-identical moments show up as matter, or as inseparably fused with material things. Sensation, the crux of all epistemology, needs epistemology to reinterpret it into a fact of consciousness, in contradiction to its own full character, which, after all, is to serve as authority for its cognition. There is no sensation without a somatic moment. To this extent the concept of sensation, in comparison with that which it allegedly subsumes, is twisted so as to satisfy the demand for an autarkic connection of all cognitive steps, while sensation is a part of consciousness. According to the cognitive principle of styling, its phenomenology, unbiased, under the rules of cognition, would have to describe it equally as that which consciousness does not exhaust. Every sensation is a physical feeling also. The feeling does not even accompany it, for that would presuppose a tangibility of the sensation's charismus. In fact, it gets this charismus solely from the neological intent, from abstraction. Strictly speaking, the linguistic shading of such words as sensuous, sensual, even sensation itself shows how little the designated facts are the pure moments of cognition as which they are treated in epistemology. To the subjectively immanent reconstruction of the world of things, sensation is the basis of its hierarchy, but it would not have that basis without the physis which an autarkic epistemology wants to build later. On top of it, the somatic moment as the not purely cognitive part of cognition is irreducible, and thus the subjective claim collapses at the very point where radical empiricism had conserved it. The fact that the subject's cognitive achievements are somatic in accordance with their own meaning affects not only the basic relation of subject and object but the dignity of physicality. Physicality emerges at the ontical pole of subjective cognition, as the core of that cognition. This dethrones the guiding idea of epistemology, to constitute the body as the law governing the link between sensations and acts. In other words, to constitute it mentally, sensations are already, in themselves, what the system would like to set forth as their formation by consciousness. By tailoring its categories, traditional philosophy has bewitched what is heterogeneous to it. Neither the subject nor the object are merely posited, in Hegel's manner of speaking. This alone explains fully why the antagonism which philosophy clothed in the words subject and object cannot be interpreted as a primal state of facts. If it could be so interpreted, the mind would be turned into the body's downright otherness, contradicting its immanent somatic side. But to have the mind alone void the antagonism is impossible, because that in turn would virtually spiritualize it. Showing equally in the antagonism are two things: that which seeks precedence over, and withdraws from, the subject, and the fact that our time is unreconciled with the subject, the obverse form, as it were, of the precedence of objectivity. Materialism and immediacy, philosophy, where the idealistic critique of materialism proceeds imminently, where it does not simply preach, it likes to make use of the doctrine of immediate data. Like all judgments about the world of things, the concept of matter is to be based upon facts of consciousness. If things of the mind were equated with cerebral processes, according to popular materialistic usage, our original sense perceptions would, so says the idealistic counter-argument, have to be perceptions of what goes on in the brain, not perceptions of color. For instance, such refutations are indisputably stringent because the straw men they are knocking down are arbitrary. The reduction to processes of consciousness clings to the apron strings of the scientific cognitive ideal, of the need to confirm the validity of scientific propositions methodically and without a gap. Verification, itself subject to philosophical problematics, comes to be the guideline of that problematics. Science is ontologized, so to speak, as if the criteria of the validity of judgments, the course pursued in their testing, was simply the same as the states of fact, whereas in truth judgments are retroactive treatments of already constituted facts, under the norms of their subjective intelligibility. In testing scientific judgments we mostly have to make clear to ourselves, step by step, how we arrived at each judgment. The test is thus subjectively accentuated. What mistakes were made by the knowing subject when the judgment was made? One that conflicts with other propositions in the same field, for instance. But it is evident that such retroactive questioning does not coincide with the judged fact itself and its objective causes. If a man has miscalculated and his mistake is pointed out to him, this does not mean that either his arithmetic problem or the applicable mathematical rules can be reduced to his calculation. However indispensable subjective acts may be to that calculation, as moments of its objectivity, the consequences of this distinction for the concept of a transcendental, constitutive logic are considerable. Kant repeated the mistake with which he charged his rationalistic predecessors, an amphiboly of the concepts of reflection. In place of the objective reasons for the judgment he put a reflection on the cognitive subject's course in judging. Here, again, the critique of pure reason was revealed as a theory of science. To install that amphiboly as a philosophical principle, and to end up pressing metaphysical wine out of it, may have been the most fatal Freudian slip in the history of modern philosophy. And yet, from the viewpoint of a philosophy of history it is comprehensible. The Thomist order had presented objectivity as God's will. The destruction of that order seemed to result in a breakdown of objectivity. At the same time, however, scientific objectivity, as opposed to mere opinion, increased immensely, and with it the self-confidence of its organ, the ratio. The contradiction was soluble by letting the ratio induce one to reinterpret it from an instrument, an appeals court for reflection, into a constituent, by proceeding ontologically in the way in which the rationalist school of Wolff proceeded explicitly. In that sense, Kantian criticism too remained enmeshed in precritical thinking, as did the whole doctrine of subjective constitution. The post-Kantian idealists made this manifest. Theoretically, the hypostasis of the medium, by now a matter of course in human custom, lay in the so-called Copernican turn. Kant took care to introduce this as a metaphor whose substantial tendency is the very opposite of the astronomical turn. The traditional discursive logic that conducts the current argument against materialism would require criticizing the procedure as a petitio principii. The precedence of consciousness which is to legitimize science, as presupposed at the start of the critique of pure reason, is then inferred from procedural standards that confirm or refute judgments in line with scientific rules. Such a logical circle indicates the wrong approach. It hushes up that in themselves, as doubtlessly and absolutely primary, pure facts of consciousness at large do not exist. This was the basic experience of the fin de siècle, of the neo-romanticist generation with its nervous horror of the reigning notion of the psyche as a flat factuality, ex post facto. In response to the dictates of validity control and the need for classification, facts of consciousness will be distinguished from their transitions, to physical innovations in particular, subtle borderline transitions that refute the supposed solidity of those facts. It is in keeping with this that no subject of immediate data, no eye to which they might be given, is possible independently of the transobjective world. He to whom something is given belongs a priori to the same sphere as the given thing. This confounds the thesis of subjective a priority. Materialism is not the dogma indicted by clever opponents, but a dissolution of things understood as dogmatic, hence its right to a place in critical philosophy. When Kant, in Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten, construed freedom as freedom from sensation, he was paying involuntary homage to the very thing he wished to argue away. We can no more save the absolute segregation of body and mind, which is tantamount to a secret supremacy of the mind, than we can save the idealistic hierarchy of data. Historically, in the evolutionary course of rationality and ego principle, the two have come into opposition to each other, yet neither is without the other. The logic of non-contradictoriness may fold this, but that logic is brought to a halt by the state of facts. The phenomenology of facts of consciousness requires a transcending of their definitions. Dialectics, not a sociology of knowledge. It was Marx who drew the line between historic materialism and the popular metaphysical kind. He thus involved the former in the problematics of philosophy, leaving popular materialism to cut its dogmatic capers this side of philosophy. Since then, materialism is no longer a counterposition one may resolve to take. It is a critique of idealism in its entirety, and of the reality for which idealism opts by distorting it. Horkheimer's phrasing, critical theory, seeks not to make materialism acceptable but to use it to make men theoretically conscious of what it is that distinguishes materialism, distinguishes it from amateurish explications of the world as much as from the traditional theory of science. A dialectical theory is bound, like Marx's, largely, to be immanent even if in the end it negates the whole sphere it moves in. This contrasts it with a sociology of knowledge that has been merely brought up from outside and is powerless against philosophy. As philosophy was quick to discover, a sociology of knowledge fails before philosophy. For the truth content of philosophy it substitutes its social function and its conditioning by interests, while refraining from a critique of that content itself, remaining indifferent toward it. It fails equally before the concept of ideology, which it will stir into its broad beggarly broth. For the concept of ideology makes sense only in relation to the truth or untruth of what it refers to. There can be no talk of socially necessary delusions except in regard to what would not be a delusion, although, of course, delusion is its index. The task of criticizing ideology is to judge the subjective and objective shares and their dynamics. It is to deny the false objectivity of concept fetishism by reducing it to the social subject, and to deny false subjectivity, the sometimes unrecognizably veiled claim that all being lies in the mind, by showing it up as a fraud, a parasitical non-entity, as well as demonstrating its imminent hostility to the mind. The all of the indiscriminately total concept of ideology, however, terminates in nothingness. Once it has ceased to differ from any true consciousness, it is no longer fit to criticize a false one. In the idea of objective truth, materialist dialectics necessarily turns philosophical, despite, and because of, all its criticisms of philosophy. A sociology of knowledge, on the other hand, denies implies not only the objective structure of society but the idea of objective truth and its cognition. To this sociology, as to the type of positivist economics to which its founder Pareto belonged, society is nothing but the average value of individual reactive modes. The doctrine of ideology turns back into a doctrine of subjective idols, similar to the early bourgeois one. In fact, this is a shyster's trick to get rid of materialist dialectics as a whole, along with philosophy. Classification serves a telltale localization of the mind. Such a reduction of so-called forms of consciousness goes perfectly with philosophical apologetics. The excuse of the sociology of knowledge, that the truth or untruth of philosophical teaching has nothing to do with social conditions, remains undisturbed. Relativism allies itself with the division of labor. The late Scheele did not hesitate to exploit this in his two worlds theory. The only way to pass philosophically into social categories is to decipher the truth content of philosophical categories. The concept of mind. We know that Hegel, in his chapter on master and servant, develops the genesis of self-consciousness from the labor relation, and that he does this by adjusting the I to itself, determined purpose as well as to heterogeneous matter. The origin of I and not I remains scarcely veiled. It is looked up in the real living process, in the legalities of the survival of the species, of providing it with nutriments. Thereafter, Hegel hypostatizes the mind, but in vain. To succeed somehow, he must blow it up into a whole, the total spirit, although according to the concept of the mind its differentia specifica is that it is a subject and thus not the whole. Such subtraction yields to no straining of the dialectical concept. A mind that is to be a totality is nonsense. It resembles the political parties in the singular which made their appearance in the 20th century, tolerating no other party beside them. The parties whose names grin in totalitarian states as allegories of the direct power of the particular. If we conceive the mind as a totality, eliminating every difference from the otherness it is to live by according to Hegel, the mind turns for a second time into the nothingness which at the outset of dialectical logic is to reveal pure being. The total spirit would evaporate in mere entity. At the time he wrote Phenomenology of Mind, Hegel would hardly have hesitated to designate the concept of the mind as self-transmitted, as both mind and not mind. He would not have followed up by casting off the chains of absolute identity. Yet if the mind, in what it is, needs that which it is not, a recourse to labor is no longer what apologists for the philosophical field reiterate as their last wisdom. It is no longer a. There remains the idealist insight that mental activity, as labor, is carried on as much by individuals as by the means they employ, and that performance of this activity degrades the individuals to its function. The idealist concept of the spirit exploits the passage to social labor. It is easy for the general activity that absorbs the individual actors to be transfigured into a noumenon while the individuals are ignored. The polemical answer to this is materialist sympathy with nominalism. Philosophically, however, the answer was too narrow. The thesis that individuality and individuals alone are the true reality was incompatible with Marx's Hegelian train theory of the law of value, which capitalism realizes over the heads of men. The dialectical transmission of the universal and the particular does not permit a theory that opts for the particular to overzealously treat the universal as a soap bubble. Such treatment would let the theory grasp neither the universal's pernicious supremacy in the status quo nor the idea of conditions which in giving individuals their due would rid the universal of its wretched particularity. But even to imagine a transcendental subject without society, without the individuals whom it integrates for good or ill, is just as impossible. This is what the concept of the transcendental subject founders on. Even Kant's universality seeks to be one for all, that is to say, for all rational beings, and the rational are a priori socialized. Scheele's attempt to banish materialism unceremoniously to the nominalist side was a tactical maneuver. First, and not without help from an undeniable lack of philosophical reflection, materialism was blackened as subaltern, and then its subalternity was gloriously conquered. The loathing which materialist dialectics felt for any crude Weltanschauung made it prefer an alliance with science, and yet, in its decline to a means of political rule, dialectics itself turned into such a Weltanschauung. It conflicts with Brecht's suicidal demand for simplification to tactical ends. It remains dialectical in nature, philosophy and anti-philosophy at once. The line that consciousness depends on being was not a metaphysics in reverse. It was pointed at the delusion that the mind is in itself, that it lies beyond the total process in which it finds itself as a moment. Yet the conditions of the mind are not the noumenon either. The term being means altogether different things to Marx and to Heidegger, and yet there is a common trait. In the ontological doctrine of being's priority over thought, in the transcendence of being, the materialist echo reverberates from a vast distance. The doctrine of being turns ideological as it imperceptibly spiritualizes the materialist moment in thought by transposing it into pure functionality beyond all entity, as it removes by magic whatever critique of a false consciousness resides in. The materialist concept of being, the word that was to name truth against ideology, comes to be the most untrue. The denial of ideality becomes the proclamation of an ideal sphere. Pure activity in Genesis. It is the mind's definition as an activity which immanently compels philosophy to pass from the mind to its otherness. From Kant on, no idealism could escape this definition, not even Hegel's. Activity, however, involves a mind in the Genesis which irks idealism as a contaminant. As the philosophers keep repeating, the mind as an activity is a sort of becoming, and therefore, almost more important to them yet, it is not of history. The simple concept of mental activity makes it intratemporal and historic, becoming as well as that which is become and in which becoming has accumulated. As the most general notion of time takes something temporal, no activity is without a substrate, without an agent and that which is acted upon. The idea of absolute activity hides only what is to be active. The pure is the shamefaced, metaphysically neutralized belief in a divine creator. The idealist doctrine of the absolute would absorb theological transcendence as a process, would bring it to an immanence that tolerates no absoluteness, no independence of ontological conditions. It may be idealism's most profound incongruity that on the one hand it must carry secularization to extremes lest it sacrifice its claim to totality, while on the other hand it cannot express totality, its phantom of the absolute, except in theological categories, torn out of religion. These categories come to be non-entities and are not fulfilled in that experience of consciousness into whose charge they are now given. Once humanized, mental activity can be attributed to no one and to nothing but the living. Thus a natural element infiltrates even the concept which most highly overshoots all naturalism, the concept of subjectivity as the synthetic unity of apperception. Only if the I on its part is also not I does it react to the not I. Only then does it do something. Only then would the doing itself be thinking. Thinking, in a second reflection, breaks the supremacy of thinking over its otherness, because it always is otherness already, within itself. Hence the supreme abstraction of all activity, the transcendental function, does not deserve to be ranked above the factual genses. No ontological abyss yawns between the moment of reality of that function and the activity of real subjects, and neither, therefore, does one yawn between the mind and labor. It is true that labor, the production of something that was a conception but not yet a fact, is not exhausted in existence. The mind can no more be be leveled down to existence than existence can be leveled down to the mind. But the mind's non-being moment is so intertwined with existence that to pick it out neatly would be the same as to objectify and falsify it. The controversy about the priority of mind and body is a predialectical proceeding. It carries on the question of a first, all but hellenistically aiming at them. It is ontological in form, although the answer may sound materialistic in substance. Both body and mind are abstractions of their experience. Their radical difference is posited, reflecting the mind's historically gained self-consciousness and its rejection of what it denies for its own identity's sake. All mental things are modified physical impulses, and such modification is their qualitative recoil into what not merely is. Urge, according to Schelling's insight, is the mind's preliminary form. Suffering physical. The supposed basic facts of consciousness are something other than mere facts of consciousness. In the dimension of pleasure and displeasure they are invaded by a physical moment. All pain and all negativity, the moving forces of dialectical thinking, assume the variously conveyed, sometimes unrecognizable form of physical things. Just as all happiness aims at sensual fulfillment and obtains its objectivity in that fulfillment, a happiness blocked off from every such aspect is no happiness. This dimension is the anti-spiritual side of the spirit, and in subjective sense data it is enfeebled, so to speak, into the spirit's epistemological copy, not so very different from Hume's curious theory that our ideas, facts being, too, is thus completely indifferent toward entity. But the closer, the more inherently pleasurable this relaxed state, the more inevitable is the inactive, unwitting creation in eternity of a quiet craving to come to oneself, a craving to find and to enjoy oneself, an urge to grow conscious of which nonetheless the relaxation does not make one conscious. Schelling, Die Welt Alter, Munich 1946, page 136. And thus, from the bottom stage on, we see nature follow its inmost, most hidden desire to keep rising and advancing in its urge, until at last it has attracted the highest essentiality, the pure spirituality itself, and has made it its own. Ibid, page 140, of consciousness with an intentional function, are faded copies of our impressions. This doctrine is easy to criticize as secretly expressing a naive naturalism. In fact, it is a last epistemological quiver of the somatic element, before that element is totally expelled. It is the somatic element's survival, in knowledge, as the unrest that makes knowledge move, the unassuaged unrest that reproduces itself in the advancement of knowledge. Conscious unhappiness is not a delusion of the mind's vanity but something inherent in the mind, the one authentic dignity it has received in its separation from the body. This dignity is the mind's negative reminder of its physical aspect. Its capability of that aspect is the only source of whatever hope the mind can have. The smallest trace of senseless suffering in the empirical world belies all the identitarian philosophy that would talk us out of that suffering. While there is a beggar, there is a myth, as Benjamin put it. 15. This is why the philosophy of identity is the mythological form of thought. The physical moment tells our knowledge that suffering ought not to be, that things should be different. Woe speaks. Go hence the convergence of specific materialism with criticism, with social change and practice. It is not up to the individual sufferer to abolish suffering or mitigate it to a degree which theory cannot anticipate, to which it can set no limit. This job is up solely to the species, to which the individual belongs even where he subjectively renounces it and is objectively thrust into the absolute loneliness of a helpless object. All activities of the species point to its continued physical existence, although they may be misconceptions of it. Independent organizations whose business is done only by the way, even the steps which society takes to exterminate itself are at the same time absurd acts of unleashed self-preservation. They are forms of unconscious social action against suffering, even though an obtuse view of society's own interest turns their total particularity against that interest. Confronted with such steps, their purpose, and this alone makes society a society, calls for it to be so organized as the productive forces would directly permit it here and now, and as the conditions of production on either side relentlessly prevent it. The telos of such an organization of society would be to negate the physical suffering of even the least of its members, and to negate the internal reflexive forms of that suffering. By now, this negation in the interest of all can be realized only in a solidarity that is transparent to itself and all the living. Materialism imageless. To those who do not want such realization, materialism has since done the favor to debase itself. The tutelage that caused this is not mankind's own fault, as Kant thought. In the meantime, at least, it has come to be systematically reproduced by men in power. The objective spirit, which they maneuver because they need its restraint, adjusts to a consciousness that has been restrained over thousands of years. And materialism come to political power is no less sold on such practices than the world it once wanted to change. It keeps fettering the human consciousness instead of comprehending it and changing it on its part, on the threadbare pretext of a dictatorship, now half a century old, of the proletariat, long bureaucratically administered. Governmental terror machines entrench themselves as permanent institutions, mocking the theory they carry on their lips. They chain their vassals to their most direct concerns and keep them stupid. Yet the deprivation of theory could not have happened had there been no apocryphal dregs in it. In their summary treatment of culture, from the outside, the functionaries who monopolize it would clumsily feign superiority to culture, thereby rendering aid to universal regression. Those whose expectations of imminent revolution made them wish to liquidate philosophy were impatient enough with its demands to lag behind philosophy even then. The apocryphal part of materialism reveals the one of high philosophy, the untruth and the sovereignty of the spirit which the reigning materialism disdains as cynically as bourgeois society used to do in secret. Idealistic majesty is the apocryphal imprint, a relationship which the texts of Kafka and Beckett glaringly illuminate. The deficiencies of materialism are the unreflected deficiencies of the prevailing condition. What has been unable to keep up, due to the failing principle of spiritualization, is worse in comparison with that which is superior and shamed by the sight of the lastingly inferior. This extraterritoriality of the fourth estate is perpetuated by materialism's philistine and barbarian aspects, perpetuated into a culture which is now no longer confined to the fourth estate but has spread throughout culture itself. Materialism comes to be the very relapse into barbarism which it was supposed to prevent. To work against this is not the most irrelevant among the tasks of critical theory, otherwise the old untruth will continue with a diminished coefficient of friction and a more baneful effect. Subalternity increases. Once the revolution has suffered the same fate as the second coming, materialist theory became not only aesthetically defective, as against the vacuous sublimity of bourgeois consciousness, it became untrue. This is theoretically determinable. Dialectics lies in things, but it could not exist without the consciousness that reflects it, no more than it can evaporate into that consciousness. If matter were total, undifferentiated, and flatly singular, there would be no dialectics in it. In official materialist dialectics, epistemology was skipped by fiat. Epistemology's revenge has been the image doctrine. The thought is not an image of the thing. It becomes that only in an Epicurean style materialist mythology which invents the emission by matter of little images. The thought aims at the thing itself. itself. Demythologization, the thought's enlightening intent, deletes the image character of consciousness. What clings to the image remains idolatry. Mythic enthrallment. The totality of images blends into a wall before reality. The image theory denies the spontaneity of the subject, a movement of the objective dialectics of productive forces and conditions. If the subject is bound to mulishly mirror the object, necessarily missing the object, which only opens itself to the subjective surplus in the thought, the result is the unpeaceful spiritual silence of integral administration. Nothing but an indefatigably reified consciousness will believe, or will persuade others to believe, that it possesses photographs of objectivity. The illusions of such a consciousness turn into dogmatic immediacies. When Lenin, rather than go in for epistemology, opposed it and compulsively reiterated avowals of the nominality of cognitive objects, he meant to demonstrate that subjective positivism is conspiring with the powers that be. His political requirements turned him against the goal of theoretical cognition. A transcendent argumentation disposes of things on the basis of its claim to power, and with disastrous results. The unpenetrated target of the criticism remains undisturbed as it is, and not being hit at all. It can be resurrected at will and change constellations of power. Brecht said once that the book on empirio-criticism obviated any further need to criticize the philosophy of immanence. It was a short-sighted remark. Materialist theory is subject to philosophical desiderata if it is not to succumb to the same provincialism that disfigures art in Eastern countries. The object of theory is not something immediate, of which theory might carry home a replica. Knowledge has not, like the state police, a rogues gallery of its objects. Rather, it conceives them as it conveys them, else it would be content to describe the facade. As Brecht did admit, after all, the criterion of sense perception, overstretched and problematic even in its proper place, is not applicable to radically indirect society. What immigrated into the object as the law of its motion, inevitably concealed by the ideological form of the phenomenon, eludes that criterion. Marx, disgusted with the academic squabbles, went rampaging through the epistemological categories like the proverbial bull in the china shop. He scarcely put too much weight on terms such as reflection, where alleged supremacy is won at the cost of the subjective critical moment. Living side by side with ideology and the stress on that moment is a bit of hostility to ideology, a bar to the subrection that products and conditions of production are immediate nature. No theory may, for agitatorial simplicity's sake, play the fool about objectively attained knowledge. Theory must reflect the state of this knowledge and promote its advance. The unity of theory and practice was not meant as a concession to weakness of thought, which is a terrorism spawned by the repressive society. The computer, which thinking wants to make its own equal and to whose greater glory it would like nothing better than to eliminate itself, is the bankruptcy petition of consciousness in the face of a reality which at the present stage is not given, visually but functionally, an abstraction in itself. Representational thinking would be without reflection, an undialectical contradiction, for without reflection there is no theory, a consciousness interpolating images, a third element, between itself and that which it thinks would unwittingly reproduce idealism. A body of ideas would substitute for the object of cognition, and the subjective arbitrariness of such ideas is that of the authorities. The materialist longing to grasp the thing aims at the opposite. It is only in the absence of images that the full object could be conceived. Such absence concurs with the theological ban on images. Materialism brought that ban into secular form by not permitting utopia to be positively pictured. This is the substance of its negativity. At its most materialistic, materialism comes to agree with theology. Its great desire would be the resurrection of the flesh, a desire utterly foreign to idealism, the realm of the absolute spirit. The perspective vanishing point of historic materialism would be itself sublimation, the spirit's liberation from the primacy of material needs in their state of fulfillment. Only if the physical urge were quenched would the spirit be reconciled and would become that which it only promises, while the spell of material conditions will not let it satisfy material needs. Part 3. Models. 1. Freedom. On the Metacritique of Practical Reason pseudo-problems. The talk of pseudo-problems comes from the Age of Enlightenment, when its point was to keep an unquestioned dogmatic authority from leading to considerations held to be impossible to decide for the very thought they were submitted to. There is a ring of this in the pejorative use of the word scholasticism, but pseudo-problems have long ceased to be regarded as those that defy rational judgment and mock the rational interest. Instead, they are viewed as the problems in which the concepts used are unclearly defined. A semantical taboo chokes off questions of fact as if they were mere questions of meaning. Preliminary considerations degenerate into a ban on consideration. What may or may not be reflected upon, however urgent, is regulated by a method blithely modeled after the current methods of exact science. Approved modes of proceeding. Pure means gain primacy over the ends, the goals of cognition. Experiences that balk at being unequivocally tagged get a dressing down. The difficulties they cause are said to be due solely to lose. Pre-scientific nomenclature. The relevance of the question whether there is free will matches the technical terms recalcitrance at the desideratum of stating clearly what they mean, with legal and penal process. And finally the possibility of that which throughout philosophical tradition has been called morality or ethics. Depending upon the answer, our intellectual need does not allow us to be talked out of a naive question as a pseudo-problem. A poor ersatz satisfaction is offered to that need by self-righteously tidy thinking, and yet the semantical critique cannot be carelessly ignored. A question's urgency cannot compel an answer if no true answer is obtainable. Even less can the fallible need, however desperate, point the direction of the answer. We would not have to reflect on the topics under discussion by judging their being or non-being, but by expanding their definition so it will include the impossibility to nail them down, as well as the compulsion to conceive them. This is what is attempted, with or without any such explicit intent, in the antinomy chapter of the Critique of Pure Reason and in long passages of the Critique of Practical Reason, although Kant, in the process, did not altogether avoid the dogmatic usage which, like Hume, he chides in other traditional concepts. He settled the conflicts between facticity, nature, and inescapable thoughts, the intelligible world, in dichotomical fashion. Yet if we cannot point to freedom or the will as things in being, this does not mean, in analogy to simple, pre-dialectical epistemology, that specific impulses or experiences cannot be synthesized under concepts to which no naturalistic substrate corresponds. Concepts that reduce those impulses or experiences to a common denominator in similar fashion. For instance, as the Kantian object will reduce its phenomena. On that model, the will would be the lawful unity of all impulses that prove to be both spontaneous and rationally determined, as distinct from natural causality, although remaining in the framework of that causality. For outside the causal connection there can be no sequence of volitive acts. Freedom would be the word for the possibility of those impulses. This agile episteme-critical solution definition does not suffice, however. The either-or exacted by the question of free will is both succinct and worth asking, and in the concept of the will as the lawful unity of its impulses it is indifferently glossed over. Above all, in the concept formation that takes its bearings from the model of the subjective philosophy of immanent we tacitly assume a monadological structure of both will and freedom. Yet this structure is contradicted by the simplest of things, by way of what analytical psychologists call the test of reality. Countless moments of external, notably social, reality invade the decisions designated by the words will and freedom. If the concept of rationality in the will means anything at all, it must refer precisely to that invasion. However obstinately this may be denied by Kant. In fact, considering the actual decisions that permit us to ask whether they are free or unfree, what lends the eminently philosophical definition of those concepts its elegance and its autarky is an abstraction. The psychological moment left over by that abstraction is scant as compared with the real complexion of within and without. From this impoverished, chemically pure remnant we cannot tell what may be predicated about freedom, or about its opposite. To put it more strictly, and at the same time in more Kantian terms, the empirical subject that makes those decisions and only an empirical one can make them, the transcendentally pure I would be incapable of impulses, is itself a moment of the spatial temporal external world. It has no ontological priority before that world. This is why the attempt to localize the question of free will in the empirical subject must fail. In that attempt, the line between the intelligible and the empirical realm is drawn in the midst of empiricism. This much of the thesis of the pseudo-problem is true. As soon as we ask about free will by asking about each individual decision, as soon as our question detaches these decisions from their context and the individual from society, the question will yield to the fallacy of absolute, pure being in itself. A limited subjective experience will usurp the dignity of the most certain of things. There is something fictitious about the substrate of the alternative. The supposedly nominal subject is transmitted within itself by that from which it is distinguished, by the context of all subjects. The transmission makes it what in its sense of freedom it does not want to be. It becomes heteronymous, even where unfreedom is positively assumed. The conditions of unfreedom, as those of an eminently conclusive psychological causality, are sought in the isolated individual, which essentially is not so isolated. Not even the individual can find the fact of freedom in himself, and neither can the naive sense of acting arbitrarily be simply extinguished post festum by the theorem of determination. It was in a late phase only that the doctrine of psychological determinism was carried through. A split in the concern with freedom. Ever since the 17th century, freedom had been defined as all great philosophy's most private concern. Philosophy had an unexpressed mandate from the bourgeoisie to find transparent grounds for freedom. But that concern is antagonistic in itself. It goes against the old oppression and promotes the new one, the one that hides in the principle of rationality itself. One seeks a common formula for freedom and oppression, ceding freedom to the rationality that restricts it, and removing it from empiricism in which one does not even want to see it realized. The dichotomy also refers to progressive scientification. The bourgeois class is in league with this insofar as it promotes production, but it must fear scientific progress as soon as that progress interferes with the belief that its freedom, already resigned to internality, is existent. This is the real background of the doctrine of antinomies. In the works of Kant, and later in those of the idealists, the idea of freedom comes to be contrasted with the research of the individual sciences, of psychology in particular. Kant banishes the objects of this research to the realm of unfreedom. Positive sciences assigned its place beneath speculation. In Kant's case, beneath the doctrine of the noumena, with the flagging of speculative vigor and the correlative evolution of individual sciences, the antithesis has been exacerbated to the extreme. The sciences paid the price in narrow-mindedness, and philosophy, in non-committal vacuity. The more of its substance is confiscated by the individual sciences, as psychology, for instance, commandeered the genesis of character, on which even Kant still made wild guesses, the more embarrassingly will the philosophers on freedom of the will deteriorate into declamations. If the sciences keep searching for more legality, and if this search, ahead of any ideology, drives them to the side of determinism, philosophy becomes increasingly a depository of pre-scientific, apologetical views of freedom. The antinomics of freedom is an essential moment of Kant's philosophy, as the dialectics of freedom is an essential moment of Hegel's. Later on, oaths to the idol of a sublime realm above empiricism were taken by academic philosophy, at least. Praise of the intelligible freedom of the individuals allowed empirical individuals to be held more ruthlessly accountable, to be more effectively curbed with the prospect of punishment that could be metaphysically justified. The alliance of libertarian doctrine and repressive practice removes philosophy farther and farther from genuine insight into the freedom and unfreedom of the living. Anachronistic, it approximates that jejune edification which Hegel diagnosed as the affliction of philosophy. But because an individual science, the prime example is criminal jurisprudence, cannot cope with the question of freedom and must reveal its own incompetence, it seeks help from the very philosophy whose bad, abstract antithesis to scientificism will not let it render that help. Where science finds problems insoluble and looks to philosophy for a decision, philosophy extends no more than the solace of a Weltanschauung. It is from this, then, that the scientists take their bearings, according to taste and, one must fear, according to the structure of their own psychological drives. The relation to the complex of freedom and determinism is laid into the hands of an arbitrary irrationality that wavers between dogmatic generalities and inconclusive, more or less empirical single determinations. In the end, one's position regarding that complex comes to depend upon his political creed, or upon the power he happens to recognize at the moment. Reflections on freedom and determinism sound archaic, as though dating from the early times of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, but that freedom grows obsolete without having been realized. This is not a fatality to be accepted. It is a fatality which resistance must clarify. Not the least of the reasons why the idea of freedom lost its power over people is that from the outset it was conceived so abstractly and subjectively that the objective social trends found it easy to bury. Freedom, determinism, identity, indifference to freedom, to the concept and to the thing itself, is caused by the integration of society, which happens to the subjects as if it were irresistible. Their interest in being provided for has paralyzed the interest in a freedom which they fear would leave them unprotected. The mere mention of freedom sounds as bombastic as the appeal to it. This is what an intransigent nominalism adjusts to. Its relegation, by a logical canon, of objective antinomies to the realm of pseudo-problems has a social function. It serves to conceal contradictions by their denial, by holding on to data, or to their contemporary legatees, the protocol statements. One relieves a human consciousness of what runs counter to its outward situation. Under the rules of that ideology, only modes of human conduct in different situations would have to be discussed and classified. Talk of will or freedom would be concept fetishism. As actually proposed by the behaviorists, one would have simply to reference all definitions of the ego into reactive modes and individual reactions, which would then have solidified. No notice taken of the fact that what has been solidified brings forth new qualities distinct from the reflexes from which it may have arisen. Unconsciously, the positivists obey the dogma of the superior first which their metaphysical archenemies entertained, for the most revered is the oldest, and the sworn witness is paid the highest homage. One in Aristotle's case. The first is the mythos, of which the out-and-out anti-mythologists retain the conception that whatever is can be reduced to what once has been. The equality of their quantifying method leaves no more room for the evolving otherness than does the spell of fate. But what has been objectified in men, from their reflexes and against their reflexes, their character or their will, the potential organ of their freedom, this undermines freedom too. For it embodies the principle of dominion, to which men progressively submit. The identity of the self and its alienation are companions from the beginning. This is why the concept of self-alienation is poorly romanticist. Identity, the condition of freedom, is immediately and simultaneously the principle of determinism. There is a will insofar as a man objectified himself into a character, toward himself, whatever that may be, he thus becomes something external, after the model of the outward world of things that is subjected to causality. Besides, the positivistic concept of reaction, a concept purely descriptive in intent, presupposes incomparably more than it admits. It presupposes a passive dependence on each given situation. The interaction of subject and object is spirited away, a priori, while spontaneity is excluded by the very method. It is in line with the ideology of adjustment that men, ever ready to serve the world's course, should once more be broken of that contrary habit, spontaneity. If passive reactions were all there is, all would, in the older philosophical terminology, be receptivity. There could be no thinking. If the will takes consciousness, we may presume, correlatively, that consciousness takes a will. On the other hand, self-preservation in its history calls for more than conditioned reflexes, and thus it prepares for what it would eventually transcend. In doing so, it presumably emulates the biological individual's prescription of the form of his reflexes. The reflexes scarcely would be without any unity. The strengthening moment is the self of self-preservation. It is to this that freedom opens as the difference that has evolved between the self and the reflexes. Freedom and organized society. Without any thought of freedom, theoretical reasons for an organized society would be hard to find. Society in its turn will then curtail freedom. Both might be shown on Hobbes' construction of the social contract. Unlike Hobbes, the determinist, a factually consistent determinism would sanction the bellum omnium contra omnes. If all men were equally predetermined and blind, every criterion of actions would fall by the wayside. The perspective of an extremity is unveiled. Whether the demand for freedom, put forth so that men can live together, does not contain a paralogism. That freedom must be a reality lest there be horror. In fact, there is horror because there is no freedom yet. Reflection on the question of free will does not abolish the question but turns it into one for the philosophy of history. Why have the two theses, the will is free and the will is unfree, become an antinomy? The historical origin of that reflection did not escape Kant, who expressly based the revolutionary claim of his own ethics on the delay in the reflection. Man was seen to be bound to laws by his duty, but it occurred to no one that the only legislation to which man is subject is his own and yet universal, and that his only obligation is to act in line with the will that is his own but is also universally law, giving according to the ends of nature. By no means, however, did it occur to Kant whether freedom itself, to him, an eternal idea, might not be essentially historic, and that not just as a concept but in its empirical substance. Whole epochs, whole societies lacked not only the concept of freedom but the thing. To attribute the thing to them as an objective noumenon, even though totally hidden from the people concerned, would conflict with the Kantian transcendental principle, with the principle that is said to be founded in the subjective consciousness and would be untenable as the supposed consciousness at large if it were wholly lacking in any living person. Hence, probably, Kant's stubborn endeavor to demonstrate the moral sense as something that exists everywhere, even in the radically wicked. Otherwise he would have had to say that phases and societies in which there is no freedom are not only not rational but not human, and the adherent of Rousseau would scarcely have stooped to saying that, before the formation of the individual in the modern sense, which to Kant was a matter of course, in the sense meaning not simply the biological human being, but the one constituted as a unit by its own self-reflection. 3. The Hegelian self. Consciousness. It is an anachronism to talk of freedom, whether as a reality or as a challenge. Likewise, freedom, which without impairment can only be achieved under social conditions of unfettered plenty, might be wholly extinguished again, perhaps without leaving a trace. The trouble is not that free men do radical evil is being done beyond all measure conceivable to Kant. The trouble is that as yet there is no world in which there are flashes of this in Brecht's work. Men would no longer need to be evil. Evil, therefore, is the world's own unfreedom. Whatever evil is done comes from the world. Society destines the individuals to be what they are, even by their immanent genesis. Their freedom or unfreedom is not primary, as it would seem under the veil of the principium individuationis. For the ego, as Schopenhauer explained by the myth of Meyer's veil, makes even the insight into its dependence difficult to gain for the subjective consciousness. The principle of individualization, the law of particularity to which the universal reason in the individuals is tied, tends to insulate them from the encompassing contexts and thereby strengthens their flattering confidence in the subject's autarky. Under the name of freedom, their totality is contrasted with the totality of whatever restricts individuality. Yet the principium individuationis is by no means a metaphysically ultimate and unalterable, and thus it is not freedom either. Freedom is a moment, rather, in a twofold sense, it is entwined, not to be isolated, and for the time being it is never more than an instant of spontaneity, a historical node, the road to which is blocked under present conditions. The individual's independence, inappropriately stressed by liberal ideology, does not prevail, nor is there any denying his extremely real separation from society, which that ideology misinterprets. At times the individual would oppose himself to society as an independent being, though a particular one, a being capable of rationally pursuing its own interest. In that phase, and beyond it, the question of freedom was the genuine question whether society permits the individual to be as free as it promises, and thus it was also the question whether society itself is as free as it promises. Temporarily, the individual looms above the blind social context, but in his windowless isolation he only helps so much more to reproduce that context. No less indicative of the historic experience that inside and outside are unreconciled is the thesis of unfreedom. Men are unfree because they are beholden to externality, and this externality in turn consists also of men themselves. As perceived in Hegel's phenomenology, it is only from that which has been divided from it, from that which is necessarily against it, that the subject acquires the concepts of freedom and unfreedom which it will then relate to its own monadological structure. The pre-philosophical consciousness is located this side of the alternative. To a subject that acts naively and opposes itself to its environment, its own conditioning is non-transparent. To dominate this conditioning, consciousness must render it transparent. The thought, by means of its freedom, turns back to itself as to its subject, and its sovereignty also leads to the concept of unfreedom. The two concepts are not a simple antithesis, they are interwoven. No theoretical curiosity can make us aware of this. It is the nature controlling sovereignty and its social form, dominion over people, that suggests the opposite of our consciousness, the idea of freedom. Its historical archetype was he who is topmost in hierarchies, the man who is not visibly dependent. In the abstract universal concept of things beyond nature, freedom is spiritualized into freedom from the realm of causality. With that, however, it becomes a self-deception. Psychologically speaking, the subject's interest in the thesis that it is free would be narcissistic, as immoderate as anything of the kind. There is narcissism even in Kant's arguments, for all his categorical localization of freedom in a sphere above psychology. According to his foundation for a metaphysics of morals, everyone, including the most arrant knave, need only be shown examples of honest intent, of constancy in following good maxims, of compassion and of general goodwill, to wish that he too were so minded. He can expect no gratification of desires from this, no condition that would satisfy any of his real or otherwise conceivable inclinations, but only a greater inner worth of his person. But he believes that he is this better person when he puts himself on the standpoint of a member of the intelligible world, a move he is involuntarily compelled to make by the idea of freedom, that is, independence of determining causes from the sensible world, for there is no effort Kant will not make to prove that this expectation of an enhanced inner personal worth, this supposed motivation behind the thesis of freedom, rests in turn upon the moral law, on the very objectivity to which, on the other hand, consciousness is said to rise only on grounds of that expectation, and yet he cannot make us forget that in our view of freedom the practical use of common human reason 5 is coupled with the need for self-exaltation, with the person's worth, that immediate consciousness, the common moral cognition of reason which is the methodical starting point of Kant's foundation, will find itself no less interested in denying the same freedom which it claims. The more freedom the subject, and the community of subjects, ascribes to itself, the greater its responsibility, and before this responsibility it must fail in a bourgeois life which in practice has never yet endowed a subject with the unabridged autonomy accorded to it in theory. Hence the subject must feel guilty. What makes the subjects aware of the bounds of their freedom is that they are part of nature, and finally, that they are powerless against society, which has become independent of them. Yet the universality of the concept of freedom, a concept shared by the oppressed as well, recoils against dominion as freedom's model. Reacting to this recoil, those who have the privilege of freedom delight in finding others not yet ripe for freedom. They rationalize this persuasively by way of natural causality. The subjects are not only fused with their own physical nature, a consistent legality holds sway also in the psychological realm, which reflection has laboriously divided from the world of bodies. This feeling rose proportionally with the soul's definition as a unit, but a sense of unfreedom exists no more than does an immediately evident sense of freedom. It always requires either that socially perceived phenomenon be reflected upon the subject, the oldest instance is the so-called Platonic psychology, or that objectifications be performed by psychological science, in whose hands its discovery, the life of the soul, becomes a thing among things and falls under the causality predicated by the world of things. The impulse before the ego, the dawning sense of freedom feeds upon the memory of the archaic impulse not yet steered by any solid eye. The more the eye curbs that impulse, the more chaotic and thus questionable will it find the pretemporal freedom. Without an anamnesis of the untamed impulse that precedes the ego, an impulse later banished to the zone of unfree bondage to nature, it would be impossible to derive the idea of freedom, although that idea in turn ends up reinforcing the ego. In spontaneity, the philosophical concept that does most to exalt freedom as a mode of conduct above empirical existence, there resounds the echo of that by whose control and ultimate destruction the eye of idealistic philosophy means to prove its freedom. Through an apologia for its perverted form, society encourages the individuals to hypostatize their individuality and thus their freedom. As far as such a stubborn delusion extends, it is solely in pathogenous states that a consciousness learns about its unfree side. In compulsion neuroses, for instance, they bid it act, within the circumference of its own eminence, in line with laws which the consciousness experiences as alien to the eye. Freedom is denied in its own native realm. Another metapsychological aspect of the pain of the neuroses is their destruction of a convenient image. Free within, unfree without, although in its pathic condition the subject will not come to see the truth conveyed by that condition, a truth which it can reconcile neither with its drives nor with its rational concerns. This truth content of neuroses is that the eye has its unfreedom demonstrated to it, within itself, by something alien to it, by the feeling that this isn't me at all. Neuroses are true insofar as they demonstrate the ego's unfreedom precisely where its rule over its inner nature fails. Whatever falls under the unity of what traditional epistemology called personal self-consciousness, it's self-compulsive in nature, since all moments of that unity bear its stamp as that of illegality. All this seems free to the self, retrieving ego whose idea of freedom derives from the model of its own rule. First, from its rule over people and things, and then, internalized, from its rule over its entire concrete substance, which it commands by thinking it. This is not just the self-deception of immediacy blown up into an absolute. Only if one acts as an I, not just reactively, can his action be called free in any sense. And yet, what would be equally free is that which is not tamed by the I as the principle of any determination. That which, as in Kant's moral philosophy, strikes the I as unfree and has indeed been unfree to this day. The progress of self-experience makes freedom as a datum problematical for this experience, and since the subject's interest in freedom will not dwindle, it sublimates freedom into an idea. Metapsychologically, this is verified by the psychoanalytical theory of repression. According to that theory, and dialectically enough, the repressing agent, the compulsive mechanism, is one with the I, the organ of freedom. In ourselves, by introspection, we discover neither a positive freedom nor a positive unfreedom. We conceive both in their relation to extramental things, freedom as a polemical counter-image attached to the suffering brought on by social coercion, unfreedom as that coercion's image. This is how little the subject is the sphere of absolute origins, as it will be philosophizingly called. The very definitions that uphold its claim to sovereignty always need also what is said to need nothing but them. As those definitions are understood, what is decisive in the ego, its independence and autonomy, can be judged only in relation to its otherness, to the non-ego. Whether or not there is autonomy depends upon its adversary and antithesis, on the object which either grants or denies autonomy to the subject. Detached from the object, autonomy is fictitious. Experimenta crucis. Consciousness cannot learn much about freedom from its self-experience, as witness the experimenta crucis of introspection. Not for nothing is the most popular one laid to an ass. Kant sticks to the same pattern in his attempt to show freedom by way of the decision to rise from a chair, a decision that would be more fitting in a play by Beckett, to decide cogently, empirically, so to speak, whether the will is free. Situations must be rigorously cleansed of their empirical content. The determinants we can perceive in the conditions that are created for the thought experiment must be as few as possible. But in every less clownish paradigm the deciding subject is provided with rational reasons that would have to be chalked off as determinants. The experiments are condemned to inanity by the principle on which decisions are supposed to be made, and this depreciates the decisions. Pure situations elaborate and are not apt to occur where they are not devised or brought about in order to demonstrate freedom. And even if something of the kind were discoverable anywhere, it would be irrelevant to any person's life and therefore for freedom. Some of Kant's experimenta crucis have greater pretensions. Of course, they are dressed up as empirical evidence of the right to introduce freedom into science, since experience too confirms this order of concepts within us six, whereas empirical evidence of something which in Kant's own theory is classified as super-empirical ought to arouse his suspicions, rather, with the critical facts thus placed in the very sphere from which they are said to be removed as a matter of principle. And indeed, the example is not stringent. Suppose one maintains that his carnal desire is quite irresistible for him if the beloved object and the opportunity for it were found. Ask him whether, if there were a gallows erected outside the house where he finds that opportunity, for hanging him as soon as he had slaked his lust, whether in this case he would not curb his desire. No need to guess about his answer, but ask him whether, if on the same instant pain of death his sovereign ordered him to bear false witness against an honest man, for whose ruin the prince wants a pretext. Ask whether then, however great his love of life, he thinks it would be possible for him to overcome it. He may not dare say whether or not he would, but he must unhesitatingly admit the possibility. Therefore, in judging that he can do a thing because he feels he ought to do it, he comes to know within himself the freedom of which otherwise, without the moral law, he would have remained ignorant. 7. That the thing can be done. This the man charged with carnal desire would presumably concede as readily as the victim of coercion by the tyrant whom Kant respectfully calls his sovereign. It would probably be the truth if both men, mindful of the weight which self-preservation carries in such decisions, denied knowing how they would act in the real situation. In that situation, psychological moments like the ego drive and fear of death cannot fail to take forms differing from the improbable cogitative experiment that neutralizes them into unaffectively ponderable ideas. However consummate a man's integrity, there is no telling how he would act under torture. The situation, by then anything but fictitious, sets a limit upon what Kant takes for matters of course. His example does not, as he hoped, allow us to legitimize freedom by use in practice. The best we can do with it is shrug it off. Another Kantian example, that of the card sharp, is no more serviceable. If a man has lost at cards he may feel anger at himself and his imprudence, but if he is aware of having cheated, he must, even though he has won thereby, despise himself when he compares his action with the moral law. This, then, must be something other than the principle of one's own happiness. To be obliged to say to myself, I am a knave although I have lined my pockets, I need a standard of judgment that differs from applauding myself and saying, I am clever, for I have enriched myself, granting even that the cheat will reflect upon the moral law. Whether or not he will despise himself is a crassly empirical question. He may be infantile and deem himself one of the chosen, above all bourgeois responsibilities. He may chuckle at the successful caper, with his narcissism shielding him from the alleged self-disdain, or he may have acted in accordance with a moral code approved among his kind. The pathos with which he would have to brand himself a knave is based on recognition of Kant's moral law, of the law Kant wants to base upon the example, in the group of all those covered by the concept of moral insanity. For instance, that law is suspended, yet they are by no means irrational. It is only metaphorically that they can be classed with the insane. When any thesis about the mundus intelligibilis seeks comfort from the empirical world, it must put up with empirical criteria, and these criteria speak against the comfort, in line with the speculative thought's aversion to the so-called example, as to something inferior. Kant's work is not lacking in displays of that aversion. This is also the only great benefit of examples, that they sharpen the power of judgment, for as regards the accuracy and precision of intellectual insight, they commonly tend somewhat to impair this, rather, because they seldom adequately meet the conditions of the rule, as casus interminis, and because, moreover, they often weaken the intellect's effort to understand the sufficiency of rules in general, independently of the particular circumstances of experience, and they therefore ultimately breed a habit of using rules like formulas more than as principles. Thus examples are the leading strings of judgment, which he who lacks a natural gift for that power can never do without. 9. Contrary to his own insight, Kant did not disdain to use examples in the critique of practical reason. He needed them, one suspects, because empirical subreption was the only way to demonstrate the relation between existence and the formal moral law, and thus the possibility of the imperative. This is a vengeance exacted by his philosophy. His examples are stabs at thin air. The absurdity of moral experiments may have its core in their coupling of incompatibles, in their undertaking to calculate things which are beyond the realm of calculability. The addendum. Despite all this, the experiments show a moment which we may call the addendum, in line with the vague way it is experienced. The subject's decisions do not roll off in a causal chain. What the Kantian cogitative experiments are not unlike existentialist ethics. Kant knew well that goodwill is conveyed in the continuity of a lifetime rather than in isolated acts, but in the experiment, to make it prove what it should, he exacerbates goodwill into a choice between two alternatives. That continuity hardly exists anymore, which is why Sartre, in a kind of regression to the 18th century, clings to the decision alone. Yet the alternative situation, which is supposed to demonstrate autonomy, is heteronymous before every matter of substance. Kant needs a despot for one of his exemplary situations of choice. Analogously, many of Sartre's situations are derived from fascism and true as indictments of fascism, not as a condition in men. A free man would only be one who need not bow to any alternatives, and under existing circumstances there is a touch of freedom in refusing to accept the alternatives. Freedom means to criticize and change situations, not to confirm them by deciding within their coercive structure. Brecht, in defiance of his official creed, held this insight along after a talk with students, when he followed up his doctrinal collectivistic piece on yes sir with the deviating naysayer, occurs as a jolt, rather, In traditional philosophy, this factual addendum in which consciousness externalizes itself is again interpreted as nothing but consciousness. It is supposed to intervene as if the intervention was somehow conceivable to the pure mind. Construed, to this end, is quod erat demonstrandum, that the subject's reflection alone is able, if not to break through natural causality, at least to change its direction by adding other motivational chains. The self-experience of the moment of freedom depends on consciousness. The subject knows itself to be free only insofar as its action strikes it as identical with it, and that is the case in conscious actions only. In those alone can subjectivity laboriously, ephemerally raise its head, but the insistence on this was rationalistically narrowed. In that sense Kant, in keeping with his conception of practical reason as that which is truly pure, that is, sovereign in relation to any material, kept clinging to the school overthrown by his critique of theoretical reason. Consciousness, rational insight, is not simply the same as a free act. We cannot flatly equate it with the will, yet this precisely is what happens in Kant's thinking. To him, the will is the epitome of freedom, the power to act freely, the unifying characteristic of all acts conceived as free. Of the categories which in the field of the supersensory are necessarily connected with the determining ground of the pure will, he teaches that they always refer only to intelligent beings, and even in these only to the relation of reason to the will, and thus always only to practice. It is through the will, he says, that reason creates its reality, untrammeled by the material, whatever its kind. This may be what the formulation scattered throughout Kant's moral philosophical writings converge upon. In the Foundation for a Metaphysics of Morals, the will is conceived as a faculty to make oneself act according to the idea of certain laws. 11 later in the same book, the will is said to be a sort of causality of living creatures, provided they are rational, and freedom with the idea of certain laws is tantamount to the concept of pure reason, defined by Kant, after all, as the faculty of deriving cognition from principles, be the quality of this causality, since it can be at work independently of alien causes that determine it. 12 The oxymoron causality by freedom, appearing in the thesis of the third antinomy and explicated in the Foundation, owes its plausibility solely to the abstraction which has reason exhaust the will without a remainder. In fact, freedom turns for Kant into a quality of the causality of living subjects because it lies beyond alien determining causes, and because it contracts into that necessity which coincides with reason. His view of the will as a faculty of purposes 13 and the critique of practical reason takes its bearings from the concept of objective purposes, and yet the will is still interpreted as theoretical reason, since the purposes are at all times determining causes of the faculty of desire according to principles. 14 To be conceived as principles, however, are solely the laws of reason, tacitly endowed with power to direct the faculty of desire, which in turn belongs to the sensible world. As the pure, the will becomes no man's land between subject and object, antinomical in a manner not envisioned in the critique of reason, and yet, it is at the outset of the self-emancipating modern subject's self-reflection, in Hamlet, that we find the divergence of insight and action paradigmatically laid down. The more the subject turns into a being for itself, the greater the distance it places between itself and the unbroken accord with a given order, the less will its action and its consciousness be one. The addendum has an aspect which under rationalistic rules is irrational. It denies a Cartesian dualism of res extensa and res cogitans, in which the addendum, as mental, is lumped with the res cogitans, regardless of the difference that separates it from the thought. The addendum is an impulse, the rudiment of a phase in which the dualism of extramental and intramental was not thoroughly consolidated yet, neither volitively bridgeable nor an ontological ultimate. This also affects the concept of the will that contains so-called facts of consciousness which at the same time, purely descriptively, are more than such facts. This lies hidden in the will's transition to practice. The impulse, intramental and somatic in one, drives beyond the conscious sphere to which it belongs just the same. With that impulse freedom extends to the realm of experience. This animates the concept of freedom as a state that would no more be blind nature than it would be oppressed nature. Its phantasm, which reason will not allow to be withered by any proof of causal interdependence, is the phantasm of reconciling nature and the mind. This is not as alien to reason as it would seem under the aspect of reason's Kantian equation with the will. It does not drop from heaven. To philosophical reflection it appears as downright otherness because the will that has been reduced to pure practical reason is an abstraction. The addendum is the name for that which was eliminated in this abstraction. Without it, there would be no real will at all. It is a flash of light between the poles of something long past, something grown all but unrecognizable, and that which someday might come to be. True practice, the totality of acts that would satisfy the idea of freedom, does indeed require full theoretical consciousness. Indecisionism, which strikes out reason in the passage to the act is delivered to the automatism of dominion. The unreflected freedom to which it presumes comes to serve total unfreedom. We have been taught this lesson by Hitler's Reich and its union of decisionism and social Darwinism, the affirmative extension of natural causality. But practice also needs something else, something physical which consciousness does not exhaust, something conveyed to reason and qualitatively different from it. The two moments are by no means separately experienced, but philosophical analysis has tailored the phenomenon in such a way that afterwards, in philosophical language, it simply cannot be put otherwise than as if something else were added to rationality. Kant, by allowing no motions of practice but reason, remained under the spell of that faded theory against which he devised the primacy of practical reason as a complement. This is what ails his entire moral philosophy, the part of action that differs from the pure consciousness which in Kant's eyes compels the action, the part that abruptly leaps out. This is spontaneity, which Kant also transplanted into pure consciousness, lest the constitutive function of the I think be imperiled. In Kant's work, the memory of what has been eliminated survives only in the twofold exegesis of an intramentally interpreted spontaneity. On the one hand it is thinking, an act of consciousness. On the other hand it is unconscious and involuntary, the heartbeat of the res cogitans, and yet beyond it, pure consciousness. Logic itself has come to be. It is a validity that has submerged its genesis. Its genesis lies in a moment which the Kantian doctrine skips, in the negation of the will, which according to Kant would be pure consciousness. Logic is a practice insulated against itself. Contemplative conduct, the subjective correlate of logic, is the conduct that wills nothing. Conversely, each act of the will breaks through the mechanical autarky of logic. This is what makes theory and practice antithetical. Kant turns the matter upside down, though the addendum may always be more sublimated with increasing consciousness, though indeed the concept of the will as something substantial and unanimous may only be formed in that increase. If the motor form of reaction were liquidated altogether, if the hand no longer twitched, there would be no will. What the great rationalistic philosophers conceived as the will is already, and without accounting for it, a denial of the will. The Schopenhauer of Book 4 had every right to feel that he was a Kantian. The fact that without a will there is no consciousness is blurred for the idealists by sheer identity, as if the will were nothing else but consciousness. In the most profound concept of transcendental epistemology, the concept of productive imagination, the trace of the will invades the pure intellective function. Once that has happened, spontaneity is curiously skipped in the will. It is not merely reason that has genetically evolved from the force of human drives, as their differentiation. Without the kind of willing that is manifested in the arbitrary nature of every thought act, the kind that furnishes our only reason to distinguish such an act from the subject's passive, receptive moments, there would be no thinking in the proper sense of the word. But idealism has taken an oath to the contrary and must not admit that, on pain of its own destruction. This explains the distortion as well as its proximity to the true facts. The fiction of positive freedom. Freedom can be defined in negation only, corresponding to the concrete form of a specific unfreedom. Positively it becomes an as if. It does so literally in the foundation for a metaphysics of morals. I am saying, every creature that cannot act otherwise than under the idea of freedom is precisely therefore really free in a practical sense, i.e., all laws that are inseparably linked with freedom apply as much to that creature as if its will were declared free also in itself and in the valid form of theoretical philosophy. 15. The aporetical character of this fiction, whose very weakness, maybe why the I am saying put so much subjective stress on it, is illuminated by a footnote in which Kant apologizes for regarding freedom as sufficient for our purpose if only rational creatures base their actions on its mere idea, lest I oblige myself to offer proof of freedom in its theoretical sense as well. 16. Yet he does envision creatures that cannot act otherwise than under that idea. In other words, real people, and these, according to the critique of pure reason, are meant by that theoretical intent which lists causality in its table of categories, to warrant freedom to empirical human beings as if their will were demonstrably free even in theoretical philosophy. In the philosophy of nature, this takes an immense effort on Kant's part, for if the moral law were downright incommensurable to those people, there would be no point to the moral philosophy. It would be only too glad to shake off the fact that the third antinomy penalized both possible answers alike as boundary violations, ending in a draw, while Kant, in practical philosophy, rigorously proclaims the correctness of what is and what ought to be. He is nonetheless compelled to resort to mediations. His idea of freedom turns into a paradox. It comes to be incorporated in the causality of the phenomenal world that is incompatible with the Kantian concept of freedom, with the magnificent innocence that makes even his paralogism superior to all sophistication. Kant utters this in the line about creatures unable to act otherwise than under the idea of freedom, creatures whose subjective consciousness is tied to that idea. Their freedom rests on their unfreedom, on their inability to act otherwise, and at the same time it rests on an empirical consciousness whose more proper might deceive it about its freedom as about innumerable other aspects of its psychological life. The being of freedom would be left to the accidents of spatial temporal existence, posited positively, as given or as unavoidable amidst given things. Freedom turns directly into unfreedom. But the paradoxical character of Kant's doctrine of freedom strictly corresponds to its location in reality. Social stress on freedom as existent coalesces with undiminished repression, and psychologically, with coercive traits. Kantian ethics, antagonistic in itself, has these traits in common with a criminological practice in which the dogmatic doctrine of free will is coupled with the urge to punish harshly, irrespective of empirical conditions. All the concepts whereby the critique of practical reason proposes, in honor of freedom, to fill the chasm between the imperative and mankind, law, constraint, respect, duty, all of these are oppressive. A causality produced by freedom corrupts freedom into obedience. Like the idealists after him, Kant cannot bear freedom without compulsion. Its mere undistorted conception fills him with that fear of anarchy which later urged the bourgeois world to liquidate its own freedom. We recognize this almost more in the tone than in the content of random phrasings in the critique of practical reason. A sense of the will's free submission to the law, a submission free and yet bound up with an unavoidable compulsion that is exerted, albeit by one's own reason only, upon all his inclinations. This is respect for law. 17. What became Kant's fearfully majestic a priori is what psychoanalysts trace back to psychological conditions. By causally explaining what it is that in idealism degrades freedom to a coercion not to be deduced, deterministic science really comes to the aid of freedom. That it does so is part of freedom's dialectics, unfreedom of thought. Full-blown German idealism holds with a song from a famed romanticist anthology of the same period. Thoughts are free. Since idealist doctrine takes all things there are four thoughts, thoughts of the absolute, there is nothing that is not supposed to be free, but this notion would merely placate our sense of the fact that thoughts are anything but free, before all social control, before all adjustment to conditions of dominion. The mere form of thoughts, the form of logical stringency, can be convicted of unfreedom. It can be shown that there is coercion both of what is being thought and of the thinker, who must extract the thought from himself by concentration. Whatever does not fit a judgment will be choked off. From the outset, thinking exerts that power which philosophy reflected in the concept of necessity. By way of identification, philosophy and society are interrelated in philosophy's inmost core. The presently universal regimentation of scientific thought externalizes this age-old relationship in modes of conduct and forms of organization. And yet, without the coercive moment there could be no thinking. The antithesis of freedom and thought is no more removable by thinking than it is removable for thinking. It calls, rather, for self-reflection in thinking. Speculative philosophers from Leibniz to Schopenhauer were right to concentrate their efforts on causality. It is the crux of rationalism in that broader sense which includes Schopenhauer's metaphysics insofar as he was certain of his Kantian ground. The legality of the pure thought forms, the causa cognoscendi, is projected upon the objects as causa efficiens. Causality presupposes the formally logical principle, or better, perhaps, it presupposes non-contradictoriness, the principle of naked identity, as a rule for the material cognition of objects, even though their historical evolution may have taken the opposite course. Hence the equivocality of the word ratio, which means both reason and cause. Causality has to atone for this. According to Hume's insight, there is no immediate sense datum that might be cited for it. In this respect, causality is a dogmatic remnant in idealism, yet without it, idealism could not exercise the control it seeks over all there is. Freed from the compulsion of identity, thinking might perhaps dispense with causality, which is made in the image of that compulsion. Causality hypostatizes the form, as binding upon a content which on its own would not assume that form. A metacritical reflection would have to receive empiricism all over. Opposed to this, Kant's entire philosophy stands in the sign of unity. This lends to it the character of a system. Despite the heavy accentuation of material not derived from pure forms, Kant expected no less from a system than did his successors. The governing unity is the concept of reason itself, and eventually the logical reason of pure non-contradictoriness. Nothing is added to this in the Kantian doctrine of practice. The terminologically suggested difference between pure theoretical and pure practical doctrine. The difference between a formally logical and a transcendentally logical doctrine. Finally, the difference of the doctrine of ideas in the narrow sense. These are not differences within reason in itself. They are solely differences concerning its application, said either to have nothing to do with objects or to refer to the possibility of objects pure and simple, or, like practical reason, to create its object. dialectics, the free acts, out of itself. Hegel's doctrine that logic and metaphysics are the same is inherent in Kant, though not yet thematical. To Kant, the objectivity of reason as such, the epitome of formal logical validity, becomes a haven for the ontology that has been fatally criticized in all material realms. This not only creates the unity of the three critiques, it is as this very unifying moment that reason achieves a twofold character which later helped to motivate dialectics. Kant's reason is on the one hand the pure form of subjectivity, as distinct from thinking. On the other hand it is the totality of objective validities, the archetype of all objectivity. Its twofold character permits the turn taken by both Kantian philosophy and the German idealists, to teach what subjectivity has nominalistically sapped, the objectivity of truth and every content, and to teach it on the strength of the same subjectivity that has destroyed it. In reason, the two are said to be already one, in which case, of course, whatever anyone can mean by objectivity, anything opposed to the subject, will be submerged by abstraction in the subject, however unpalatable this may be to Kant. But the structural bifurcation of the concepts of reason extends also to the concept of the will, in the name of spontaneity, of that which in the subject is not objectifiable at any price. The will is defined as nothing other than the subject, and yet, solid and identical like reason, it is objectified into a hypothetical but factual power amidst the factual empirical world, and thus made commensurable with that world. Only the will's a prioriontical nature, which is extant like equality, permits us, without being absurd, to make the judgment that the will creates its objects, the actions. It belongs to the world it works in. That we can say this of the will is the fee charged for the installation of pure reason as an indifferent concept. It has to be paid by the will, from which all impulses that refuse to be objectified are bound as heteronymous formalism. An objection to Kant that may not weigh too heavily is imminent in his system, that the subdivision of reason by objects makes it depend, contrary to the doctrine of autonomy, on the extra-rational it is supposed not to be. What comes to the fore in this discrepancy, despite Kant's intention, is the very thing he dispelled, reason's interdependence upon what is not identical with it. Only, Kant does not go that far. The doctrine that reason is one and the same in all its alleged fields of application presupposes a firm dividing line between reason and its what about. But since, in order to be any kind of reason, it necessarily refers to some such what about, applicability becomes, against Kant's theory, determining for reason in itself as well. There is a qualitative difference, for instance, between the role which the nature of objects plays in judgments about things to be done in practice and the role it plays in Kant's theoretical principles. In itself, reason is differentiated according to its objects. It must not be outwardly stamped on different objective realms as the same at all times, though with varying degrees of validity. This also comes to extend to the doctrine of the will. The will is not of its material, of society. If it were, the categorical imperative would be trespassing against itself. Other people, being nothing but the material of the imperative, would be used only as meant by the autonomous subject. They would not be ends also. This is the absurdity in the monadological construction of morals. Moral conduct is evidently more concrete than a merely theoretical one, yet it becomes more formal than theoretical conduct in consequence of the doctrine that practical reason is independent of anything alien to it, of any object. True, the formalism of Kant's ethics is not merely damnable, as a reactionary German academic philosophy has been calling it from Scheler onward, though failing to provide us with a positive casuistry for future action. This formalism humanely prevents the abuse of substantial qualitative differences in favor of privilege and ideology. It stipulates the universal legal norm, and thus, despite and because of its abstractness, there survives in it something of substance, the egalitarian idea. The German critics who found Kantian formalism too rationalistic have shown their bloody colors in the fascist practice of making blind phenomena, men's membership or non-membership in a designated race, the criteria of who is to be killed, the specious character of such concreteness, the complete abstraction of subsuming human beings under arbitrary concepts and treating them accordingly, does not erase the stain that has besmirched the word concrete ever since. This does not void the criticism of abstract morality, however, with particular and universal still unreconciled. This morality suffices no more than does the allegedly material value ethics of norms that are eternal at short range. Picked as a principle, the appeal to either one does an injustice to the opposite. The depracticalization of Kant's practical reason, in other words, its rationalism, is coupled with its de-objectification. It must have been de-objectified before it can become that absolutely sovereign reason which is to have the capacity to work empirically irrespective of experience, and irrespective of the leap between action and deed. The doctrine of pure practical reason prepares for the retranslation of spontaneity into contemplation which occurred in the later history of the bourgeoisie and was consummated in political apathy, a highly political posture. The semblance of a nominal objectivity of practical reason establishes its complete subjectification. It is no longer clear how its intervention across the ontological abyss may reach anything that is at all. This is also the root of the irrational side of Kant's moral law, the root of what he called given, a term that denies all rational transparency and halts the advance of reflection. Since freedom, to Kant, amounts to reason's invariant identity with itself even in the practical realm, it loses what in common usage distinguishes reason from the will. Due to its total rationality, the will becomes irrational. The critique of practical reason moves in a delusive context. It has the mind serve as a surrogate for action, which is to be nothing but the sheer mind. Thus freedom is sabotaged. Its Kantian carrier, reason, coincides with the pure law. Freedom would need what Kant calls heteronymous. There would be no more freedom without some element of chance, according to the criterion of pure reason, than there would be without rational judgment. The absolute split between freedom and chance is as arbitrary as the absolute split between freedom and rationality. An undialectical standard of legality will always make some side of freedom seem contingent. Freedom calls for reflection, which rises above the particular categories of law and chance. The will as a thing. In the modern age, the concept of reason has been one of indifference. It was a compromise between subjective thinking reduced to its pure form, and thereby potentially objectified, detached from the ego, and the validity of logical forms divorced from their constitution. Though this validity in turn would not be conceivable without subjective thought, Kant regards such objectivity as shared by human acts, the expressions of the will, and he accordingly calls them objects. Their objectivity, copied by a concept of practical reason, I mean the conception of an object as a possible effect of freedom. Hence, to be an object of practical from the model of reason, ignores the differentia specifica of act and object. The will, the cover concept of acts or their moment of unity, is analogously objectified. In what thus happens to it theoretically, however, there is some truth despite all flagrant contradictions. When we look at the individual impulses, the will is indeed independent, quasi-thing-like, insofar as the ego's principle of unity achieves some measure of independence vis a grave, vis its phenomena in their quality of being its, we can as well talk of a will that is independent and, to that extent, objective as we can talk of a strong ego or, in the language of olden days, of character. Even outside of Kant's construction, the will is that intermedium between nature and the mundus intelligibilis which Benjamin contrasts with fate. 18. The individual impulses objectification and the will that synthesizes and determines them is their sublimation, their successful, delaying, permanence involving diversion from the primary goal of drives. Kant faithfully circumscribed this by the rationality of the will. It is this rationality that makes the will something other than its material, the diffuse impulses. To stress a man's will means to stress the unifying moment of his actions, and that is the subordination of those actions to his reason. A common adjective for a libertine is dissolute, dissolved. The language apt for morality as the unity of the person in accordance with the abstract rational law. According to Kantian ethics, the subject's totality predominates over the moments it lives by, the moments which alone give life to the totality. Although outside such a totality they would not make up a will, the discovery was progressive. It kept the judgment about particular impulses from being made casuistically any longer. It also put an inward end to the righteousness about works cognition as such means simply the will's relation to the act that would realize either the will or its opposite, and the judgment whether something is or is not an object of pure practical reason is merely the distinction of the possibility or impossibility of willing the specific act whereby, if we had the capacity, which must be judged by experience, a certain object would come to be. Kant, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, Work V, page 57. This was an assist to freedom. The subject becomes moral for itself. It cannot be weighed by standards that are inwardly and outwardly particular and alien to the subject. Once the rational unity of the will is established as the sole moral authority, the subject is protected from the violence done to it by a hierarchical society, a society which, as still in Dante's case, would judge a man's deeds without any previous acceptance of its law by his own consciousness. Individual actions become venial. No isolated act is absolutely good or evil. Their criterion is goodwill, their unifying principle. An internalization of society as a whole replaces the reflexes of a feudal order whose structure splinters what is universal in mankind. The more so, the more solid it pretends to be. Kant's relegation of ethics to the sober unity of reason was an act of bourgeois majesty despite the false consciousness in his objectification of the will. Objectivity and the antinomy. According to Kant, both the assertion of freedom and that of unfreedom terminate in contradictions. Hence the controversy is called fruitless. Hypostatizing scientific methodical criteria, Kant propounds it as self-evident that theorems which cannot be safeguarded from the possibility of their contradictory antithesis should be discarded in rational thinking. After Hegel, this has been no longer tenable. The contradiction may lie in the thing itself. It may not, from the start, be attributable to procedure. The urgency of the concern with freedom suggests such objective contradictoriness. Kant, in demonstrating the necessity of the antinomies, disdained using the pseudo-problem as an excuse but was quick to bow to the logic of non-contradictoriness, for that which must needs impel us to go beyond the bounds of experience and of all phenomena is unconditionality, which reason necessarily and rightly requires of things in themselves, along with all that is conditioned, and thus completing the sequence of conditions. If it now turns out, assuming that our empirical cognition goes by the Kantian transcendental dialectics is not wholly unaware of this, it is presented, of course, as a dialectics of sophistries after the Aristotelian model, but each thesis as well as each antithesis is non-contradictorily developed in itself. The antitheticality is not comfortably dismissed by any means. The point is, rather, to demonstrate its inevitability. It is said to be soluble only at a higher stage of reflection, as the hypostasis of logical reason toward things of whose being in itself it is ignorant, and on which it is therefore not entitled to pass positive judgments. That the contradiction is inescapable for human reason indicates that it is beyond that reason and its logic. Substantially, this permits it to be possible for the carrier of reason, the subject, to be both free and unfree. Kant uses the means of undialectical logic to settle the contradiction by distinguishing between the pure subject and the empirical subject, a distinction in which the interrelation of the two concepts is disregarded. The subject is to be unfree in so far as it is its own object and thus subjected to a lawful synthesis by the categories. To be able to act in the empirical world, the subject can indeed not be conceived otherwise than as a phenomenon, and Kant certainly would not always deny this. The work on practical reason concurs with the work on the pure one in teaching that speculative criticism grants to the objects of experience as such, and to our own subjects among them, only the validity of phenomena. 19. Synthesis. The mediating process cannot be subtracted from anything we positively judge, as the unifying moment of the thought it covers the objects as things in themselves, that without contradiction the unconditional cannot be thought at all, and if on the other hand, assuming that our conception of things as they are given to us does not go by these things as they are in themselves, but that these objects as phenomena go by our mode of conception, rather, it turns out that the contradiction disappears, and that unconditionality will accordingly not be encountered in things when we know them, when they are given to us, but if we do not know them it will indeed be encountered in them as things in themselves. If this is the outcome, it shows our merely tentative initial assumption to be well-founded. Kant, Kritik der and Vernunft, Works 3, page 13f. Its every content and determines its necessity. Even the talk of a strong ego as a firm identity, as a condition of freedom, would share that fate. It would have no power over the charismas. In a Kantian sense the objectification of character could be localized only in the realm of the constitutum, not in that of the constituents. Otherwise, Kant would be committing the same pyrrhallogism of which he convicts the rationalists. The subject is to be free, however, as it posits, constitutes, in Kant's language, its own identity, the basis of its legality. That the constituents is to be the transcendental subject and the constitutum the empirical one does not remove the contradiction, for there is no transcendental subject other than one individualized as a unit of consciousness. In other words, as a moment of the empirical subject, the transcendental subject needs the irreducible non-identity which simultaneously delimits the legality. Without that non-identical element there would be neither identity nor an immanent law of subjectivity. Only for non-identity is this a law, otherwise it is a tautology. The identifying principle of the subject is itself the internalized principle of society. This is why in the real subjects, in social beings, unfreedom ranks above freedom to this day. Within a reality modeled after the principle of identity there exists no positive freedom. Where men under the universal spell seem inwardly relieved of the identity principle, and thus are the comprehensible determinants, they are not more than determined. For the time being, they are less than determined. As schizophrenia, subjective freedom is a destructive force which incorporates men only so much more in the spell of nature. Dialectical definition of the will. A will without physical impulses, impulses that survive, weakened in imagination, would not be a will. At the same time, however, the will settles down as the centralizing unit of impulses, as the authority that tames them and potentially negates them. This necessitates a dialectical definition of the will. It is the force that enables consciousness to leave its own domain and so to change what merely exists. Its recoil is resistance. Unquestionably, memories of this have always accompanied the transcendental rational ethics, as in the Kantian avowal of a given moral law independent of philosophical consciousness. For example, Kant's thesis is heteronomous and authoritarian, but it has an element of truth in its restriction of the purely rational character of the moral law. Strictly speaking, the one reason could be none but the unimpaired philosophical reason. The motif culminates in Fichte's formula that the moral aspect is always self-understood, as the bad conscience of its rationality. However, the will's irrationality becomes crumpled and false once it is held to be self-understood. Excused from rational reflection, the self-understood character offers a refuge to the unelucidated remnant and to repression. To be self-understood is the mark of civilization. Good, we say, is what is one, what is immutable, what is identical, what does not comply. Any heritage of the pre-logical natural moment will immediately turn into evil, into something as abstract as the principle of its opposite. Bourgeois evil is the post-existence of older things, of things that have been subdued but not wholly subdued. Yet this evil is not absolutely evil, no more so than its violent counterpart. Each time, the judgment can only be made by a consciousness that will reflect the various moments in so far, and as consistently, as it has access to them. For the right practice, and for the good itself, there really is no other authority than the most advanced state of theory. When an idea of goodness is supposed to guide the will without fully absorbing the concrete rational definitions, it will unwittingly take orders from the reified consciousness, from that which society has approved, a will detached from reason and proclaimed as an end in itself, like the will whose triumph the Nazis certified in the official title of their party congresses. Such a will, like all ideals that rebel against reason, stands ready for every misdeed. Good will may be self-understood, but in the mirage it grows obdurate, a historic sediment of the power which the will ought to resist. In contrast to its Pharisaism, the irrational moment of the will condemns all moral aspects to fallibility as a matter of principle. There is no moral certainty. Its mere assumption would be immoral, would falsely relieve the individual of anything that might be called morality. The more mercilessly an objective antagonistic society will comport itself in every situation, the less can any single moral decision be warranted as the right one. Whatever an individual or a group may undertake against the totality they are part of is infected by the evil of that totality, and no less infected is he who does nothing at all. This is how original sin has been secularized. The individual who dreams of moral certainty is bound to fail, bound to incur guilt because, being harnessed to the social order, he has virtually no power over the conditions whose cry for change appeals to the moral ingenium. It is for such decay, not of morality, but of the moral aspect, that the clever Neo-German language after World War II hatched the name over-demanding, an apologetical instrument of its own. All conceivable definitions of the moral aspect down to the most formal, the unity of self-consciousness qua reason, were squeezed out of that matter with which moral philosophy did not want to dirty its hands. Today, morality has been restored to the heteronomy it loathes, and its tendency is to void itself. Without recourse to the material, no one could issue from reason, yet once compelled to acknowledge its material in the abstract, as a condition of its own possibility, reason must not cut off its reflection on the specific material. Precisely this would make it heteronomous. Looking back, we see the positivity of the moral aspect, the infallibility which the subjective idealists attested to that aspect, unveiled as a function of a society still more or less closed, or at least of the appearance of such a society for a consciousness confined in it. This is what Benjamin may have meant by the conditions and limits of humanity. The primacy called for in the doctrines of Kant and Fichte, that of practical reason over theory, actually, of reason over reason, applies only to traditionalist phases whose horizon does not even admit the doubts which the idealists dreamed of resolving. Contemplation. Marx received the thesis of the primacy of practical reason from Kant and the German idealists, and he sharpened it into a challenge to change the world instead of merely interpreting it. He thus underwrote something as arch-bourgeois as a program of an absolute control of nature. What is felt here is the effort to take things unlike the subjects and make them like the subject, the real model of the principle of identity, which dialectical materialism disavows as such. Yet as he extroverts the concept's immanent reality, Marx prepares for a recoil. The telos of due practice, according to him, was the abolition of the primacy of practice in the form that had prevailed in bourgeois society. It would be possible to have contemplation without inhumanity as soon as the productive forces are freed to the point where men will no longer be engulfed in a practice that want exacts from them, in a practice which then becomes automatic in them. To this day, the trouble with contemplation, with the contemplation that contents itself this side of practice, as Aristotle was the first to develop it as summum bonum, has been that its very indifference to the task of changing the world made it a piece of obtuse practice, a method and an instrumentality. The possible reduction of labor to a minimum could not but have a radical effect on the concept of practice. Whatever insights were bestowed upon a practically freed mankind would differ from a practice that exalts itself ideologically and in one way or another keeps the subjects hustling. A reflection of that prospect falls on contemplation today. The current objection, extrapolated from the Feuerbach theses, that a happy spirit is impermissible amidst the growing misery of the exploding populations of poor countries, after the catastrophes that have occurred and in view of those that are impending, this objection has more against it than that it mostly makes a virtue of impotence. True, we cannot really enjoy the spirit anymore, because the happiness bound to see through its own non-entity, through the borrowed time it has been granted, would be no happiness. Subjectively, too, it is undermined even where it keeps stirring. There is much to indicate that a knowledge crippled temporarily, at least, in its possible relation to practical change is not a blessing in itself either. Practice is put off and cannot wait. This is what ails even theory. But when a man can do nothing that will not threaten to turn out for the worst even if meant for the best, he will be bound to start thinking, and that justifies him as well as the happy spirit. The horizon of such happiness need by no means be that of a transparent relation to a possible practice to come. There is always something inappropriate to dilatory thinking about practice, even when the postponements are due to naked coercion. Yet he who allows his thinking to be guided by the phrase cui bono may easily spoil everything. What will one day be imposed and bestowed upon a better practice can here and now, according to the warning of utopianism, be no more visualized by thought than practice, under its own concept, will ever be completely exhausted by knowledge. Without a practical visa, thought should go as much against the facade as possible, should move as far as it is capable of moving. A reality that insulates itself against traditional theory, even against that which has so far been the best, wants to do so for the sake of the spell that binds it. The eyes it casts upon the subject are so strange that the subject, mindful of its own failure, must not spare the effort of a reply. Paradoxically, it is a desperate fact that the practice that would matter is barred, which grants to thought a breathing spell it would be practically criminal not to utilize. Today, ironically, it profits thought that its concept must not be absolutized, as conduct. It remains a bit of practice, however hidden this practice may be from itself. itself. Yet he who contrasts the literal, sensual happiness as something better with the impermissible one of the spirit, he misunderstands that one's historic sublimation has an end. The detached sensual happiness will have a similarly regressive touch as the relationship of children to food, which disgusts the adult. Not to be like children in this sense is a bit of freedom. Structure of the third antinomy. According to the results of transcendental analytics, the third antinomy would be cut off at the start. Who told you to think up a downright first state of the world and thus an absolute beginning of the gradual sequence of phenomena, and to set limits upon boundless nature, so that your imagination might have a point to rest? 20. However, Kant did not content himself with the summary diagnosis of the antinomy as an avoidable mistake in the use of reason. Like the others, he carried it through. His transcendental idealism contains an anti-idealist prohibition against positing absolute identity. Epistemology is told not to act as though the immense, infinite content of experience might be obtained from positive definitions of reason in itself. He who violates this ban is said to be lapsing into the contradiction which common sense cannot bear. This is a plausible proposition, but Kant keeps boring further. If reason acts the way for which he censures it, its own meaning and its unrestrainable cognitive ideal make it continue on the prohibited course as though yielding to a natural and irresistible temptation. Something whispers into reason's ear that the totality of things in being converges with it after all. For necessity, on the other hand, which in a manner of speaking is alien to all systems, the infinite process of reason's quest for conditions provides an authenticity, an idea of the absolute, without which truth, as opposed to cognition in the sense of a mere adequatio react cogitationis, would be unthinkable. That the process, and thus the antinomy, cannot be divorced from the same reason which in transcendental analytics, as critical reason, must suppress excesses of that kind. This unintentional bit of self-criticism demonstrates that as the organ of emphatic truth the critical approach contradicts its own reason. Kant presses for the necessity of the contradiction, and at the same time, to the higher glory of reason, he stops up the whole by juggling away the necessity said to derive from the nature of reason, by explaining it as due solely to a mistake in the use of the concepts, a mistake that we might correct. To explain freedom, the thesis of the third antinomy not only talks about causality through freedom, it also refers to it as necessary. 21 Accordingly, however unequivocally manifested its intent, Kant's own practical doctrine of freedom cannot be simply causal or anti-causal. He modifies or expands the concept of causality as long as he does not explicitly distinguish it from the one used in the antithesis. Contradictions pervade his theorem even before all the paradoxicality of the infinite. As a theory of valid scientific cognition, the critique of pure reason has no way to treat its topics other than under the concept of law, not even those topics which are supposed to lie beyond legality. Kant's concept of causality, the famous, utterly formal Kantian definition of causality is that whatever happens presupposes a previous condition upon which it inevitably follows in line with a rule. 22 Historically it was directed against the Leibniz school and its interpretation of the sequence of conditions as due to a necessity, a being in itself. On the other hand, Kant's view differs from Hume's, holding that unanimous experience is not possible without the regularity of thought which Hume turned over to the accident of convention, and pointing out that in any particular spot Hume must talk causally in order to make plausible what is a convention he would make indifferent. To Kant, however, causality becomes a function of subjective reason, and what it means is therefore more and more attenuated. It dissolves like a bit of mythology. Causality approximates the principle of reason as such, of thinking in line with rules. Judgments about causal connections turn into semi-tautologies. Reason employs them to determine what it effects anyway, as the faculty of laws. That it prescribes nature's laws, or law, rather, denotes no more than a subsumption under rational unity. This unity, the principle of reason's own identity, is transformed from reason to the objects and palmed off. Then, as their cognition, once causality is as thoroughly disenchanted as it would be by tabooing the inner determination of objects, it will disintegrate in itself as well. The only feature of Kant's rescue operation that lifts it above Hume's denial is that what Hume swept away as decandidate in reason, its necessary nature, so to speak, if not an anthropological accident. Causality is to rise, not in the objects and their relationship, but solely in inescapable subjective thought. Kant, too, is dogmatic about the thesis that a state of things might have something essential, something specific to do with the succeeding state of things, but it would be quite possible, in line with his conception, to devise legalities for successions without anything to remind us of a causal connection. The interrelation of objects that have passed through inwardness virtually turns here into something outward for the theorem of causality. The simplest meaning of the phrase that something is the cause of something else is ignored. A causality rigorously insulated against the interior of objects is no more than its own shell. The reductio ad hominem in the concept of law is a mere borderline value where the law has ceased to say anything about the objects. The expansion of causality into a concept of pure reason negates causality. Kant's causality is one without a causa. As he cures it of naturalistic prejudice it dissolves in his hands. That consciousness cannot escape from causality, as its inborn form, is certainly an answer to the weak point in Hume's argument. But when Kant maintains that the subject must think causally, his analysis of the constituents, according to the literal sense of most, is following the very causal proposition to which he would be entitled to subject only the constitutor. If the constitution of causality by pure reason, which, after all, is supposed to be freedom, is already subject to causality, freedom is so compromised beforehand that hardly any place for it remains outside a consciousness complaisant toward the law. In this entire antithetical construction, freedom and causality intersect. Kant's freedom, being the same as rational action, is also according to law, and free acts also follow from rules. What has come out of this is the intolerable mortgage imposed on post-Kantian philosophy, that freedom without law is not freedom, that freedom exists only in identification with the law. Via the German idealists, this heritage has been passed on, with incalculably vast political consequences, to Friedrich Engels. It is the theoretical source of the false reconcilement, the plea for order. The end of the coercive epistemological character of causality would also end the claim to totality that will be made for causality as long as it coincides with the subjective principle. The very thing which in idealism can appear as freedom only in paradoxical form would then, substantially, become the moment that transcends the bracketing of the world's course with fate. If in causality we were looking for a definition of things themselves, no matter how subjectively conveyed, such specification would open the perspective of freedom as opposed to the undiscriminated one of pure subjectivity. It would apply to that which is distinguished. Hegel was the first to present a correct picture of the relationship of freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the insight into necessity. Necessity is blind only if it is not understood understood, freedom does not lie in dreams about independence of the laws of nature. It lies in the knowledge of these laws, and in the ability conferred by that knowledge, to make the laws work according to plan and to definite ends. This applies in regard to the laws of external nature as well as to those which regulate the physical and mental existence of man himself. Two sets of laws which we can separate, at best, in imagination, but not in reality. Free will, therefore, means nothing other than the faculty of being able to decide with material knowledge. The freer a man's judgment in regard to a specific point in question, the greater, therefore, the necessity with which the content of his judgment will be determined, while the uncertainty based on ignorance, which seems to make an arbitrary choice among many different and contradictory possibilities of decision, demonstrates precisely that by its unfreedom, it's being dominated by the very object it ought to dominate. Freedom thus consists in our control, based upon our knowledge of the natural necessities, of ourselves and of external nature. It is thus necessarily a product of historic evolution. Karl Marx. Friedrich Engels. Work. Berlin 1962, Volume 20, page 106. From compulsion. Compulsion, then, would no longer be extolled as an act of the subject. Its totality would no longer evoke an affirmative response. It would be stripped of its a priori power that was extrapolated from real compulsion. The chance of freedom increases along with the objectiveness of causality. This is not the least of the reasons why he who wants freedom must insist upon necessity. Kant, however, calls for freedom and prevents it. The argument for the thesis of the third antinomy, the thesis of the absolutely spontaneous cause, a secularization of the free divine act of creation, is Cartesian in style. It applies so that the method will be satisfied. Complete cognition is set up as the epistemological criterion. We are told that without freedom the sequence of phenomena even in the natural course is never complete on the side of the causes. 23. The totality of cognition, which is here tacitly equated with truth, would be the identity of subject and object. Kant restricts it as a critic of cognition and teaches it as a theoretician of truth. A cognition that has at its disposal as complete a sequence as Kant holds to be conceivable only under the hypostasis of an original act of absolute freedom. In other words, a cognition that no longer leaves any sensorially given thing outside, would be a cognition not confronted with anything unlike itself. The critique of such identity would strike not merely at the positive ontological apotheosis of the subjective causal concept, but at the Kantian proof of the necessity of freedom, a proof about whose pure form there is something contradictory anyway. That there must be freedom is the supreme ideal committed by the law-making autonomous subject. The substance of its own freedom, of the identity which has annexed all non-identity, is as one with the most, with the law, with absolute dominion. This is the spark that kindles the pathos of Kant. He construes even freedom as a special case of causality. To him, it is the constant laws that matter. His timid bourgeois detestation of anarchy matches his proud bourgeois antipathy against tutelage. Here, too, society intrudes all the way into his most formal reflections. Formality in itself is a bourgeois trait. On the one hand, it frees the individual from the confining definitions of what has come to be just so, not otherwise, while on the other hand it has nothing to set against things as they are, nothing to base itself upon except dominion, which has been raised to the rank of a pure principle. Hidden in the root of Kant's metaphysic of morals lies Comte's later sociological dichotomy between laws of progress and laws of order, along with the bias favoring the latter type. Order, on the strength of its legality, is to hold progress in check. We hear such overtones in a Kantian line from the proof of the antithesis. Freedom, independence, from the laws of nature is indeed a deliverance from compulsion, but also from the guideline of all rules. 24. This guideline is to be torn by an unconditional causality, which is to say, by the free productive act, where this act is scientifically criticized in the antithesis. It has the epithet blind 25 bestowed on it by Kant, as the stubborn fact has elsewhere. The haste with which Kant thinks of freedom as the law above shows that he is no more scrupulous about it than his class has ever been. Long before it dreaded the industrial proletariat, in the economics of Adam Smith, for example, that class used to combine praise of individual emancipation with the apologia for an order in which, one heard, the invisible hand was taking care of both the beggar and the king, while even the free competitor in this order had to observe a feudal rules of fair play. Kant's popularizer was not misrepresenting his philosophical mentor when he called order heaven's bounteous daughter, nor when he emphasized in the same poem that welfare can't thrive when peoples free themselves. Neither man would hear of it that the chaos which their generation saw in the relatively modest horrors of the French Revolution, the atrocities of which and shock them far less, was produced by a repression whose traits live on in those who rise against it. All the other German geniuses who had been constrained at first to hail that revolution could not vilify it fast enough. Once Robespierre gave them a pretext, and the same sense of relief is perceptible in Kant's proof of the antithesis, when legality is praised at the expense of a reference to Friedrich Schiller. Quotes are from Schiller's poem Die Glocke the Bell, Translawlessness, and we actually hear the word mirage of freedom. 26. Laws receive the encomiastic epithet constant, which is to raise them above the dread spectre of anarchy without allowing the suspicion to dawn that they precisely are the old evil of unfreedom. How much Kant is dominated by the concept of law shows in the fact that he cites it, as their supposedly higher unity, in arguing for the thesis as well as in arguing for the antithesis. The antithetical argument. The argument throughout the section on the antithetics of pure reason proceeds, as we know, e contrario. Each thesis saddles the antithesis with the guilt of that transcendent use of causality which violates the doctrine of categories from the start. The causal category in the antithesis is said to transcend the bounds of possible experience. What is substantially ignored here is the fact that any consistent scientificism will guard against such metaphysical use of that category, to avoid the agnostic consequence of scientificism, with which the doctrine of theoretical reason sympathizes unmistakably. Kant sets up an antithesis that does not tally at all with the scientific position. Freedom is won by knocking down a straw man made to measure. All that we have proved is that we must not look upon causality as positively given ad infinitum, a tautology, according to the tenor of the critique of pure reason, to which the positivists would be the last to object. But by no means, not even in the argumentative context of the thesis, does it follow that the causal chain tears with the supposition of a freedom that is assumed as positively as the chain. This paralogism is of incalculable import, because it permits the non-like to be positively reinterpreted. Positive freedom is an apparetical concept, thought up to conserve a spiritual being in itself in the face of nominalism and sanctification. At a central point of the critique of practical reason, Kant admitted what that book is all about, the saving of the residue. Yet as this law inevitably covers all of the causality of things insofar as their existence is definable in time, we would, if this were also the way to conceive the existence of these things in themselves, have to reject the concept of freedom as void and impossible. Hence, if we would still save it, the only way left is for a thing's temporally definable existence, and consequently also for causality under the laws of natural necessity, to be assigned to the realm of mere appearance, while freedom has attributed to it the same character possessed by things in themselves. 27. The construction of freedom admits to being inspired by what Goethe in elective affinities would later call the saving urge, while in the first sentence, relegated to a quality of the intratemporal subject. It was revealed as void and impossible. It is the aporetical character of the construction, not the abstract possibility of the antithesis and the infinite, that speaks against the positive doctrine of freedom. The critique of reason apodictically bars all talk of a subject beyond space and time as an object of cognition. Initially this argument is still advanced in the philosophy of morals, even of himself, by the self-knowledge he has through inner sensation. Man must not presume to know how he is in himself. 28. The foreword to the critique of practical reason repeats this, citing the critique of pure reason. 29. Thereafter, Kant's stipulation that objects of experience must nonetheless be based upon things in themselves. 30. Sounds crassly dogmatic. Aporetical, however, is by no means only the question of the possibility of knowing what the subject is in and for itself. The subject's every thinkable definition, its every nominal definition in the Kantian sense, is also aporetically questionable. To share in freedom, according to Kant's doctrine, the nominal subject would have to be extratemporal, a pure intelligence in its temporally not definable existence. 31. The saving urge makes an existence of this noumenon, since nothing could be predicated of it otherwise, and yet it is to be undefinable in time. But if existence is given in any way, if it has not faded into a pure idea, its own concept will make it intratemporal. In the critique of pure reason, in the deduction of pure intellectual concepts as well as in the chapter on schematism, the subject's unity becomes this makes clear that what the schematism of the intellect amounts to, through the transcendental synthesis of imagination, is nothing but a pure form of time. It integrates the facts of consciousness, as those of the same person. There is no synthesis without an intratemporal interrelation of the synthesized moments. This interrelation would be a premise even of the most formal logical operations and of their validity. Accordingly, however, timelessness would not be attributable to an absolute subject either, so long as the named subject is to cover any thought whatever. If anything, it might be an absolute time, rather, that could be attributed to it. It is unfathomable how freedom, which in principle is an attribute of temporal action and exclusively temporally actualized, should be predicated of something radically non-temporal. Nor is it fathomable how such a non-temporal thing might take effect in the spatial temporal world without turning temporal itself and straying into the Kantian realm of causality. What steps in as a deus ex machina is the concept of the thing in itself, arcane and indefinite. It marks a blind spot of the thought. Its indefiniteness alone allows it to be used as an explanation, as needed. The only quality Kant would concede to the thing in itself is that it affects the subject. Yet in this activity it would be unceremoniously opposed to the subject. Only an unredeemable speculation, nowhere performed by Kant either, might throw it together with the moral subject as another being. Itself Kant's cognitive critique does not permit him to summon freedom into existence. He helps himself by conjuring a sphere of existence that would indeed be exempt from that critique, but also from any judgment as to what it might be. His attempt to the unity of all that is diverse in visuality in the inner sense, and thus, indirectly, the unity of apperception as a function corresponding to that inner sense of visuality, to a receptivity. Therefore, the schemata of pure intellectual concepts are the true and only conditions for giving to these concepts a relation to objects, and thus a meaning, and the categories have accordingly no other ultimate use than a possible empirical one, serving merely, by reasons of an a priori necessary unity, due to the necessary union of all consciousness in an original apperception, to subject phenomena to general rules of synthesis, and thus to fit them for consistent entwinement in an experience. Kant, Critic Darien and Vernunft, Works 3, page 138, give a concrete form to the doctrine of freedom. To ascribe freedom to living subjects, traps him in paradoxical assertions. We may concede, then, that if we were capable of so profound an insight into a man's way of thinking, as shown in both inner and outer actions, that every last mainspring behind those actions were known to us, along with their every external cause, we may concede that in this case a man's future conduct would be calculable with the same certainty as a lunar or solar eclipse, and yet, at the same time, we may assert that man is free. 32. That even in the critique of practical reason Kant cannot do without such terms as mainspring is a matter of substantial relevance. In the attempt to give freedom the kind of intelligibility that is indispensable to a doctrine of freedom, the medium of his metaphors leads him inescapable to conceptions from the empirical world. Spring is a causal mechanical concept, yet even if the first clause were valid, the second would be nonsense. It would serve a single purpose, once man is empirically involved in total causality, to bring about his additional metaphysical involvement in a mythical context of fate, by saddling him in freedom's name with a guilt that would be no guilt if there were total determination. By culpability, determination would be reinforced all the way into the core of human subjectivity. With such a construction of freedom there is nothing left to do but to give up its supposed base in reason, and authoritatively to cow the man who strives in vain to conceive it. Reason itself is to Kant nothing but the law-making power. This is why, from the outset, he must present freedom as a special sort of causality. 33. In positing it he takes it back. Ontical and ideal moments. In fact, what the aporetical construction of freedom rests upon is not the nominal but the phenomenal. There, we can observe a moral law as given in the sense which seems to Kant, in spite of everything, like a warrant of freedom's existence. As the very word suggests, however, to be given is the opposite of freedom. It is naked compulsion, exerted in space and time. The Kantian freedom means the same as pure practical reason, the producer of its own objects. This, we are told, has to do not with objects or their cognition, but with its own faculty to make those objects real, in line with their cognition. 34. The absolute volitional autonomy implied therein would be the same as absolute rule of one's inner nature to be consistent. Kantic styles is a philosopher's greatest obligation, and yet most rarely encountered. 35. This not only turns the formal logic of pure consistency into the ultimate moral authority, it also subordinates each impulse to logical unity. This unity is given primacy over the diffuseness of nature, indeed over all the diversity of the non-identical, for in the closed circle of logic that diversity will always seem inconsistent. Despite the resolution of the third antinomy, Kant's moral philosophy remains antinomical. His total conception will not let him visualize the concept of freedom otherwise than as repression. Kant's every concretion of morality bears repressive features. Its abstractness is a matter of substance, eliminating from the subject whatever does not conform with its pure concept. Hence the Kantian rigorism. The hedonistic principle is argued against, not because it is evil in itself, but because it is heteronymous to the pure ego, insofar as the pleasure of the idea of a thing's existence is to be a determining cause of desire for the thing. It rests upon the subject's receptivity because it depends on the existence of an object. It thus belongs to the senses, feelings, and not to the intellect, which employs concepts to express how the idea relates to an object, but does not employ feelings to express how it relates to the subject. 36. As he honors freedom, however, seeking to cleanse it of all impairments, Kant simultaneously condemns the person to unfreedom in principle. principle. A person cannot experience this utterly tightened freedom otherwise than as a restriction of its own impulses. If in some passages, as in the magnificent note 2 to the second theorem from the Principles of Practical Reason, Kant inclined to happiness after all, it was a case of humanity breaking through the norm of consistency. It may have dawned on him that without such exorability the moral law would be impossible to live by, that the pure rational principle of personality must converge with the principle of personal self-preservation, with the totality of a man's interests, which include his happiness. On happiness, Kant takes as ambivalent a position as the bourgeois spirit as a whole, which would guarantee the pursuit of happiness to the individual and would have it forbidden by the ethics of labor. Such sociological reflections are not introduced into Kant's a priorism classificatorily. From the outside, the constant recurrence of terms with a social content in the foundation and in the critique of practical reason may be incompatible with the a prioristic intent. But without this kind of metabasis, the question of the moral law's compatibility with empirical man would reduce Kant to silence. It would be a surrender to heteronomy to admit that autonomy is beyond realization. By stripping those socially substantive terms of their plain meaning, by sublimating them into ideas for the sake of a systematic accord, one would not only be ignoring the text, it is the true source of moral categories which those terms herald with a force too great to be controlled by Kant's intention. In the famous variant of the categorical imperative from the foundation, act so that humanity, in your person as in every other person, will always be used also as an end, never just as a means. 37. Humanity, the human potential in men, may well be meant only as a regulative idea. Humanity as the principle of being human, not as the sum of all men, is still unrealized. Even so, we cannot shake off the factual, substantive increment in the word, that every individual should be respected as a representative of the socialized human species, that he is not a mere function of the barter process. The difference of means and ends which Kant decisively stressed is a social difference. It is a difference between the subjects as merchandise, as labor power that can be managed so as to produce value, and the human beings who even in the form of such merchandise remain the subjects for whose sake the whole machinery is set in motion, the machinery in which they are forgotten and only incidentally satisfied. Without this perspective, the variant of the imperative would be lost in a void, as Horkheimer noted. However, Kant never just is one of those majestically sober turns of speech designed not to spoil utopia's chance at realization. Empiricism, even in its reprobate form of exploitation, is accepted as a condition of better things, to the extent which Kant later unfolds in the philosophy of history, under the concept of antagonism. There we read, the means which nature employs to develop all of its predispositions is their antagonism in society, provided this antagonism will eventually become the cause of a social order under law. By antagonism I mean the unsociable sociability of men, that is, their tendency to enter into association and yet to put up a consistent resistance that keeps threatening to split us association. The predisposition for this evidently lies in human nature. Man tends to become socialized because he feels more human in that condition, that is, he feels his natural predispositions unfold, but he also tends very much to become individualized, isolated, because, at the same time, he finds in himself the unsociable trait of wanting all things run according to his mind only, and because he therefore expects resistance everywhere, just as he knows himself inclined to resist others. This resistance is what awakens all the powers of man, what makes him overcome his innate laziness and, whether in quest of prestige, of power, or of possessions, to achieve for himself a rank among his fellows, whom he does not like too well but cannot do without, either. 38. In spite of the most ethical mentality, the principle of humanity as an end in itself. 39. Is not something purely internal. It is a promissory note on the realization of a concept of man, and the only place of such a concept, such a social, albeit internalized, principle, is in every individual. Kant must have noticed the double meaning of the word humanity, as the idea of being human and as the totality of all men. He introduced it into theory in a manner that was dialectically profound. Even though playful, his subsequent usage vacillates between ontical manners of speech and others which refer to the idea. Rational beings. 40 certainly means the living human subjects, but Kant's universal realm of ends in themselves. 41 which is to be identical with the rational beings, as certainly transcends them. He wants neither to cede the idea of humanity to the existing society nor to vaporize it into a phantasm. The tension keeps growing until the rupture occurs in Kant's ambivalence about happiness. On the one hand he defends it in the concept of being worthy of happiness. On the other hand he disparages it as heteronomous, as when he finds even universal happiness 42 an unfit law for the will. Despite the categorical character of the imperative, Kant would not think of spotlessly ontologizing it, as witness the passage that, the concept of good and evil must not be determined ahead of the moral law, which, it might seem, ought even to be based upon it, but only, as happens here, after that law and through it. 43 Good and evil are not beings in themselves as elements of a spiritual moral hierarchy, they are posited by reason. This is how deeply nominalism continues to penetrate the Kantian rigorism. But as the moral categories are attached to self-preserving reason, they cease being utterly incompatible with that happiness to which Kant so harshly opposed them. The modifications of his stand on happiness and the progress of the critique of practical reason are not negligent concessions to the traditional ethics of property. Instead, preceding Hegel, they are models of emotion in the concept. Intentionally or not, moral universality passes into society. Documentary evidence of this is note 1 to the fourth theorem in the work on practical reason. Hence the mere form of a law that restricts the matter must be at the same time a reason to add this matter to the will, but it must not presuppose it. The matter, for example, may be my own happiness. If I attribute this to everyone, as indeed I may, in the case of finite creatures, it can become an objective practical law only when I include in it the happiness of others. The law to promote other people's happiness does thus not spring from the premise that this is an object for everyone's license. Its source is simply that the form of universality, which reason needs as a condition for investing a maxim of self, love with the objective validity of a law, comes to be the determining cause of the will. This determining cause of the pure will was not the object, other people's happiness. It was solely the sheer legal form I used to restrict my inclination-based maxim, in order to give it the universality of a law and thus to fit it for pure practical reason. It was from this restriction alone, not from the addition of an external mainspring, that the concept of a duty, to extend the maxim of myself, love to the happiness of others, could subsequently arise. 44 The doctrine that the moral law is absolutely independent, that it disregards empirical creatures, let alone the pleasure principle. This doctrine is suspended as the idea of the living is incorporated in the radical, general wording of the imperative, repressive character of the doctrine of freedom. On the side, Kant's inwardly brutal ethics retains its repressive aspect. He glories in an unmitigated urge to punish. It is not in his late works but in the critique of practical reason that we find these lines. Likewise, confront the man who is otherwise honest, or who this once will only meant mentally put himself in an honest man's place, with a moral law that makes him recognize the worthlessness of a liar, and his practical reason in judging what he ought to do, will instantly depart from his advantage. It will unite with that which preserves his self-respect, with veracity, and the advantage, having been sundered and washed clean of all adjuncts of reason which is solely and wholly on duty's side, will now be weighed by everyone so as, perhaps, to bring it into line with reason in other cases, excepting only where it might run counter to the moral law, which never departs from reason but enters into the closest union with it. 45. In its contempt for pity, pure practical reason agrees with the grow hard of Nietzsche, its antipode. Even this feeling of pity and tender-hearted compassion, if it precedes the reflection on duty and becomes a determining cause, is a burden upon the right thinking. It confuses their considered maxims and makes them wish to be rid of them and to be subject to laws of reason. The opposite intent can still be found in the Critique of Pure Reason, in keeping with its tenor. If legislation and government were arranged so as to accord with this idea, punishment would indeed become correspondingly rare, so it is entirely reasonable, as Plato claims, that if the first two were perfect there would be no need for anything like the third. Kant, Critic Darien and Vernunft, Works 3, page 248, alone. 46. At times, the heteronymous admixture in the inner composition of autonomy grows into wrath at the same reason that is to be freedom's source. Then Kant sides with the antithesis of the third antinomy, where determination by natural laws ceases. However, all explication ceases also, and nothing remains but the defensive, that is, repulsion of the objections of those who pretend to have looked more deeply into the essence of things and blithely declare freedom to be impossible. 47. Obscurantism entwines with the cult of absolutely ruling reason. The constraint that issues from the categorical imperative, according to Kant, contradicts the freedom said to coalesce in it, as its supreme definition. This is largely why the imperative, stripped of all empiricism, is put forth as a fact. 48. That need not be tested by reason. Despite the charismas between idea and factuality, the antinomical character of the Kantian doctrine of freedom is exacerbated to the point where the moral law seems to be regarded as directly rational and as not rational, as rational, because it is reduced to pure logical reason without content, and as not rational because it must be accepted as given and cannot be further analyzed, because every attempt at analysis is anathema. This antinomical character should not be laid at the philosopher's door. The pure logic of consistency, its compliance with self-preservation without self-reflection, is unreasonable and deluded in itself. The ratio turns into an irrational authority, self-experience of freedom, and unfreedom. The contradiction dates back to the objective contradiction between the experience which consciousness has of itself and its relation to totality. The individual feels free insofar as he has opposed himself to society and can do something, though incomparably less than he believes, against society and other individuals. His freedom is primarily that of a man pursuing his own ends that are not directly and totally exhausted by social ends. In this sense, freedom coincides with the principle of individuation. A freedom of this type has broken loose from primitive society. Within an increasingly rational one, it has achieved a measure of reality. At the same time, in the midst of bourgeois society, freedom remains no less delusive than individuality itself. A critique of free will as well as of determinism means a critique of this delusion. The law of value comes into play over the heads of formerly free individuals. They are unfree, according to Marx's insight, as the involuntary executors of that law. The more thoroughly unfree the more rank the growth of the social antagonisms it took to form the very conception of freedom. The process of evolving individual independence is a function of the barter society and terminates in the individual's abolition by integration. What produced freedom will recoil into unfreedom. The individual was free as an economically active bourgeois subject, free to the extent to which the economic system required him to be autonomous in order to function. His autonomy is thus potentially negated at the source. The freedom of which he boasted had a negative side, which Hegel was the first to notice. It was a mockery of true freedom, an expression of the contingency of every individual's social fate. The real necessity involved in the kind of freedom praised by ultra-liberal ideology, in a freedom which the free had to maintain and to enforce with their elbows. This necessity was an image designed to cover up the total social necessity that compels an individual to be rugged if he wants to survive. Thus even concepts abstract enough to seem to approach invariance prove to be historic. An example is the concept of life. While life keeps reproducing itself under the prevailing conditions of unfreedom, its concept, by its own meaning, presupposes the possibility of things not yet included, of things yet to be experienced, and this possibility has been so far reduced that the word life sounds by now like an empty consolation. But just as the freedom of the bourgeois individual is a caricature, so is the necessity of his actions. It is not the transparent necessity called for by the concept of law. It strikes every individual subject as an accident, rather, as a sequel to the mythical fate. Life has retained this negativity, an aspect that furnished the title of a Schubert piano piece for four hands. Storms of life. The anarchy in the production of goods is a manifestation of the social primitivity that vibrates in the word life, in the use of a biological category for a thing that is social in essence. If the social process of production and reproduction were transparent for the subjects, if the subjects determined that process, they would no longer be passively buffeted by the ominous storms of life. The so-called life would vanish, then, and so would the fatal aura with which the fin de siècle surrounded that word in the industrial age, to justify its wretched irrationality. The transiency of that surrogate occasionally casts its friendly shadows ahead. 19th century novels about adultery are already waste paper, if we accept the greatest products of that epoch, the ones that evoke its historic archetypes. Nor would a producer now dare to stage Hebel's jidges for an audience whose ladies will not give up their bikinis. There is a touch of barbarism in this fear of anachronistic subject matter, this lack of aesthetic distance, and one day, if mankind does work its way out, the same fate will overtake everything that is today still viewed as life and merely fools us about how little life there is. Until that time, the prevailing legality runs counter to the individual and his interests. Under the conditions of a bourgeois economy this is an unshakable fact. In such an economy there can be no answer to the question whether freedom or unfreedom of the will exists, and that economy in turn is a plaster cast of bourgeois society. The category of the individual, in truth, a historical category, deceptively exempts the question of free will from social dynamics and treats each individual as an original phenomenon. In keeping with the ideology of individualist society, freedom has been poorly internalized. This bars any cogent reply to the ideology. If the thesis of free will burdens the dependent individuals with the social injustice they can do nothing about, if it ceaselessly humiliates them with desiderata they cannot fulfill, the thesis of unfreedom, on the other hand, amounts to a metaphysically extended rule of the status quo. This thesis proclaims itself immutable, and if the Gyges and his ring, German drama based upon a tale from Plato, a queen, outraged to learn that her royal husband let his favored courtier peer into her bedroom, gives the her a choice of regicide or death. Trans, individual is not prepared to cower anyway. It invites him to cower because that is all he can do. Determinism capitalism acts as if dehumanization, the totally unfolded merchandise character of the working capacity, were human nature pure and simple. No thought is given to the fact that there is a limit to the merchandise character, the working capacity that has not just an exchange value, but a use value. To deny free will outright means to reduce men unreservedly to the normal merchandise form of their labor in full-fledged capitalism. Equally wrong is a prioristic determinism, the doctrine of free will which in the middle of the merchandise society would abstract from that society. The individual himself forms a moment of the merchandise society. The pure spontaneity that is attributed to him is the spontaneity which society expropriates. All that the subject needs to do to be lost is to pose an inescapable alternative. The will is free, or it is unfree. Each drastic thesis is false. In their inmost core, the theses of determinism and of freedom coincide. Both proclaim identity. The reduction to pure spontaneity applies to the empirical subjects the very same law which as an expanded causal category becomes determinism. Perhaps, free men would be freed from the will also. Surely it is only in a free society that the individuals would be free. Along with outward repression, the inner one would disappear, probably after long periods of time, and with recidivism permanently threatening. Where traditional philosophy, acting in a spirit of repression, used to confound freedom and responsibility, responsibility would now turn into every individual's fearless, active participation in a whole that would no longer institutionalize the parts played, but would allow them to have consequences in reality. The antinomy between the determination of the individual and the social responsibility that contradicts this determination is not due to a misuse of concepts. It is a reality, the moral indication that the universal and the particular are unreconciled. According to every psychological insight, even Hitler and his monsters were slaves to their early childhood, products of mental mutilation, and yet, the few one managed to catch must not be acquitted lest the crime, justified to the unconscious of the masses by the failure of lightning to strike from heaven, be repeated ad infinitum. This is something not to be glossed over with artificial constructions such as a utilitarian necessity at odds with reason. Humanity comes to the individual only when the entire sphere of individuation, its moral aspect included, is seen through as an epiphenomenon. At times it is society as a whole which in despair about its situation stands for freedom, against the individuals, and for the freedom promised in a note which the unfreedom of the individuals dishonors. On the other hand, in this age of universal social repression, the picture of freedom against society lives in the crushed, abused individual's features alone, where that freedom will hide out at any moment in history cannot be decreed once for all. Freedom turns concrete in the changing forms of repression, as resistance to repression. There has been as much free will as there were men with the will to be free, but freedom itself and unfreedom are so entangled that unfreedom is not just an impediment to freedom but a premise of its concept. This can no more be called out as an absolute than any other single concept. Without the unity and the compulsion of reason, nothing similar to freedom would ever have come to mind, much less into being. This is documented in philosophy. There is no available model of freedom save one, that consciousness, as it intervenes in the total social constitution, will through that constitution intervene in the complexion of the individual. This notion is not utterly chimerical, because consciousness is a ramification of the energy of drives. It is part impulse itself, and also a moment of that which it intervenes in. If there were not that affinity which Kant so furiously denies, neither would there be the idea of freedom, for whose sake he denies the affinity. The crisis of causality. What happens to the idea of freedom seems to be happening also to its counterpart, the concept of causality, in line with the general trend of falsely voiding the antagonisms. The universal liquidates the particular from above, by identification. There are no quick conclusions to be drawn here from the crisis of causality in the natural sciences, where it expressly applies to the micro-realm only. On the other hand, Kant's formulation of causality in the Critique of Pure Reason, at least, are so large that presumably they would have room even for the purely statistical legalities. The natural sciences are content to handle causality with operational definitions that are inherent in their modes of proceeding, but for philosophy there can be no dispensation from accounting for causality, if more than an abstract repetition of natural scientific methodology is to be accomplished. Natural science and philosophy have miserably come apart, and the need alone is not going to glue them together. Yet the crisis of causality can also be seen in contemporary society, a field accessible to philosophical experience. Kant considered it the unquestionably rational method to trace every condition back to its cause, whereas the sciences, from which philosophy gets only farther away in its zeal to recommend itself as their advocate, are probably operating not so much with causal chains as with causal networks. But this is more than an incidental concession to the empirical ambiguity of causal relations. Even Kant would have to admit that an awareness of all the causal sequences that intersect in every phenomenon, instead of it being unequivocally determined by causality in the sequence of time, is essential to the category itself. It is a priori. In Kant's language, no single event is accepted from that diversity. The infinity of the enmeshed and intersecting makes it impossible to form such unequivocal causal chains as the third antinomies thesis and antithesis equally stipulate. It is impossible as a matter of principle, not just of practice. Even tangible historical investigations, which in Kant's case remained in a finite progression, involved horizontally, so to speak, that positive infinity which he criticized in the chapter on antinomies. Kant ignores this, as if he were transferring the uncomplicated surveyability of small-town conditions to all possible objects. No road takes us from his model to the performance of causal determinations. Dealing with the causal relation exclusively as a principle, he thinks past the fact that in principle the relation is enmeshed. Conditioning this sin of omission is Kant's shift of causality into the transcendental subject. As a pure form of legality, causality becomes one-dimensional, including the ill-reputed interaction and the table of categories as an ex post facto attempt to correct the deficiency. It is also an early sign of the dawning crisis of causality, as the Durkheim school did not fail to notice. The schema of causality was as much a copy of the simple generational relation as that relation, to be explained, is in need of causality, peculiar to causality as a feudal aspect, if not indeed, as in Anaximander and Heraclitus, an aspect of archaic legal vindictiveness. The process of demythologization has had a twofold effect upon causality, the legacy of the spirits held to be at work in things. Demythologization has both confined causality and reinforced it in the name of the law. If causality is the true unity within diversity which led Schopenhauer to prefer it among the categories, there was as much causality throughout the bourgeois era as there was a system. The more unequivocal the circumstances, the easier was it to talk of causality in history. Hitler's Germany caused World War II in more exact fashion than the Kaiser's Germany caused World War I. But there are It is a fact that the validity of causality disintegrates correlatively to the decline of the possibility of freedom, and this fact is a symptom of a transformation. A society that is rational in its means is transformed into that frankly irrational society which latently, in its ends, it has been for a long time. In the philosophy of Leibniz and Kant, in the separation of the final cause from the phenomenally applicable causality in the narrow sense, and in the attempt to combine the two, some of that divergence was felt, without getting to its root in the ends and means antinomy of bourgeois society. But today's disappearance of causality signals no realm of freedom. Reproduced in total interaction, the old dependence expands. Its millionfold web prevents the rational penetration that is now due and close enough to touch, the penetration which causal thinking sought to promote in the service of progress. Causality itself makes sense only in a horizon of freedom. From empiricism it appeared to be protected, since without the assumption of causality a scientifically organized cognition seemed impossible. Idealism had no stronger argument at its disposal, and yet, Kant's effort to raise causality as a subjective necessity of thought to the rank of a constitutive condition of objectivity was no more valid than its empiricist denial. Even he was forced to disavow that assumption of an interconnection of phenomena, the assumption without which causality turns into an if-then relation, losing precisely that emphatic legality, that a priority, which the doctrine of its subjective categorial nature seeks to conserve. Scientific development subsequently realized the potential of the Kantian doctrine. Another expedient is to base causality on its immediate self-experience in motivation. Psychology has since furnished substantial proof that the self-experience not only can but must be deceptive. Causality as a spell. If causality as a subjective principle of thought has a touch of the absurd, and yet there can be no cognition quite without it, the thing to do is to look in it for a moment that is not cogitative. Causality can teach us what identity has done to non-identity. We are conscious of that when we are conscious of causality qua legality. A cognitively critical sense of causality is also a sense of the subjectively delusive aspects of identification. Upon reflection, causality points to the ideal of freedom as the possibility of non-identity. Objectively, in a provocatively anti-Kantian sense, causality would be a relation between things in themselves insofar, and only insofar, as they are subjugated by the identity principle. Objectively and subjectively, causality is the spell of dominated nature. It has its fundamentum in real identity, which as a mental principle simply mirrors the real control of nature. In reflecting upon causality, reason, which finds causality in nature wherever it controls nature, also grows aware of its own natural origin as the spellbinding principle. It is in such self-consciousness that a progressively enlightened mind parts company with the relapse into mythology to which it subscribed before reflecting. The reductive schema of enlightenment, this is man, is stripped of its omnipotence as man recognizes himself as the object of his insatiable reductions. Causality, however, is nothing but man's natural origin, which he continues as control of nature. Once man, the subject, knows the moment of his own equality with nature, he will desist from merely equalizing nature with himself. This is the secret and perverted truth content of idealism. For the more thoroughly the subject follows the idealistic custom to make nature equal to itself, the farther will it be removed from all equality with nature. Affinity is the point of a dialectics of enlightenment. It no sooner cuts completely through the affinity than it will recoil into delusion, into a conceptless execution from outside. Without affinity there is no truth. This is what idealism caricatured in the philosophy of identity. Consciousness knows as much about its otherness as it resembles that otherness. It does not know by striking out itself along with the resemblance. To define objectivity as the residue after the subject has been deducted is aping. Objectivity is the self-unconscious schema under which the subject brings its otherness. The less affinity to things it tolerates, the more ruthlessly will it identify. But affinity is no positive, ontological individual definition either. When we turn it into intuition, into a truth directly, sympathetically known, the dialectics of enlightenment will grind it to bits as a relic, a warmed-up myth that agrees with dominion, with the mythology that reproduces itself from pure reason. Affinity is not a remnant which cognition hands us after the identifying schemata of the categorial machinery have been eliminated. Rather, affinity is a definite negation of those schemata. It is in such critique that we reflect on causality. What thinking performs in it is a mimicry of the spell of things, of the spell with which it has endowed things, on the threshold of a sympathy that would make the spell disappear. There is an elective affinity between the subjectivity of causality and the objects, a distant sense of what has happened to them at the subject's hand. Reason, ego, superego, the Kantian turn of the moral law into fact has a suggestive power because in the sphere of the empirical person Kant can actually cite such a datum to support his view. This helps to establish a connection, always problematic, between the intelligible and empirical realms. The phenomenology of empirical consciousness, not to mention its psychology, comes up against the very conscience which in Kantian doctrine is the voice of the moral law. The descriptions of its efficacy, notably those of the constraint it exerts, are not mere brainstorms. It was in the real compulsion of conscience that Kant read the coercive features he engraved in the doctrine of freedom. The empirical irresistibility of the superego, the psychologically existing conscience, is what assures him, contrary to his transcendental principle, of the factuality of the moral law. Although, for Kant, conscience ought to disqualify factuality as the basis of autonomous morality, as much as it disqualifies the heteronymous drives. Kant's refusal to allow any critique of conscience brings him into conflict with his own insight that in the phenomenal world all motivations are motivations of the empirical, psychological ego. This is why he removed the genetical moment from the philosophy of morals and substituted the construction of the intelligible character, a character which he described, to be sure, as initially given by the subject to itself, but the temporal, genetical and nonetheless empirical claim of that initially is not redeemable. Every bit of knowledge we have of the genesis of character is incompatible with the assertion of such an act of original moral gestation. The ego that is supposed to perform it, according to Kant, is not something immediate. The ego itself is indirect. It has arisen. To speak in psychoanalytical terms, it has branched off from the diffuse energy of the libido. Not only all of the specific substance of the moral law refers constitutively to facts of existence, but so does its supposedly pure imperative form. This form presupposes the adjudging the causality of free acts. We can therefore come only as far as the intelligible cause, but not beyond it. We can recognize that this cause might be free, that is, determined independently of the realm of the senses, and that it might thus be the sensually unqualified qualification of phenomena. But why, in given circumstances, the intelligible character provides precisely these phenomena and this empirical character, that is a question so far beyond all powers of our reason, indeed beyond its every competence to ask, as if we were asking why the transcendental object provides our external sense perception with perception and space only, and not with some other kind. Kant, Critic Darien and Vernunft, Works 3, page 376 f. Internalization of repression as much as the full development of the ego as the solid, identically maintained authority which Kant absolutizes as the necessary premise of morality. No Kant interpretation that would object to his formalism and undertake to have the substance demonstrate the empirical moral relativity which Kant eliminated with the help of that formalism. No such interpretation would reach far enough. The law, even in its most abstract form, has come to be. Its painful abstractness is sedimented substance, dominion reduced to its normal form of identity. Psychology has now concretely caught up with something which in Kant's day was not known as yet, and to which he therefore did not need to pay specific attention. With the empirical genesis of what, unanalyzed, was glorified by him as timelessly intelligible. The Freudian school in its heroic period, agreeing on this point with the other Kant, the Kant of the Enlightenment, used to call for a ruthless criticism of the superego as something truly heteronymous and alien to the ego. The superego was recognized, then, as blindly, unconsciously internalized social coercion. Sandor Ferenczi, with a caution that may be explained, perhaps, as fear of social consequences, wrote that a real character analysis must do away temporarily, at least, with every kind of superego, including the analysts. Eventually, after all, the patient must become free from all emotional ties that go beyond reason and his own libidinous tendencies. Nothing but this sort of raising of the superego as such can accomplish a radical cure. Successes that consist only in the substitution of one superego for another are still to be classified as successes of transference. They certainly do not serve the ultimate purpose of therapy, to get rid of the transference also. 49 Reason, to Kant, the foundation of conscience, is here supposed to dissolve and refute it, for the unreflected rule of the four-volume German principle, the principle which psychoanalysis principle, reason, the ego's rule over the id, is identical with the repressive principle, the principle which psychoanalysis, its criticism silenced by the reality principle of the ego, placed under the ego's unconscious sway. The separation of ego and superego, which the analytical typology insists upon, is a dubious affair. Genetically, both of them led equally to the internalization of the father image. The analytical theories about the superego, however bold their beginnings, will therefore flag in short order, lest they be obliged to spread to the coddled ego. And indeed, Ferenczi promptly curbs his criticism. He is fighting only against the part of the superego that has become unconscious and is impervious to influence. 50 But this will not do. For, as in the case of the archaic taboos, the irresistibility which Kant found in the compulsion of conscience lies in such a turn to unconsciousness. If a state of universally rational actuality were conceivable, no superego would come into being. There have been attempts, by Ferenczi, and later by the psychoanalytical revisionists who subscribe, along with other healthy views, to that of a healthy superego, to divide it into two parts, a conscious one and a pre-conscious and therefore more harmless one, but these attempts are futile. The process that makes conscience an authority, a process of objectification and evolving independence, constitutes a forgetting and is thus alien to the ego. Ferenczi agrees, emphasizing that in his preconscious, a normal man continues to retain a sum of positive and negative models. 51 But if there is any concept that is heteronymous in the strict Kantian sense, psychoanalytically speaking, any that is libidinously bound, it is the concept of the model. It is the correlative normal man, whom Ferenczi respects likewise, of the man who actively and passively lends himself to every social repression. Psychoanalysis, clinging to its fatal faith in the division of labor, uncritically receives this view of normalcy from the existing society. As soon as it puts the brakes of social conformism on the critique of the superego launched by itself, psychoanalysis comes close to that repression which to this day has marred all teachings of freedom. How close, shows most clearly in passages like the following by Ferenczi. So long as the superego is moderate and sees to it that one will feel as a civilized citizen and act accordingly, it is a useful institution that should be left alone. But pathological exaggerations of the superego formation. 52 The fear of exaggerations is the mark of the same civilized citizenry that will pay any price to keep the superego along with its irrationalities. How the normal and the pathic superego might be distinguished subjectively, by psychological criteria, is a question on which psychoanalysts, all too quick to see reason, are silent. As silent as the Philistines are about the line between nationalism and that which they cultivate as natural national feelings. The only criterion of the distinction is its social effect, whose questions psychoanalysts declare to be without their competence. As Ferenczi puts it, contradicting his words, reflections on the superego are truly metasociological. A critique of the superego would have to turn into one of the society that produces the superego. If psychoanalysts stand mute here, they accommodate the ruling social norm, to recommend the superego on grounds of social utility or inalienability, while its own coercive mechanism strips it of the objective validity it claims in the context of affecting psychological motivations. This amounts to repeating and reinforcing, within psychology, the irrationalities which psychology braced itself to do away with. Potential of freedom. What has been going on in recent times, however, is an externalization of the superego into unconditional adjustment, not its sublimation in a more rational whole. The ephemeral traces of freedom which herald its possibility to empirical life tend to grow more rare. Freedom comes to be a borderline value. Not even as a complementary ideology does one really dare to set it forth. The powers that be, by now administering even ideology with a firm hand, clearly have little faith in the continuing propagandistic appeal of freedom. Freedom is forgotten. Unfreedom is consummated in its invisible totality that tolerates no outside anymore from which it might be broken. The world as it is becomes the only ideology, and mankind, its component. Dialectical justice prevails there. 2. It is meted out to the individual, the prototype and agent of a particularistic and unfree society. The freedom he must look forward to could not be his alone. It would have to be the freedom of the whole. A critique of the individual leads as far beyond the category of freedom as that category has been created in the unfree individual's image. The contradiction that for the individual's sphere we can proclaim no free will, and thus no morality, while without them there is no preserving even the life of the species. This contradiction is not to be settled by imposing the octroi of so-called values, heteronomously posited like Nietzsche's new tables. They would be the opposite of freedom. But freedom need not remain what it was, and what it arose from. Ripening, rather, in the internalization of social coercion into conscience, with the resistance to social authority which critically measures that authority by its own principles, is a potential that would rid men of coercion. In the critique of conscience, the rescue of this potential is envisioned, not in the psychological realm, however, but in the objectivity of a reconciled life of the free. Finally, though seeming to to contradict its rigorous claim to autonomy. The convergence of Kantian morality with the ethics of property maintains the truth of a break not to be bridged by any conceptual synthesis, of the break between the social ideal and the subjective ideal of self-preserving reason. If it were charged that it is sheer subjective reason which absolutizes itself in the objectivity of the moral law, the indictment would be subaltern. What Kant puts into fallible and distorted words is what should be advanced as a social demand, with good reason. For good or ill, such objectivity goes on existing apart from the subjective sphere. It is not translatable into the subjective sphere of either psychology or rationality until the general interest and the particular one are in real accord. Conscience is the mark of shame of an unfree society, necessarily hidden from Kant with the arcanum of his philosophy, that in order to have the capacity with which he credits it, to constitute objectivities or to objectify itself in action, the subject on its part must always be objective also. Spooking in the transcendental subject, in the pure reason that interprets itself as objective, is the supremacy of the object, a moment without which the subject could not perform Kant's objectifying actions either. At the core, his concept of subjectivity bears a personal features. Even that which is immediate, nearest, most assured to the subject's own personality, requires mediation. There is no ego consciousness without society, just as there is no society beyond its individuals. The postulates of practical reason which transcend the subject, God, freedom, immortality, imply a critique of the categorical imperative, of pure subjective reason. Without those postulates the imperative would be unthinkable, all Kant's avowals to the contrary notwithstanding. Without hope there is no good. Against personalism, with direct violence erupting everywhere, our thought, unwilling to dispense with the protection of morality, is induced by nominalist trends to attach morality to the person, as to an indestructible property. Freedom, which would arise only in the organization of a free society, is sought precisely where it is denied by the organization of the existing society. In each individual, the individual would need freedom, but as he happens to be, he cannot guarantee it. Reflection on society does not occur in ethical personalism, no more than reflection on the person itself. Once detached entirely from the universal, the person cannot constitute a universal either. The universal is received in secret, then, from extant forms of rule. In pre-fascist times, personalism and the prattle of ties got along quite well on a platform of irrationality. The person, as an absolute, negates the generality that is supposed to be read in it, and it creates a threadbare legal title for license. Its charisma is borrowed from the irresistibility of the universal, while the cogitative distress of coming to doubt the legitimacy of the universal makes the person withdraw to itself. Its principle, that of the unshakable unity which makes out its selfhood, defiantly repeats dominion in the subject. The person is the historically tied knot that should be freely loosened and not perpetuated. It is the ancient spell of the universal, entrenched in the particular. Whatever moral aspect is inferred from it remains as accidental as a direct existence. Unlike the personality in Kant's antiquated manner of speaking, the person became a tautology for those left with nothing but the conceptless being there of their existence. The transcendence which some neo-ontologies hope to derive from the person exalts nothing but their consciousness. Yet their own consciousness would not be without that universal which their recourse to the person seeks to bar as an ethical ground. This is why the concept of the person as well as its variants, the I-thou relation, for example, have assumed the oily tone of unbelieved theology. We cannot anticipate the concept of the right human being, but it would be nothing like the person, that consecrated duplicate of its own self-preservation. From the viewpoint of a philosophy of history, this concept, which on the one hand assuredly presupposes a subject objectified into a character, presupposes on the other hand the subject's disintegration, complete weakness of the ego, the subject's transition to a passive, atomistic, reflex-type conduct, is at the same time the well-earned judgment passed upon a person in which the economic principle of appropriation has become anthropological. It is not a personal side of men that would have to be conceived as their intelligible character, it is what distinguishes them from their existence. In the person, this distinguishing element necessarily appears as non-identity. Whatever stirs in a man contradicts his unity. Every impulse in the direction of better things is not only rational, as it is to Kant, before it is rational, it is also stupid. Men are human only where they do not act, let alone posit themselves, as persons. The diffuseness of nature, in which they are not persons, resembles the lineamentation of an intelligible creature, of that self which would be delivered from the ego. Contemporary art innovates some of this. The subject is a lie, because for the sake of its own absolute rule it will deny its own objective definitions. Only he who would refrain from such lies, who would have used his own strength, which he owes to identity, to cast off the facade of identity, would truly be a subject. The ideological mischief of the person can be criticized imminently. According to that ideology it is substantiality that dignifies the person, but this substantiality does not exist, without exception. Men have yet to become themselves. By the concept of the self we should properly mean their potential, and this potential stands in polemical opposition to the reality of the self. This is the main reason why the talk of self-alienation is untenable, despite, or perhaps on account of, the better days it has seen under Hegel and Marx. That talk has become the stock in trade of apologists who will suggest in paternal tones that man has apostatized, that he has lapsed from a being in itself which he had always been, whereas, in fact, he never was that being in itself, and what he can expect from recourse to his is therefore nothing but submission to authority, the very thing that is alien to him. It is not only due to the economic themes of Das Kapital that the concept of self-alienation plays no part in it anymore, it makes philosophical sense. Negative dialectics does not come to a halt before the conclusive existence, the solid selfhood of the ego, nor will it halt before the ego's equally congealed antithesis, the role which serves the subjective sociology of our time as a nostrum, as the ultimate definition of socialization, analogous to the self-being existence of some ontologists. The concept of the role sanctions the bad, perverted depersonalization of today, unfreedom, which simply for a perfect adjustment sake replaces the autonomy that was won laboriously and as if subject to recall, is less than freedom, not more. The hardships of the division of labor are hypostatized as virtues in the concept of the role. With this concept, the ego once again prescribes that which society condemns it to be, itself. The liberated ego, no longer locked up in its identity, would no longer be condemned to play roles either. The remnants of a division of labor which the radical curtailment of working hours might leave in society would lose the horror of shaping the disalienation. To remain intelligible to the philosophers, can of course be voided on two practical premises only. Marx and Engels, Die Deutsche Ideologie, Berlin 1960, page 31. Individuals throughout, the thing-like rigor of the self and its availability, its readiness to be committed to the socially desired roles, are accomplices. If identity is ever to pass into its otherness, it must not be denied abstractly even in the moral field, but must be preserved in resistance. The present condition is destructive, a loss of identity for the sake of abstract identity, of naked self-preservation, depersonalization and existential existential ontology. The duplicity of the ego has left its mark on existential ontology. Both the recourse to existence and the design of intrinsicality against the indefinite third person. The one are metaphysical transfigurations of the idea of the strong, conclusive, resolute I. The effect of being in time was that of a personalist manifesto. But in Heidegger's interpretation of subjectivity as a mode of being, a mode superior to thought, personalism was already turning into its opposite. Linguistically, this is indicated by the choice of a personal terms for the subject. Terms such as existence and existence. What returns unnoticed in this usage is the idealistically German, civically pious predominance of identity beyond its carrier, the subject. Depersonalization, the bourgeois devaluation of the individual whom one glorified in the same breath, was already the basis of the difference between subjectivity as the general principle of the individualized ego, between egoity, in Schelling's language, and the individualized ego itself. The essence of subjectivity qua existence, a main theme of being in time, is like the remainder that is left of the person when it is no longer a person. The motives for this are not to be disdained. What is commensurable to the person's general conceptual extent, its individual consciousness, is always phenomenal as well, entwined in that transsubjective objectivity whose ground, according to both idealist doctrine and ontological doctrine, lies in the pure subject. Whatever an I can introspectively experience as I is also not I. Absolute egoity defies experience. Hence the difficulty, found by Schopenhauer, of becoming aware of oneself. The ultimate is not an ultimate. Hegel recognized this in the objective turn he gave to his absolute idealism, the equivalent of absolute subjectivity. But the more thorough the individual's loss of what used to be called his self-consciousness, the higher the rise of depersonalization. That to Heidegger, death came to be the essence of existence codifies the nullity of mere being for oneself, in the sinister decision to depersonalize. However, we bow regressively to a doom we feel to be inescapable, instead of using the idea to point beyond the person, so that it may come into its own. Heidegger's a personality is a linguistic arrangement and one too easily, by simply leaving out what makes the subject a subject. He thinks past the not of the subject. An abstract attenuation of existence to its pure possibility would not unlock the perspective of depersonalization. Only an analysis of the subjects existing in the world would do so. Heidegger's analysis of existence does not go that far, which is why his personal existentialia can be attached to persons with so little effort. The microanalysis of persons is unbearable to an authoritarian way of thinking. In selfhood it would strike at the principle of all dominion. Existence generally, on the other hand, is a personal and can be unhesitantly treated as if it were superhuman and yet human. In fact, as a functional context objectively preceding all the living, their overall condition moves toward a personality in the sense of anonymity. This is as much deplored in Heidegger's language as that overall condition is affirmatively mirrored in his language. As superpersonal, catching up with the horror of depersonalization would take an insight into the person's own reified side, into the limits placed upon egoity by equating the self with self-preservation. To Heidegger, ontological personality always remains the ontologization of the person without actually soon after the publication of Heidegger's chef d'oeuvre, its objective, ontological implications and the recoil of objectless internality into negative objectivity could already be shown on Kierkegaard's concept of existence. Cf. Theodor W. Adorno, Kierkegaard, Frankfurt 1962, page 87 ff. Reaching the person. There is a retroactive force in the cognition of what became of consciousness when its live side was abandoned. Egoity has always been so thing-like. Dwelling in the core of the subject are the objective conditions it must deny for the sake of its unconditional rule. They are the conditions of that rule, and they are what the subject would have to get rid of. The premise of its identity is the end of compulsory identity. In existential ontology this appears in distortion only, yet nothing that fails to invade the zone of depersonalization and its dialectics can be intellectually relevant any longer. Schizophrenia is the truth about the subject. From the viewpoint of the philosophy of history, Heidegger, in touching upon the zone of depersonalization, unwittingly turns it into a parable of the administered world and, complementing the parable, into a desperately fortified definition of subjectivity. Its critique alone would yield an object for what Heidegger, under the name of destruction, reserves to the history of philosophy. The things which Freud, the anti-metaphysician, taught about the I'd come closer to a metaphysical critique of the subject than Heidegger's metaphysics, which he does not want to be metaphysics. If the role, the heteronomy prescribed by autonomy, is the latest objective form of an unhappy consciousness, there is, conversely, no happiness except where the self is not itself. Historically, the subject has fought its way out of a state of dissociation and ambiguity, and if the immense pressure that weighs upon it hurls the self back into that state, into schizophrenia, the subject's dissolution presents at the same time the ephemeral and condemned picture of a possible subject. If its freedom, once upon a time, called a halt to the mythos, the subject would now win deliverance from itself as from the ultimate mythos. The subject's non-identity without sacrifice would be utopian, universal and individual in the philosophy of morals. In inveighing against psychology, Kant expresses not only the fear of losing the laboriously caught scrap of the intelligible world, he expresses also the authentic insight that the moral categories of the individual are more than strictly individual. What manifests itself in them as universal, after the model of Kant's concept of the law, is secretly social. For all the oscillation of the concept of humanity in the critique of practical reason, one of its major functions is that pure reason, being general, is valid for all rational beings. This is a point of indifference in Kant's philosophy. The concept of generality was obtained from the multiplicity of subjects and then made independent as the logical objectivity of reason, in which all single subjects, as well as, seemingly, subjectivity as such, will disappear. But Kant, on the narrow ridge between logical absolutism and empirical general validity, wants to return to that entity which the system's logic of consistency had banned before. This is where the anti-psychological philosophy of morals converges with psychological findings of a later date. In revealing the superego as an internalized social norm, psychology breaks through its own monadological barriers. These in turn are social products. The objectivity of conscience vis-a-vis mankind is drawn from the objectivity of society, from the objectivity in and by which men live and which extends to the core of their individualization. Undividedly entwined in such objectivity are the antagonistic moments, heteronymous coercion and the idea of a solidarity transcending the divergent individual interests. The part of conscience that reproduces the tenaciously persisting repressive mischief of society is the opposite of freedom. It is to be disenchanted by evidence of its own determination. The universal norm which conscience unconsciously appropriates, on the other hand, bears witness to whichever part of society points beyond particularity as the principle of its totals. This is its element of truth. The question of right or wrong in conscience cannot be answered succinctly because right and wrong lie in conscience itself and could not be separated by any abstract judgment. It takes the repressive form of conscience to develop the form of solidarity, in which the repressive one will be voided. To the philosophy of morals it is essential that the individual and society should be neither reconciled nor divided by by a simple difference. The bad side of universality has declared itself in the socially unfulfilled claim of the individual. This is the super-individual truth content of the critique of morality. But the individual inculpated by want, who comes to be his own be-all and end-all, will in turn fall into the delusion of individualist society and misconceive himself, a consequence which Hegel discerned, and discerned most acutely where he was lending a hand to reactionary abuses. Society is in the wrong against the individual in its general claims, but it is also in the right against him, since the social principle of unreflected self-preservation, the very principle which makes up the bad universal, is hypostatized in the individual. Society meets out measure for measure, encoded in the late Kantian sentence that everyone's freedom need be curtailed only insofar as it impairs someone else's, is a reconciled condition that would not only be above the bad universal, the coercive social mechanism, but above the obdurate individual who is a microcosmic copy of that mechanism. The question of freedom does not call for a yes or no, it calls for theory to rise above the individuality that exists as well as above the society that exists. Instead of sanctioning the internalized and hardened authority of the superego, theory should carry out the dialectics of individual and species. The rigorism of the superego is nothing but the reflex response to the prevention of that dialectics by the antagonistic condition. The subject would be liberated only as an I reconciled with the not I, and thus it would be also above freedom insofar as freedom is leagued with its counterpart, repression. How much aggression is so far inherent in freedom can be seen whenever, in the midst of general unfreedom, men act as if they were free, in a state of freedom. The individual would not be frantically guarding the old particularity. Individuality is the product of pressure as well as the energy center for resistance to this pressure, but neither would that state of freedom agree with the writers. Every act that can coexist, or whose maxim enables the freedom of everyone's license to coexist, with everyone's freedom, in line with a universal law. Kant, Metaphysik der Sitten, Ähnlichung und Rechtswahrheit c. Work 6, page 230, present concept of collectivity. The fact that collectivism is directly commanded in the countries which today monopolize the name of socialism, commanded as the individual's subordination to society, this fact belies the socialism of those countries and solidifies antagonism. The complaints of isolation are as much manifestations of the ego's enfeeblement by a socialized society in which men are tirelessly rounded up, rendered both literally and metaphorically incapable of solitude, as they are signs of a truly unbearable chill spread over all things by the expanding barter relationship, a chill prolonged in the alleged people's democracies by authoritarian regimes and a ruthless disregard for needs of the subjects. The idea that a union of free men would constantly require them to flock together belongs to the conceptual circle of parades, of marching, flag waving, and leaders' orations. These methods thrive for so long as society irrationally seeks to glue its compulsory members together. Objectively they are not needed. Collectivism and individualism complement each other in the wrong direction. Protests against both of them have been voiced by speculative philosophers of history from Fichte onward, in the doctrine of a state of consummate sinfulness and later in the doctrine of lost meaning. The modern world was equated with a deformed one, whereas Rousseau, the initiator of retrospective hostility to one's own age, had struck the spark of this hostility on the last of the great styles. What he had abhorred was too much form, the denatured society. The time has come to give notice to the image of a world drained of meaning, from a cipher of longing. This image has degenerated into a slogan of order maniacs. Nowhere on earth is today's society open, as apologists of scientificism certify it to be, but it is not deformed anywhere either. The belief that forms have been lost arose from the devastation of cities and landscapes by planlessly expanding industry. It originated in a lack of rationality, not in its excess. Anyone who traces deformation to metaphysical processes rather than to the conditions of material production is a purveyor of ideologies. A change in the conditions of production might relieve the violent picture which the world shows to its violators. If super-individual ties had vanished, they are far from having vanished. This in itself would not be bad at all. The truly emancipated works of 20th century art are certainly no worse than those that thrived in styles discarded by the modern age, for the best of reasons. Reversed as in a mirror is the experience that according to the states of consciousness, and of the material productive forces, men are expected to be free, that they expect themselves to be free, and that they are not free, while their radical unfreedom leaves them no such model of thought, of conduct, and, to use the most infamous term, of value as the unfree crave. The substance of the lament about lack of ties is a condition of society that simulates freedom without realizing it. There is a pale sort of freedom only in the superstructure. Its perennial failure to succeed shifts the desire to unfreedom. This disproportion is probably what we express when we ask about the meaning of existence as a whole. On the state of freedom, black shrouds cover the horizon of a state of freedom that would no longer require either repression or morality, because drives would no longer have to be expressed in destruction. It is not in their nauseating parody, sexual repression, that moral questions are succinctly posed. It is in lines such as, no man should be tortured, there should be no concentration camps, while all of this continues in Asia and Africa and is repressed merely because, as ever, the humanity of civilization is inhumane toward the people it shamelessly brands as uncivilized. But if a moral philosopher were to seize upon these lines and to exult at having caught the critics of morality, at last, caught them quoting the same values that are happily proclaimed by the philosophy of morals, his cogent conclusion would be false. The lines are true as an impulse, as a reaction to the news that torture is going on somewhere. They must not be rationalized. As an abstract principle they would fall promptly into the bad infinities of derivation and validity. We criticize morality by criticizing the extension of the logic of consistency to the conduct of men. This is where the stringent logic of consistency becomes an organ of unfreedom. The impulse, naked physical fear, and the sense of solidarity with what Brecht called tormentable bodies, is immanent in moral conduct and would be denied in attempts at ruthless rationalization. What is most urgent would become contemplative again, mocking its own urgency. The theoretical meaning of the difference between theory and practice is that practice can no more be reduced to pure theory than it is of it. The two cannot be glued together in a synthesis. What has not been severed lies solely in the extremes, in a spontaneously stirring impatience with argumentation, in the unwillingness to let the horror go on, and in the theoretical discernment, unterrorized by commands. That shows us why the horror goes on anyway, ad infinitum. This contradiction alone is the stage of morality today, considering the real impotence of all individuals. Consciousness reacts spontaneously when it knows what is bad. without being content with that knowledge. The incompatibility of every general moral judgment with psychological determination, an incompatibility which nonetheless does not relieve us of the judgment that something is evil, comes from the objective antagonism, not from inconsistent thought. Fritz Bauer noted that the same types who find 100 stale arguments for the acquittal of the torturers of Auschwitz favor a reintroduction of the death penalty. It is on this point that the latest stand of moral dialectics concentrates. The acquittal would be a barefaced injustice, but a just atonement would be infected with the principle of brute force, and nothing but resistance to that is humanity. Benjamin forecast this dialectics in his remark that the execution of the death penalty might be moral, never its legitimation. If the men charged with torturing, along with their overseers and with the high and mighty protectors of the overseers, had been shot on the spot, this would have been more moral than putting a few on trial. The fact that they managed to flee, to hide out for 2 decades, effects a qualitative change in the justice that was missed at the time. Once a judicial machinery must be mobilized against them, with codes of procedure, black robes, and understanding defense lawyers. Justice, incapable in any case of imposing sanctions that would fit the crimes, is falsified already, compromised by the same principle on which the killers were acting. The fascists shrewdly exploit such objective madness with their devilishly insane reason. The historic basis of the aporia is that in Germany the anti-fascist revolution failed, or rather, that in 1944 there was no revolutionary mass movement. The contradiction of teaching empirical determinism and yet convicting the normal monsters, according to those teachings, one should perhaps turn them loose, cannot be settled by superior logic. A justice that has been reflected upon theoretically ought not to shy away from this contradiction. Failure to make it conscious is a political factor that encourages the continuation of the torture methods for which the collective unconscious is hoping anyway. It looks forward only to their rationalization. This much of the theory of deterrence is certainly true. It is in admitting the rupture, the break between, on the one hand, a legal reason which for the last time accords to the guilty the honor of a freedom they do not deserve, and on the other hand, an insight into their real unfreedom, that the critique of identitarian thinking with its logic of consistency comes to be moral. Kant's intelligible character. The construction of the intelligible character is Kant's way to connect existence with the moral law. The construction leans upon the thesis that the moral law proves its reality 53, as if things that are given, things that exist, were legitimized by being given and existent. When Kant says further that even outside the world of the senses, in freedom, the determining ground of this causality may be assumed as a quality of an intelligible being. 54 The concept of a quality turns the intelligible being into a full-fledged real one that can be positively conceived in the life of the individual. Yet this, within the axiomatics of non-contradictoriness, runs counter to the doctrine that intelligibility is beyond the world of the senses. Kant promptly and frankly recalls that doctrine. The moral good, on the other hand, is supersensory as far as the object is concerned. Accordingly, nothing that corresponds to it, and thus most certainly no quality, can be found in any sense perception, and the power of judgment under laws of pure practical reason seems therefore to be subject to special difficulties resting upon the fact that a law of freedom is to be applied to actions as events which occur in the sensory world and thus belong to nature. 55 In keeping with the spirit of the critiques, the passage is directed not only against the ontology of good and evil as nominal properties, stringently criticized in the critique of practical reason, it also goes against the coordinated subjective faculty which is removed from the realm of phenomena, is said to assure that ontology, and bears a character of a downright supernatural sort. Objectively, one of the strongest motives behind Kant's attempt to save freedom by introducing the doctrine of the intelligible character, an utterly exposed, out on a limb doctrine, resisting experience and yet conceived as a link to empiricism, was that the being of the will could not be inferred from phenomena, could not be defined by their conceptual synthesis either, but had to be presupposed as their condition, with the same drawbacks of a naive realism of inwardness which Kant, in other cases of psychological hypostasis, destroyed in his chapter on paralogisms. The precarious linkage is to be accomplished by proving that character is neither exhausted in nature nor absolutely transcendent to it, as its concept implies dialectically. By the way, yet motivations without which there would be no such linkage have a psychological element, while the motivations of the human will, according to Kant, can never be anything other than the moral law. 56 This is what the antinomy prescribes for each possible answer. Kant elaborates it bluntly, for how a law might immediately and by itself be a determining ground of the will, which is, after all, the essential factor in all morality. This is a problem insoluble for human reason, and as one with the problem how there might be a free will. What we shall thus have to show, a priori, is not the ground on which the moral law in itself constitutes a mainspring. It is what, supposing the law is such a mainspring, it will bring about, one had better say, must bring about, in the human mind. 57 Kant's speculation falls silent where it ought to start. He is resigned to simply describing immanent effective contexts which, had his purpose not overwhelmed him, he would not have hesitated to call delusive. Something empirical acquires a super-empirical authority by stealth, by the strength of the affection it exerts. Kant deals with an intelligible existence 58 that exists without time, although according to him time has a part in constituting existence, and he treats it without being deterred by the contradictio in ejecto, without articulating it dialectically, indeed without saying what, if anything, one might conceive under that sort of existence. He goes farthest in discussing the spontaneity of the subject as a thing in itself. 59 A spontaneity of which, according to the critique of pure reason, one could no more talk positively than of the transcendent causes of external sense phenomena. On the other hand, without an intelligible character there could be no moral action in the empirical realm, no intervention in that realm, and thus no morality. Kant has to strive desperately for something prevented by the layout of his system. What helps him is that reason can intervene against the causal automatism of both physical and psychological nature, that it can create a new nexus. In the finished philosophy of morals he deigns to stop thinking of the intelligible realm, now secularized into pure practical reason, as absolutely different, in view of that discoverable influx of reason. However, this is by no means the miracle it would seem to be according to the abstract interrelation of Kant's basic theses. The prehistory of reason, that it is a moment of nature and yet something else, has become the immanent definition of reason. It is natural as the psychological force split off for purposes of self-preservation. Once split off and contrasted with nature, it also becomes nature's otherness. But if that dialectics irrepressibly turns reason into the absolute antithesis of nature, if the nature in reason itself is forgotten, reason reason will be self-preservation running wild and will regress to nature. It is only as reflection upon that self-preservation that reason would be above nature. No interpretive art would be able to remove the contradictions immanent in the definitions of the intelligible character. Kant does not say what it is, and how, on its own, it influences the empirical character. He does not tell us whether it is to be simply the pure act of positing the empirical character, or whether it is to go on beside it, a possibility that sounds sophistical but is not quite implausible for our self-experience. He is content to describe that influence as it appears in the empirical realm. If we conceive the intelligible character wholly, as the word suggests, we cannot discuss it at all, no more than we can discuss the thing in itself, with which Kant cryptically equates the intelligible character in an utterly formal analogy, not even explaining whether it is a thing in itself, one in every person, the unknown cause of in a sense phenomena, or whether, as Kant says occasionally, it is the thing in itself, identical with all the rest. Like Fichte's absolute I in exerting influence, such a radically severed subject would become a moment of the phenomenal world and subjected to its definitions, including causality. Kant, the traditional logician, should never permit one and the same concept to be both subject and not. A convenient rebuke to the concept of intelligibility is that mentioning unknown causes of phenomena positively, even in extreme abstraction, is forbidden. A concept of which simply nothing can be said is not one to operate with. It would equal nothing, and nothing would be its proper substance. This was one of the most effective arguments used against Kant by the German idealists, who wasted little time on Kant's and Leibniz's idea of the boundary concept. Against Fichte's and Hegel's plausible critique of Kant we have to remonstrate, however. This critique follows the traditional logic, which prohibits, as idle, the discussion of whatever cannot be reduced to substantive contents which make out the substance of the concept in question. In their rebellion against Kant, the overzealous idealists forgot the principle they had been following against Kant, that consistent thinking forces us to construe concepts without any positively indefinably given representative. For speculation's sake they denounced Kant as a speculator. They were guilty of the same positivism of which they accused him. What survives in Kant, in the alleged mistake of his apologia for the thing in itself, the mistake which the logic of consistency from Maimon could so triumphantly demonstrate, is the memory of the element subject to causality. Yet if the intelligible character were no longer, it would no longer be intelligible either. In the sense of Kantian dualism, it would be contaminated by the mundus sensibilis and equally self-contradictory. Wherever Kant feels obliged to elaborate on the doctrine of the intelligible character, he must, on the one hand, base it on an act in time, on something empirical of the sort it is flatly supposed not to be, and on the other hand he must neglect the psychology he gets embroiled in. There are cases of people who from childhood on, even with an education that benefited others at the same time, show such early malice and keep increasing it so in adulthood that one takes them for born villains utterly incorrigible in their way of thinking, and yet their acts and omissions will be equally judged, their crimes equally censured as guilt, and even these censures deemed by themselves, the children as well founded as if, regardless of their hopeless natural disposition meted out to them, they remained just as responsible as any other human being. This could not happen if we did not presume that whatever springs from man's license, as every intentional act undoubtedly does, rests upon a free causality whose character, from early youth on, is expressed in its phenomena, the acts. These acts, by uniformity of conduct, indicate a natural context, but that context does not necessitate the will's own nature. It follows, rather, from the voluntary assumption of the evil and immutable principles which make it only more reprehensible and more deserving of punishment. 60 Kant does not consider that the moral verdict on psychopaths might err. The allegedly free causality is relocated in early childhood, a most fitting shift, by the way, for the genesis of the superego. But it is foolish to attest to babies, whose reason is only just forming, the same autonomy that is attached to full-fledged which balks at that logic, the memory of non-identity. This is why Kant, who surely did not misconceive the consistency of his critics, protested against them and would rather convict himself of dogmatism than absolutize identity, from whose meaning, as Hegel was quick to recognize, the reference to something non-identical as inalienable, the construction of thing in itself and intelligible character is that of a reason. As moral responsibility is backdated from the adult's individual action to the dawn of its prehistory, an immoral pedagogical justice is administered to the underage, in the name of their being of age. The processes which in the first years of life decide about the formation of ego and superego, or, as in the Kantian paradigm, about the failure of this formation, can evidently not be credited with a priority because of their priority in time, nor can we ascribe to their highly empirical content that purity which Kant's doctrine requires of the moral law. In his enthusiasm for the punishment deserved by infantile villains he leaves the intelligible realm only to cause mischief in the empirical one. Intelligibility and the unity of consciousness. Despite the ascetic reticence of Kant's theory, what he was thinking of when he conceived the intelligible character is not beyond conjecture. It was the unity of the person, the equivalent of the epistemological unity of self-consciousness. The backstage expectation of the Kantian system is that the supreme concept of practical philosophy will coincide with the supreme concept of theoretical philosophy, with the ego principle that makes for theoretical unity and tames and integrates their human drives in practice. The unity of the person is the stage of the doctrine of intelligibility. In the architecture of form-content dualism which runs through Kant's thinking, that unity is counted among the forms. In a dialectics that was unintended and remained unexplained until Hegel, the principle of particularization is universal. In honor of universality, Kant draws a terminological line between personality and the person. He calls personality the freedom and independence of the mechanism of nature as a whole, but viewed simultaneously as a power of a creature subject to peculiar pure, practical laws given by its own reason. In case of the person as part of the world of the senses, this means a creature subject to its own personality insofar as this belongs to the intelligible world at the same time. 61 Personality, the subject as pure reason, as the suffix city, the index of a conceptual universal, signifies, is to subjugate the person, the subject as an empirical, natural, individual creature. What Kant meant by intelligible character was probably quite close to personality according to an older linguistic usage, where it belongs to the intelligible world. Factual psychological contents of consciousness are the premises, not only of the genesis, but of the sheer possibility of a unity of self-consciousness. This unity marks a zone of indifference between pure reason and spatio-temporal experience. That facts of consciousness consciousness would not exist without being determined in a single consciousness, not in some other picked at random, was glossed over in Hume's critique of the ego. Kant corrects this, but neglects the reciprocity. In criticizing Hume, he lets personality congeal to a principle beyond the individual persons, to their framework. He conceives the unity of consciousness to be independent of any experience. There is a measure of such independence with respect to single, changing facts of consciousness, but not a radical independence of the existence of such facts, of there being any factual contents of consciousness whatsoever. Kant's Platonism, in Phaedo, the soul was something similar to the idea, is an epistemological echo of the eminently bourgeois affirmation of personal unity in itself, at the expense of its substance, an affirmation which ultimately left the name of personality to no one but the strong man. The rank of the good is usurped by the formal achievement of integration, but this achievement is a priori anything but formal, it is substantial, the sedimented control of man's inner nature. The suggestion is that, regardless of the dubiety of being oneself, the more of a personality one is, the better he must be. Great 18th century novelists had their suspicions about that. Fielding's Tom Jones, the foundling, an instinctual character in the psychological sense, stands for the individual unmaimed by conventions and promptly turns comical. In Ionesco's Rhinoceros we heard the latest echo. The only man who demonstrates a strong ego by resisting the bestial standardization is an alcoholic and a failure at his trade, according to life's verdict. His ego is not all that strong. One might ask, despite Kant's example of the radically evil infant, whether an evil intelligible character would have been thinkable for him, whether evil, to him, did not lie in the fact that the formal unity miscarried. Where that unity does not exist at all, Kant would presumably talk no more of either good or evil than among the animals. Most likely, he conceived the intelligible character as a strong ego in rational control of all its impulses, the kind taught in the whole tradition of modern rationalism, notably by Leibniz and Spinoza, who found here, at least, a point they could agree upon. Great philosophy is set against the idea of a man not modeled after the reality principle, a man not set in himself. This puts Kant's cogitative strategy at an advantage. The thesis of freedom can be carried through on a course parallel to that of consistent causality. In the Kantian system the unity of the person appears as a formal a priori, but it is not that alone, against Kant's will, but favoring his demonstrandum. It is a moment of the subject's every content. Each of an individual's impulses is his impulse, just as he as a subject is a totality of these impulses, and thus their qualitative otherness. In the utterly formal region of self-consciousness the line is blurred. What can be predicated of this region, but not discriminated, is that which does not mutually exhaust each other, the factual content and the mediation, its connective principle. It is in the indifferent concept of personality that extreme abstraction helps to vindicate a fact tabooed by traditional logic and its mode of argument, but only the more real in dialectics. The fact that in our antagonistic world the individuals are antagonistic in themselves as well, that they are both free and unfree. In the night of indifference a glimmer of light falls on freedom as the nominal personality, a Protestant kind of inwardness that is removed even from itself. The subject, according to Schiller's apothegm, is justified by what it is, not by what it does, as the Lutheran of yore was justified by faith, not by works. The involuntary irrationality of the Kantian intelligible character, the concerning the relationship between Kant's doctrine of will and that of Leibniz and Spinoza, cf. Johann Eduard Erden, Geschichte der Neueren Philosophie, Stuttgart 1932, especially, Volume 4, page 128 ff. Undefinability forced upon it by the system, is a tacit secularization of the explicit theological doctrine of the irrationality of election by grace. Conserved in progressive enlightenment, of course, this election becomes more and more oppressive. Once Kantian ethics had, so to speak, relegated God to the serving role of a postulate of practical reason, another thing forecast in Leibniz, and even in Descartes, it was difficult to conceive the intelligible character, which irrationally is the way it is, as anything but the same blind fate to which the idea of freedom takes exception. The concept of character has always oscillated between nature and freedom. 62 The more ruthlessly we equate the subject's absolute being this way with its subjectivity, the more impenetrable is the concept of that subjectivity. What once upon a time seemed to be election by grace, a divine decree, is scarcely conceivable anymore as an election by objective reason, which would have to appeal to subjective reason. After all, man's pure nominality, devoid of any empirical substance and sought in nothing but his own rationality, does not permit us to make any rational judgment about why it worked in one case and failed in the next. The authority, however, to which the intelligible character is tied, pure reason, is itself evolving and thus qualified, not absolutely qualifying. The idea of positing it outside of time as an absolute, an anticipation of the same Victor with whom Kant was feuding, was far more irrational than the doctrine of creation had ever been. It made an essential contribution to the alliance between the idea of freedom and real unfreedom. Irreducibly existent, the intelligible character is a conceptual duplication of that second nature in which society casts the characters of all its members anyway, translated into judgments about real people. Kantian ethics knows but one criterion, how a man happens to be, so is his unfreedom. The primary intent of Schiller's apothegm surely was to manifest the disgust evoked by the subjection of all human circumstances to the barter principle, the evaluation of one act by comparison with another. Kant's moral philosophy announces the same motif in contrasting dignity with price. Yet in society as it ought to be, barter would be not only abolished but fulfilled. No man would be shortchanged about the yield of his labor. There is no way to weigh an isolated action, and neither is there a good that is not externalized in action. An absolute state of mind, devoid of all specific interventions, would be bound to deteriorate to absolute indifference, to inhumanity. Objectively, Kant and Schiller both are preluding the odious concept of a freely suspended nobility which self-appointed elites can later attest to themselves at will, as their own quality. Lurking in Kantian ethics is a tendency to sabotage it. In that ethics, the totality of man comes to be indistinguishable from pre-established election. There is something sinister about the end of casuistic inquiry into the right and wrong of an action. It marks a transfer of jurisdiction to the compulsions of empirical society, which the Kantian sought to transcend. The categories noble and mean, like all categories of the bourgeois doctrine of freedom, are intertwined with conditions of family and nature. Their natural origin breaks through once more, in late bourgeois society, as biologism and eventually as racism. Under existing circumstances, the reconcilement of morality and nature as envisioned by Schiller against Kant, and secretly in accord with him, is not so thoroughly humane and innocent as the philosophizing poet knew it to be. Nature, once equipped with meaning, substitutes itself for the possibility that was the aim of the intelligible character's construction. In Goethe's Calicagathia the ultimately murderous turnabout is unmistakable. We have a letter written by Kant about a portrait of himself, by a Jewish painter. In this letter he was already resorting to a maliciously anti-Semitic thesis later popularized by a Nazi, Paul Schultz Naumburg. Heart for the will always Freedom is really delimited by society, not only from outside but in itself. We no sooner put it to use than we increase our unfreedom. The deputy of better things is always also an accomplice of worse ones. Even where men are most likely to feel free from society, in the strength of their ego, they are society's agents at the same time. The ego principle is implanted in them by society, and society rewards that principle although it curbs it. Kant's ethics was not yet aware of this dilemma, or else he was passing it by. Truth content of the doctrine of intelligibility. If one dared to accord its true substance to the Kantian X of the intelligible character, the substance that will stand up against the total indeterminacy of the aporetical concept, it would probably be the historically most advanced. Point-like, flaring, swiftly extinguished consciousness inhabited by the impulse to do right. It is the concrete, intermittent anticipation of a possibility, neither alien to mankind nor identical with it. Men are not only the substrates of psychology, for they are not exhausted by the objectified control of nature which they projected back upon themselves, from outward nature. They are things in themselves insofar as things are no more than they have made. To this extent, the world of phenomena is truly a semblance. Hence the pure will of Kant's foundation is not so very different from the intelligible character. There is a verse by Karl Kraus, "What has the world made of us?" in which that will is pensively pondered. It is falsified by anyone who believes it to be in his possession. Negatively, it breaks through in the subject's painful perception that in their reality, in what became of them, all men are mutilated. What would be different? The unperverted essence is withheld from a language that bears the stigmata of existence. There was a time when theologians would speak of the mystical name, but the separation of the intelligible enough of that. From Kant's Brief Wechsel, Volume 2, 1789 to 1794, Berlin 1900, page 33. Character from the empirical one is experienced in the eons-old block that shuts us off from the pure will. From the addendum, external considerations of every conceivable sort, manifold subaltern, irrational concerns of the subjects in a false society, in general, the principle of particular private interest, which in society as it is prescribes his action to every individual, bar none, and which is the death of all. Inwardly, the block is extended in tendencies of obtuse egotism, and then in the neuroses. These, as we know, absorb an immense quantity of available human strength, acting on the line of least resistance and with the cunning of the unconscious. They prevent that right action which inevitably runs counter to hidebound self-preservation, and the neuroses have so much easier a time of it, are so much easier to rationalize, as the self-preserving principle in a state of freedom would be just as entitled to its due than with the interests of others, which it a priori interferes with. Neuroses are pillars of society. They thwart the better potential of men, and thus the objectively better condition which men might bring about. There are instincts spurring men beyond the false condition, but the neuroses tend to dam up those instincts, to push them back toward narcissistic self-gratification in the false condition. Weakness that will mistake itself for strength, if possible, is a hinge in the machinery of evil. In the end, the intelligible character would be the paralyzed rational will, the part of it that is considered higher. On the other hand, the part deemed more sublime, unmarred by meanness, is essentially its own inadequacy, its inability to change the causes of its humiliation. It is denial stylized as an end in itself, and yet, among men there is nothing better than that character, the possibility to be another than one is, even though all are locked up in themselves and thus locked away even from themselves. The striking defeat in Kant's doctrine, the elusive, abstract side of the intelligible character, has a touch of the truth of the anti-image ban which post-Kantian philosophers, including Marx, extended to all concepts of positivity. Like freedom, the intelligible character as a subjective possibility as a thing that comes to be, not a thing that is. It would be a betrayal to incorporate it in existence by description, even by the most cautious description. In the right condition, as in the Jewish theologaumenon, all things would differ only a little from the way they are, but not even the least can be conceived now as it would be then. Despite this, we cannot discuss the intelligible character as hovering abstractly, impotently above things in being. We can talk of it only insofar as it keeps arising in reality, in the guilty context of things as they are, brought about by that context. The contradiction of freedom and determinism is not, as Kant's understanding of his critiques would have it, a contradiction between two theoretical positions, dogmatism and skepticism. It is a contradiction in the subject's way to experience themselves, as now free, now unfree. Under the aspect of freedom, they are unidentical with themselves because a subject is not a subject yet, and its not yet being a subject is due precisely to its instauration as a subject. The self is what is inhuman. Freedom and intelligible character are akin to identity and non-identity, but we cannot clearly and distinctly enter them on one side or the other. The subjects are free, after the Kantian model, insofar as they are aware of and identical with themselves, and then again, they are unfree in such identity insofar as they are subjected to, and will perpetuate, its compulsion. They are unfree as diffuse, non-identical nature, and yet, as that nature they are free because their overpowering impulse, the subject's non-identity with itself is nothing else, will also rid them of identity's coercive character. Personality is the caricature of freedom. The basis of the aporia is that truth beyond compulsory identity would not be the downright otherness of that compulsion. Rather, it would be conveyed by the compulsion. In the socialized society, no individual is capable of the morality that is a social demand but would be a reality only in a free society. The only social morality that remains would be at last to finish off the bad infinity, the vicious system of compensatory barter. But the individual is left with no more than the morality for which Kantian ethics, which accords affection, not respect, to animals 63, can muster only disdain, to try to live so that one may believe himself to have been a good animal. 2. World spirit and natural history, an excursion to Hegel trend and facts, most sensitively resisted by human common sense, by the sound mind whose soundness is what ails it, is the preponderance of anything objective over the individuals, in their consciousness as well as in their coexistence. The preponderance can be experienced crassly day after day. One represses it as an unfounded speculation, so the individuals may continue to flatter themselves that their standardized notions are twice unconditional truths, so their delusions may be preserved from the suspicion of not being so and of their lives being doomed. Ours is an epoch that has been as relieved to shed the system of objective idealism as to discard the economic doctrine of objective values, and the theorems that are particularly topical in such an epoch are the ones said to be of no use to a spirit that seeks its own security and the security of cognition in the extant. In social institutions is the well-organized sums of immediate individual facts, or in the subjective character of their members, the objective and ultimately absolute Hegelian spirit, the Marxist law of value that comes into force without men being conscious of it. To an unleashed experience these are more evident than the prepared facts of a positivistic scientific bustle which today extends to the native pre-scientific consciousness only. To the the greater glory of objective cognition. That activity breaks men of the habit of experiencing the real objectivity to which they are subjected in themselves as well. If thinking people were capable of such experience and prepared for it, it would have to undermine their belief in facticity itself. It would have to make them go so far beyond the facts that the facts would lose their unreflected primacy over the universals, which triumphant nominalism holds for nothing. For a subtractable adjunct tacked on by the classifying scientist, there is a line in the initial deliberations of Hegel's logic, to the effect that nothing in the world is not as mediated as it is immediate, and nowhere does this line endure more precisely than in the facts of which historiography is so proud. Of course, when the Gestapo knocks on a dissenter's door at 6 a.m. under Hitlerite fascism, it would be foolish to use epistemological refinements to deny that the individual to whom this happens is more directly affected than by the preceding power plays and by the installation of the party machine in every branch of administration, let alone by the historical trend that shattered the continuity of the Weimar Republic and does not show in any context other than in a conceptual one, and not compulsorily except in theoretical unfoldment. And yet, the brute fact of the governmental onslaught which fascism looses on the individual does depend on all those moments, however remote and currently irrelevant they may be to the victim. It would take the most wretched nitpicking garbage of scientific acribia to blind us to the fact that the French Revolution, for all the abrupt concurrence of some of its acts, fitted into the overall course of bourgeois emancipation. That revolution would have been neither possible nor successful if in 1789 the key positions of economic production had not been already occupied by the bourgeoisie, if it had not already topped the absolutist crest of a feudalism that coalesced at times with the bourgeois interest. Nietzsche's scandalizing imperative, what's falling ought to be pushed, serves ex post facto to codify an arch-bourgeois maxim. Probably all bourgeois revolutions were decided in advance by the historic upsurge of the respective class, and a mixture of ostentation was then externalized in art, as classicistic decor. Even so, at the point of historic fracture, that trait would have scarcely been realized without the acute absolutist mismanagement and the financial crisis on which the physiocratic reformers founded under Louis XVI. The specific privations of the masses of Paris, at least, presumably set off the movement, while in other countries, where the need was not so acute, the bourgeois emancipation process succeeded without a revolution and left the more or less absolutist form of government initially untouched. One advantage of the infantile distinction of deeper cause and outward occasion is that it crudely registers the dualism of immediacy and mediation. The occasions are immediate, the so-called deeper causes are what mediates, what encompasses, what incorporates the details. As late as the most recent past, the preponderance of the trend could be read in the facts themselves. Specifically, military acts such as the bombing raids on German cities function as slum clearing, retroactively integrated with that urban transformation which has long been observable around the globe, not in North America alone. Or, the strengthening of the family in the emergency situations of refugee life did temporarily slow down the tendency to anti-family developments, but it hardly stopped the trend. In Germany too, the number of divorces and that of incomplete families kept increasing. Even the Spanish conquests of old Mexico and Peru, which had been felt there like invasions from another planet, even those, irrationally for the Aztecs and Incas, rendered bloody assistance to the spread of bourgeois rational society, all the way to the conception of one world that is teleologically inherent in that society's principle. The trend can never do without the facts, but ultimately such preponderance of it within the facts makes the old-fashioned line between cause and occasion look silly. The whole distinction, not just the occasion, is external because the concrete cause lies in the occasion. If courtly mismanagement was a lever of the uprisings in parts, even that mismanagement remained a function of the total picture of the absolutist outgo economies lagged behind the capitalist income economy. Moments which, as in the French Revolution, run counter to the historical entirety while doing only so much more to promote it. Such moments derive their potency from that historical entirety alone. Even the lagging productive forces of one class lag only relatively, not absolutely, behind the advanced forces of the other class. One has to know all that to construe a philosophy of history, and it is for this reason as much as for any other that, visibly in the cases of Hegel and Marx already, the philosophy of history comes as close to historiography as historiography itself. The insight into the essence veiled by the facticity it qualifies, has come to be impossible save as philosophy. Construction of the world spirit. Dialectics is not a variant of Weltanschauung under this aspect either. It is not a philosophical position to be picked out from others on a sample chart. As the critique of the allegedly first philosophical concepts is a spur to dialectics, dialectics is a challenge from below. Experience alone, forcibly tailored to an obtuse concept of itself, excludes the emphatic concept as an independent even though mediated moment. If it is possible to argue against Hegel that absolute idealism defies what is, and that it thus recoils into the very positivism it was attacking as a philosophy of reflection, the dialectics due today would be the reverse. Not just an indictment of the reigning consciousness, but the match of that consciousness. It would be a positivism which has been brought to itself, and which, of course, is thus negating itself. The philosophical call for immersion in detail, a demand not to be steered by any philosophy from above or by any intentions infiltrated into it, was Hegel's one side already. Only, in his case the execution caught in a tautology, as by prearrangement. His kind of immersion in detail brings forth that spirit which from the outset was posited as total and absolute. Opposing this tautology was Benjamin's intent, developed by the metaphysicist in the preface to Origins of German Tragedy, to save inductive reasoning. When Benjamin writes that the smallest cell of visualized reality outweighs the rest of the world, this line already attests to the self-consciousness of our present state of experience, and it does so with particular authenticity because it was shaped outside the domain of the so-called great philosophical issues which a changed concept of dialectics calls upon us to distrust. The primacy of totality over phenomenality is to be grasped in phenomenality, which is ruled by what tradition takes for the world spirit. It is not to be taken over as divine from this tradition which is Platonic in the broadest sense. The world spirit is, but it is not a spirit. It is a very negativity, rather, which Hegel shifted from the spirit's shoulders upon the shoulders of the ones who must obey it, the ones whose defeat doubles the verdict that the difference between them and objectivity is what is untrue and evil. The world spirit becomes independent vis-a-vis the individual acts from which so-called spiritual evolutions too are synthesized, as is the real total movement of society, and it becomes independent vis-a-vis the living subjects of those acts. It is over men's heads and through their heads, and thus antagonistic from the outset. The reflexive concept world spirit spirit is disinterested in the living, although the whole whose primacy it expresses needs the living as much as they need it to exist. It was such a hypostasis that was meant in a stoutly nominalistic sense by the Marxist term mystified. Yet a dismantled mystification would not be pure ideology according to that theory either. It is equally a distorted sense of the real predominance of the whole. In thought, it appropriates the opaque and irresistible predominance of the universal, the perpetuated myth. Even philosophical hypostasis has its empirical content in the heteronymous conditions in which human conditions faded from sight. What is irrational in the concept of the world spirit was borrowed from the irrationality of the world's course, and yet it remains a fetishistic spirit. To this day history lacks any total subject, however construable. Its substrate is the functional connection of real individual subjects. History does nothing, does not possess vast wealth, does not fight battles. It is man, rather, the real, living man who does all that, who does possess and fight. It is not history that uses man as a means to pursue its ends, as if it were a person apart. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his ends. But history is equipped with those qualities because society's law of motion has for thousands of years been abstracting from its individual subjects, degrading them to mere executors, mere partners in social wealth and social struggle. The debasement was as real as the fact that on the other hand there would be nothing without individuals and their spontaneities. Marx stressed this anti-nominalist aspect time and again, though without admitting its philosophical consistency. Only insofar as he is capital personified does the capitalist have historic value and that historical right to exist. Only as a personification of capital is the capitalist respectable. As such a personification he shares the absolute enrichment drive with the hoarder of treasure. But what appears in the hoarder as an individual mania is in the capitalist an effect of the social mechanism, in which he is but a cog. Besides, the development of capitalist production necessitates a continuous increase of the capital invested in an industrial enterprise, and competition imposes on each individual capitalist the immanent laws of the capitalist mode of production as external coercive laws. It forces him to keep extending his capital in order to preserve it, and he can extend it only by means of progressive accumulation. 2. Harmonizing with the world spirit. In the concept of the world spirit, the principle of divine omnipotence was secularized into the principle that posits unity, and the world plan was secularized into the relentlessness of what happens. The world spirit is worshipped like the deity, a deity divested of its personality and of all its attributes of providence and grace. It is the execution of a bit of enlightenment dialectics. The disenchanted and conserved spirit takes the form of a myth, or else it reverts to a shudder at something which is overpowering and at the same time devoid of qualities. Such is the essence of the feeling to be touched by the world spirit or to hear its murmur. It becomes a bondage to fate. Like the immanence of fate, the world spirit drips with suffering and fallibility. As total immanence is blown up into essentiality, the negativity of the world spirit becomes an accidental trifle. Yet to experience the world spirit as a whole means to experience its negativity. This was the point of Schopenhauer's critique of the official optimism, a critique which remained as obsessive, however, as the Hegelian theodicy of this world, that mankind lives only in total concatenation, that it may have survived only thanks to that concatenation. This did not refute Schopenhauer's doubts whether to affirm the will to live, but upon that with which the world spirit harmonized there did at times fall the reflection of a fortune far beyond individual misfortune, in the relation between individual mental gifts and the state of history. For instance, if the individual mind is not, as it would please the vulgar separation of individual and universal, influenced by the universal, if it is self-mediated by objectivity, the objectivity is not always bound to be hostile to the subject. The constellation changes in the dynamics of history, in phases marked by a dockening of the world spirit, of the totality. Even major talents cannot become what they are. In auspicious phases, as in the period during and directly after the French Revolution, mediocrities were lifted high above themselves. If man is in harmony with the world spirit precisely because he is ahead of his time, his very ruin as an individual is sometimes linked with a sense of not being in vain. Irresistible in the young Beethoven's music is the expression of the possibility that all might be well, however frail. The reconcilement with objectivity transcends the invariable, the instance in which a particular frees itself without in turn, by its own particularity, confining others. These instances are anticipations of the unconfined, and such solace radiates from the earlier bourgeoisie until its late period. The unleashing of productive forces, periods of harmony with the world spirit, of a happiness more substantial than the individual's, tend to be associated with the unleashing of productive forces, while the burden of the world spirit threatens to crush men as soon as their forces and the social forms they exist under come into flagrant conflict. Even this schema is too simple, however, and the talk of the rising bourgeoisie too shallow. Unfoldment and unleashing of productive forces are not antitheses in the sense of having to be assigned changing phases, rather, they are truly dialectical. The unleashing of productive forces, an act of the spirit that controls nature, has an affinity to the violent domination of nature. Temporarily that domination may recede, but the concept of productive force is not thinkable without it, and even less is that of an unleashed productive force. The very word unleashed has undertones of menace. There is a passage in Das Kapital, as a fanatic of value utilization. The exchange value ruthlessly compels mankind to produce for production's sake. 3. On the spot there strikes the fetish which the barter society makes of the production process. Beyond that, however, it violates the presently universal taboo against doubting production as an end in itself. There are times when the technological productive forces, while scarcely impeded socially, work in fixed productive conditions without exerting much influence on those conditions. The unleashing of forces no sooner parts with the sustaining human relations than it comes to be as fetishized as the orders. Unleashing, 2, is but an element of dialectics, not its magic formula. In such phases the world spirit, the totality of the particular, may pass into that which it buries, unless all signs deceive us. This is the signature of the present epoch, in periods when the living need the progress of productive forces, on the other hand, or are at least not visibly imperiled by those forces. In such periods the feeling of concordance with the world spirit will probably come to prevail, albeit with the apprehensive undercurrent that it is an armistice, and although the pressure of business will tempt the subjective spirit to defect overzealously to the objective one, like Hegel, in all of this, the subjective spirit also remains a historical category, a thing that has evolved, a changing, virtually transient thing. The still unindividuated tribal spirit of primitive societies, pressed by the civilized ones to reproduce itself in them, is planned and released by post-individual collectivism. The objective spirit is overpowering, then, as well as a barefaced swindle, group spirit and domination. If philosophy were what it was proclaimed to be in Hegel's phenomenology, the science of the experience of consciousness, it could not, as Hegel does more and more, blithely dismiss the individual experience of the prevailing universal as an unreconciled evil and lend itself to the role of defending power from an allegedly higher vantage point. It is embarrassing to remember how inferior superiority prevails in committees. For instance, even if there is subjectively goodwill on the members' part, and this memory makes the preponderance of the universal evident as a disgrace not to be compensated for by citing the world spirit, the group's opinion dominates by way of adjustment to the majority of the group, or to its most influential members. More often yet, it dominates due to opinions that reign outside the group, in a more encompassing group, notably in one approved by the committee members. In the participants, the objective spirit of the class goes far beyond their individual intelligence. Their voice echoes that spirit even though they themselves, who may be defenders of freedom, feel nothing of it. Intrigue plays a part only at critical points, as manifested criminality. The committee is a microcosm of the group of its members and eventually of their totality. This shapes the decisions in advance. Such observations, which can be made everywhere, bear an ironic resemblance to those of formal sociology in Simmel's style, but their substance does not lie in socialization pure and simple, in empty categories such as that of the group. Instead, which formal sociology dislikes reflecting upon, in line with its definition, they are impressions of a social content. Their invariance is a pure memento of how little the power of the universal has changed in history, how very much it always remains prehistoric. The formal group spirit is a reflective movement on material dominance. Formal sociology gets its right to exist from the formalization of social mechanisms, the equivalent of the dominance that progresses through the ratio. In agreement with this is the fact that the decisions of those committees, however substantial they may be in essence, are in most cases made from manifestly formal legal points of view. Compared with the class relationship, formalization is not more neutral, it is reproduced by abstraction, by the logical hierarchy of the stages of universality, and that the more bluntly, the more conditions of rule are made to disguise themselves as democratic procedures. The legal sphere, and indeed, it was in the philosophy of law that Hegel, following phenomenology and logic, carried the cult of the world's course to extremes. In large measure, the law is the medium in which evil wins out on account of its objectivity and acquires the appearance of good. Positively it does protect the reproduction of life, but in its extant forms its destructiveness shows undiminished, thanks to the destructive principle of violence, while a lawless society will succumb to pure license, as it did in the Third Reich. The law in society is a preservative of terror, always ready to resort to terror with the aid of quotable statutes. Hegel furnished the ideology of positive law because in a society that was already visibly antagonistic the need for that ideology was most pressing. Law is the primal phenomenon of irrational rationality. In law the formal principle of equivalence becomes the norm. Everyone is treated alike. An equality in which differences perish secretly serves to promote inequality. It becomes the myth that survives amidst an only seemingly demythologized mankind. For the sake of an unbroken systematic, the legal norms cut short what is not covered, every specific experience that has not been shaped in advance, and then they raise the instrumental rationality to the rank of a second reality sui generis. The total legal realm is one of definitions. Its systematic forbids the admission of anything that eludes their close circle, of anything quod non estate in actis. These bounds, ideological in themselves, turn into real violence as they are sanctioned by law as the socially controlling authority. In the administered world in particular, in the dictatorships they become direct violence. Indirectly, violence has always lurked behind them. That the individual is so apt to find himself in the wrong when the antagonism of interest drives him into the legal sphere. This is not, as Hegel would persuade him, his own fault because he is too benighted to recognize his own interest in the objective legal norm and its guarantors. It is the fault of constituents of the legal sphere itself. Objectively true, however, remains the description which Hegel drafts as one of a supposedly subjective bias, that the right and morality, and the real world of that which is right and moral, comprehend themselves in thought, that by means of thought they give themselves the forms of rationality, to wit, universality and distinctness. This, the law, is what that feeling which reserves its own discretion, that conscience which makes the right a matter of subjective conviction, will with good reason consider most hostile to itself. The form of the right as of a duty and a law strikes it as a dead, cold letter and a shackle, for it does not recognize itself in it, hence does not recognize itself as free, because the law is reason in the matter, and reason does not permit a feeling to warm itself by its own particularity, for that the subjective conscience will with good reason consider objective morality most hostile to itself. This word of Hegel's looks like a philosophical slip of the pen. He is blurting out what he denies in the same breath. If the individual conscience actually regarded the real world of that which is right and moral as hostile because it does not recognize itself in it, no avowal would serve to gloss this over, for it is the point of Hegelian dialectics that conscience cannot act differently, that it cannot recognize itself in that real moral world. Hegel is thus conceding that the reconcilement whose demonstration makes out his philosophy did not take place. If the legal order were not objectively alien and extraneous to the subject, the antagonism that is inescapable for Hegel might be placated by better insight. But Hegel had far too thoroughly experienced its implacability to put his trust in that chance. Hence the paradoxon of his teaching and at the same time disavowing the reconcilement of conscience and the legal norm. Law and equity, every positive, substantially elaborated doctrine of natural law leads to antinomies, and yet it is the idea of natural law which critically maintains the untruth of positive law. Today it is the reified consciousness that has been retranslated into reality and there augments domination. Even in its pure form, previous to class content and class justice, that consciousness expresses domination. The gaping difference between individual interests and the whole that is their abstract aggregate. From the outset, by subsumption of everything individual under the category, the system of self-made concepts that serve a mature jurisprudence to cover up the living process of society is opting in favor of the order imitated by the system of classification. Aristotle's imperishable glory is to have proclaimed this, against the abstract legal norm, in his doctrine of equity. The more consistently the legal systems are worked out, however, the greater their incapacity to absorb what essentially defies absorption. As a rule, the claim of equity, meant to be a corrective for the injustice in law, can be knocked down by the rational legal system as favoritism, as an equitable privilege. The tendency to do so is universal, of one mind with the economic process that reduces individual interests to the common denominator of a totality which remains negative because its constitutive abstraction removes it from those interests, for all its being composed of them at the same time. The universality that reproduces the preservation of life simultaneously imperils it in more and more menacing stages. The power of the self-realizing universal is not, as Hegel thought, identical with the nature of the individuals in themselves. It is always also contrary to that nature. The individuals are not only character masks, agents of value in a supposedly separate economic sphere, even where they think they have escaped the primacy of economics, all the way into their psychology, the maison ray of uncomprehended individuality. They react under the compulsion of the universal. The more identical they are with it, the more unidentical with it are they as its helplessly obedient obedient servants. Expressed in the individuals themselves is the fact that the whole, the individuals included, maintains itself only through antagonism. There are innumerable times when unavoidable motives of self-preservation force people, even conscious people capable of criticizing the whole, to do things and to take attitudes which blindly help maintain the universal even though their consciousness is opposed to it. It is only because, to survive, they have to make an alien cause their own that there arises that appearance of reconcilement, an appearance which Hegelian philosophy, incorruptible in its recognition of the predominance of the universal, corruptibly transfigures into an idea. What shines as though it were above antagonisms is as one with the universal entanglement. The universal makes sure that the particular under its domination is not better than itself. That is the core of all the identity brought about to this day. Individualistic veil, a candid look at the predominance of the universal does all but unbearable psychological harm to the narcissism of all individuals and to that of a democratically organized society. To see through selfhood as non-existent, as an illusion, would easily turn all men's objective despair into a subjective one. It would rob them of the faith implanted in them by individualistic society, that they, the individuals, are the substance. For the functionally determined individual interest to find any kind of satisfaction under existing forms, it must become primary in its own eyes. The individual must confuse that which to him is immediate with the. Such subjective illusions are objectively caused. It is only through the principle of individual self-preservation, for all its narrow-mindedness, that the whole will function. It makes every individual look solely upon himself and impairs his insight into objectivity. Objectively, therefore, it works only so much more evil. The nominalistic consciousness reflects a whole that continues by virtue of obdurate particularity. Literally it is ideology. Socially, it is a necessary semblance. The general principle is that of isolation. To the isolated, isolation seems an indubitable certainty. They are bewitched, on pain of losing their existence, not to perceive how mediated their isolation is. Hence the widespread popularity of philosophical nominalism. Each individual existence is to take precedence over its concept. The spirit, the consciousness of individuals, is to reside in individuals only and not to be just as much the super-individual element synthesized in them, the element by which alone they are thinking. Stubbornly the monads balk at their real dependence as a species as well as at the collective aspect of all forms and contents of their consciousness, of the forms, although they are that universal which nominalism denies, and of the contents, though the individual has no experience, nor any so-called empirical material, that the universal has not pre-digested and supplied. Dynamics of universal in particular, compared with epistemological reflection on the universal in individual consciousness, that consciousness is right in its refusal to be consoled about evil, sin, and death by references to the universal. What recalls this in Hegel as a doctrine that seems paradoxical in view of that of universal mediation, but is in fact magnificently paired with it, the doctrine of universally self-restored immediacy, but the nominalism that spread as a pre-scientific consciousness and is today, from that standpoint, once again commanding science, the nominalism that makes a profession of its naivete. The positivistic toolkit does not fail to include pride in being naive, a pride echoed by the category of the everyday language. This nominalism does not bother with the historic coefficient in the relationship of universal and particular. A true preponderance of the particular would not be attainable except by changing the universal. Installing it as purely and simply extant is a complementary ideology. It hides how much of the particular has come to be a function of the universal, something which in its logical form it has always been. What nominalism clings to as its most assured possession is utopian, hence its hatred of utopian thinking, the thinking that conceives the difference from what exists. The bustle in the sciences would make believe that the objective spirit established by extremely real ruling mechanisms, the spirit which meanwhile is planning contents of consciousness for its reserve army too, is merely the sum of that army's subjective reactions. Yet those reactions have long been no more than afterbirths of a universal which solicitously fights men so as better to hide behind them, so as better to keep them in leash. It is the world spirit itself that has switched on the subjectivistically obdurate conception of science, the conception which aims at an autarkic, empirically rationalistic system of science instead of comprehending a society that is objective in itself and dictated from above. The rebellion against the thing in itself, once critically enlightening, has turned into sabotage of cognition, although even the most crippled scientific concept formation shows surviving traces of the no less crippled thing. Kant's refusal in the Amphibole chapter to know the interior of things is the ultimate ratio of the Baconian platform. The historic index of its truth was the revolt against scholastical dogmatics. Yet the motif capsizes where that which it bars to cognition is cognition's epistemological and real premise, where the knowing subject must reflect on itself as a moment of the universal that is to be known, without being quite like that universal. It is absurd to prevent the subject's internal cognition of the very thing it dwells in, of the thing in which it has far too much of its own interior. In this respect Hegelian idealism was more realistic than Kant. When scientific concept formation comes to conflict as much within its ideal of facticity as with the ideal of plain reason, when it sets itself up as reason's anti-speculative executor, its machinery has become unreason. Autocratically, method takes the place of what it ought to make known. The positivistic cognitive ideal of inwardly unanimous, non-contradictory, logically unimpeachable models is untenable due to the contradiction immanent in what is to become known, due to the antagonisms of the object. They are the antagonisms of the universal and particular in society, and the method denies them in advance of any content. Spirit as a social totality, to experience that objectivity, which ranks ahead of the individual and his consciousness, is to experience the unity of a totally socialized society. Its closest kin in the sense of tolerating nothing outside it is the philosophical ideal of absolute identity. However fraudulently the promotion of unity to a philosophy may have exalted it at the expense of plurality, its supremacy, though not the summum bonum of victorious philosophical tradition since the Eleatics took it for, is an ens realismum. It really has a touch of the transcendence which the philosophers praise in the idea of unity, while the unfolded bourgeois society, and the very earliest Unitarian thinking was already urban, rudimentarily bourgeois, was made up of countless individual spontaneities of self-preserving individuals dependent on each other for self-preservation. Unity and the individuals were by no means in the balance claimed for them by justifying theorems. The non-identity of unity and plurality does, however, have the form that the one takes precedence as the identity of the system which leaves nothing at large. Without individual spontaneities unity would not have come into being, and as their synthesis it was secondary. Nominalism was a reminder of this. Yet as unity, whether through the needs of the self-preservation of many or merely due to irrational states of dominion abused as a pretext by the many, came to be more and more tightly woven. All individuals were caught up in unity on pain of destruction. They were integrated in it, to use Spencer's term, absorbed in its legality even against their own better insight into their individual interest. Gradually, then, this ended the progressive differentiation of which Spencer could still dream that it necessarily accompanies integration. While the one and whole takes takes shape in unchanged fashion, solely due to the particularities it covers. It is taking shape in ruthless disregard of those particularities. What is realized by means of individuality and plurality is the cause of the many, and again it is not their cause. They have less and less control over it. Their totality is their otherness at the same time. This is the dialectic carefully ignored by the Hegelian one. Insofar as the individuals are at all aware of taking a backseat to unity, its priority reflects to them the being in itself of the universal which they encounter. In fact, it is inflicted upon them, all the way into their inmost core, even when they inflict it on themselves. The line, that the character of men, as such always molded by the universal, is their fate, has more truth to it than the truth of a characterological determinism. The universal by which every individual is determined at all, as one of his particular kind. That universal is borrowed from what is extraneous and therefore as heteronymous to the individual as anything once said to have been ordained for him by demons. The ideology of the idea's being in itself is so powerful because it is the truth, but it is the negative truth. What makes it ideology is its affirmative reversal. Once men have learned about the preponderance of the universal, it is all but inescapable for them to transfigure it into a spirit, as the higher being which they must propitiate. Coercion acquires meaning for them, and not without all reason. For the abstract universal of the whole, which applies the coercion, is akin to the universality of thought, the spirit, and this in turn permits the spirit, in its carrier, to be reprojected on that universality as if it were realized therein, as if it had its own reality for itself. In the spirit, the unanimity of the universal has become a subject, and in society universality is maintained only through the medium of the spirit, through the abstracting operation which it performs in complete reality. Both acts converge in barter, in something subjectively thought and at the same time objectively valid, in which the objectivity of the universal and the concrete definition of the individual subjects oppose each other, and reconciled, precisely by coming to be commensurable. In the name world spirit the spirit is affirmed and hypostatized only as that which it always was in itself. Durkheim, who was charged with metaphysics for that reason, recognized that what society worships in the world spirit is itself, the omnipotence of its own coercion. Society may find itself confirmed by the world spirit, because it actually has all the attributes which it precedes. Then, to worship in the spirit, the mythical adoration of the spirit is not pure conceptual mythology. It is the tender of thanks for the fact that in history's more highly developed phases all individuals have been living only by means of that social unit which the individuals did not exhaust, and whose prolongation takes them only closer to their doom. If today, without noticing it, they are literally granted their existence subject to annulment by the great monopolies and powers, this brings out only what has always been teleologically inherent in the emphatic concept of society. Ideology hypostatizes the world spirit because potentially it was already hypostatized. The cult of its categories, however, of the utterly formal ones of greatness, for example, which even Nietzsche accepted, this cult reinforces only the consciousness of the spirit's difference from everything individual, as if it were an ontological difference. It thus reinforces antagonism and the foreseeable calamity. Historical reason antagonistic. It is not only now that compared with potential reason, with the total interest of the associating individual subjects it differs from, the reason of the world spirit is unreason. Like all his disciples, Hegel has been chided for equating logical categories with social ones and some from the philosophy of history. This was chalked up as that point of speculative idealism which had to break off in the face of the unconstruability of experience. Yet this very construction was doing justice to reality, the tit-for-tat of history as well as the totality-bound principle of equivalence and the social relation between individual subjects. Both proceed according to the logicity which Hegel is said merely to interpret into them, except that this logicity, the primacy of the universal in the dialectic of universal in particular, is an index falsi. That identity exists no more than do freedom, individuality, and whatever Hegel identifies with the universal. The totality of the universal expresses its own failure. What tolerates nothing particular is thus revealing itself as particularly dominant. The general reason that comes to prevail is already a restricted reason. It is not just unity within diversity, but as an attitude to reality it is imposed, a unity over something, and thus, as a matter of pure form, it is antagonistic in itself. Unity is division. The irrationality of the particularly realized ratio within the social totality is not extraneous to the ratio, not solely due to its application. Rather, it is immanent to it, measured by complete reason. The prevailing one unveils itself as being polarized and thus irrational even in itself, according to its principle. Enlightenment is truly subject to dialectics. There is a dialectic taking place in its own concept. Ratio is no more to be hypostatized than any other category. The transfer of the self-preserving interest from individuals to the species is spiritually coagulated with the form of the ratio, a form that is general and antagonistic at the same time. The transfer obeys a logic which the major bourgeois philosophy reproduced at such historic corners as Hobbes and Kant, without ceding the self-preserving interest to the species. In bourgeois thinking represented mostly by the state, the individual would be unable to preserve himself in more highly developed social conditions. This transfer is necessary for the individuals, all but inevitably. However, it puts the general rationality at odds with the particular human beings whom it must negate to become general, and whom it pretends, and not only pretends, to serve. The universality of the ratio ratifies the needfulness of everything particular, its dependency upon the whole, and what unfolds in that universality, due to the process of abstraction on which it rests, is its contradiction to the particular. All governing reason, in installing itself above something else, necessarily constricts itself. The principle of absolute identity is self-contradictory. It perpetuates non-identity in suppressed and damaged form. A trace of this entered into Hegel's effort to have non-identity absorbed by the philosophy of identity, indeed to define identity by non-identity. Yet Hegel is distorting the state of facts by affirming identity, admitting non-identity as a negative, albeit a necessary one, and misconceiving the negativity of the universal. He lacks sympathy with the utopian particular that has been buried underneath the universal, with that non-identity which would not come into being until realized reason has left the particular reason of the universal behind. The sense of the wrong implied by the concept of the universal, a sense which Hegel chides, would deserve his respect because of the universality of wrong itself. When Franz von Sickingen, a condotieri at the outset of the modern age, lay mortally wounded and found the words "Nort son cause" for his fate, he was expressing two things with the vigor of that age: the necessity of the social course of the world, which condemned him to perish, and the negativity of the principle of a course of the world in line with that necessity, with happiness, even of the whole. The principle is downright incompatible. The empirical content of that dictum is more than the platitude that the causal theorem is generally valid. In that which happens to the individual person, the universal interdependence dawns upon that person's consciousness. Its seemingly isolated fate reflects the whole. What the mythological name of fate used to stand for is no less mythical when it has been demythologized into a secular logic of things. It is burned into the individual as the figure of his particularization. Objectively, this motivated Hegel's construction of the world spirit. On the one hand, it accounts for the emancipation of the subject. The subject must have stepped back from universality in order to perceive it in and for itself. On the other hand, the context of social individual acts must have been woven into a totality so continuous, so predetermining for the individual, as it had never been in the feudal age. Universal history. The concept of universal history, a concept whose validity inspired Hegelian philosophy in similar fashion as it of the mathematical natural sciences had inspired the Kantian one, became the more problematical the closer the unified world came to being a total process. On the one hand, a positivistically advancing historical science has splintered the conception of totality and unbroken continuity. The advantage which constructive philosophy enjoyed over that science was the dubious one of knowing less detail, an advantage easy enough to enter as sovereign distance on the credit side of the ledger. At the same time, of course, there was less fear of saying essential things, the things that are outlined at a distance only. On the other hand, advanced philosophy was bound to note the understanding between universal history and ideology. 5. And the discontinuous character of blighted life. Hegel himself had conceived universal history as unified merely on account of its contradictions. The materialistic turnabout in dialectics cast the weightiest accent on insight into the discontinuity of what is not comfortingly held together by any unity of spirit and concept. Yet discontinuity and universal history must be conceived together. To strike out the latter as a relic of metaphysical superstition would spiritually consolidate pure facticity as the only thing to be known and therefore to be accepted. It would do this exactly in the manner in which sovereignty, aligning facts in the order of the total march of one spirit, used to confirm them as the utterances of that spirit. Universal history must be construed and denied. After the catastrophes that have happened, and in view of the catastrophes to come, it would be cynical to say that a plan for a better world is manifested in history and unites it. Not to be denied for that reason, however, is the unity that cements the discontinuous, chaotically splintered moments and phases of history, the unity of the control of nature, progressing to rule over men, and finally to that over men's inner nature. No universal history leads from savagery to humanitarianism, but there is one leading from the slingshot to the megaton bomb. It ends in the total menace which organized mankind poses to organized men. In the epitome of discontinuity, it is the horror that verifies Hegel and stands him on his head. If he transfigured the totality of historic suffering into the positivity of the self-realizing absolute, the one and all that keeps rolling on to this day, with occasional breathing spells, would teleologically be the absolute of suffering. History is the unity of continuity and discontinuity. Society stays alive, not despite its antagonism, but by means of it. The profit interest and thus the class relationship make up the objective motor of the production process which the life of all men hangs by, and the primacy of which has its vanishing point in the death of all. This also implies the reconciling side of the irreconcilable, since nothing else permits men to live. Not even a changed life would be possible without it. What historically made this possibility may as well destroy it. The world spirit, a worthy object of definition, would have to be defined as permanent catastrophe. Under the all-subjugating identity principle, whatever does not enter into identity, whatever eludes rational planning in the realm of means, turns into frightening retribution for the calamity which identity brought on the non-identical. There is hardly another way to interpret history philosophically without enchanting it into an idea. Antagonism contingent. It is not idle to speculate whether antagonism was inherited in the origin of human society as a principle of homo homini lupus, a piece of prolonged natural history, or whether it evolved, and whether, even if evolved, it followed from the necessities of the survival of the species and not contingently, as it were, from archaic arbitrary acts of seizing power. With that, of course, the construction of the world spirit would fall apart. The historic universal, the logic of things that is compacted in the necessity of the overall trend, would rest on something accidental, on something extraneous to it. It need not have been. Not only Hegel, but Marx and Engels, whose idealism was hardly anywhere as pronounced as in relation to totality, would have rejected all doubts of the inevitability of totality. No one who means to change the world can help feeling such doubts, but Marx and Engels would have warded them off like fatal attacks on their own system rather than upon the ruling system. Marx, of course, suspects all anthropology and carefully refrains from locating antagonism in human nature or in primitive times, which he paints according to the cliché of the Golden Age, rather. But this makes him only more stubborn in his insistence on the historical necessity of antagonism. Economics is said to come before dominion, which must not be deduced otherwise than economically. The argument is scarcely to be settled with the aid of facts. They fade away in the midst of primitive history. Probably, however, the interest in it was no more a concern with historical facts than once upon a time the interest in the social contract, which even Hobbes and Locke will hardly have regarded as really agreed upon. It was a matter of deifying history, even to the atheistic Hegelians, Marx and Engels. The primacy of economics is to yield historically stringent reasons why the happy end is imminent in history. The economic process, we hear, produces the conditions of political rule and keeps overturning them until the inevitable deliverance from the compulsion of economics. Yet the doctrinal intransigence in Engels' case, in particular, was precisely political. The revolution desired by him and Marx was one of economic conditions in society as a whole, in the basic stratum of its self-preservation. It was not revolution as a change in society's political form, in the rules of the game of dominion. Their point was directed against the anarchists. When Marx and Engels decided to translate even mankind's primal history, its original sin, so to speak, into political economy, although the concept of that very discipline, chained to the totality of the barter relationship, is a late phenomenon, the motive that swayed them was the expectation of revolution as directly imminent. They wanted the revolution to come next day, hence their acute interest in breaking up trends that would, they had to fear, be crushed like Spartacus once upon a time, or like the peasant uprisings. Marx and Engels were enemies of utopia for the sake of its realization. Their imago of the revolution put its stamp upon the image of the primal world. The overwhelming weight of the economic contradictions in capitalism seemed to call for its derivation from the accumulated objectivity of what had been historically stronger since time immemorial. They could not foresee what became apparent later, in the revolution's failure even where it succeeded, that domination may outlast the planned economy, which the two of them, of course, had not confused with state capitalism, a potential whereby the antagonistic trend shown by Marx and Engels, the antagonism of economics toward mere politics, is extended beyond the specific phase of that economics. By its tenacious survival after the downfall of what had been the main object of the critique of political economy, dominion helped an ideology to achieve triumph. The ideology that will deduce dominion either from such allegedly inalienable forms of social organization as centralization, for instance, or from forms of consciousness abstracted out of the real process, the ratio. This is the ideology which then, in open agreement or under crocodile tears, will prophesy dominion and infinite future, for as long as any organized society exists. Against this there remains the vigorous critique of a politics fetishized into being in its itself, or of a spirit bloated in its particularity, touched upon by events of the 20th century, however, is the idea of historic totality as a calculable economic necessity. Only if things might have gone differently, if the totality is recognized as a socially necessary semblance, as the hypostasis of the universal pressed out of individual human beings, if its claim to be absolute is broken, only then will a critical social consciousness retain its freedom to think that things might be different someday. Theory cannot shift the huge weight of historic necessity unless the necessity has been recognized as realized appearance, and historic determination is known as a metaphysical accident. Such cognition is frustrated by the metaphysics of history. More in line with the catastrophe that impends is the supposition of an irrational catastrophe in the beginning. Today the thwarted possibility of something other has shrunk to that of averting catastrophe in spite of everything. The supramundane character of the Hegelian world spirit, by Hegel, however, notably by the Hegel of philosophy of history and philosophy of law, the historical objectivity that happened to come about is exalted into transcendence. This universal substance is not the mundane impotently strives against it. No individual can get beyond this substance. He can differ from other individuals, but not from the popular spirit. 6. The opposite of the mundane, the identity to which the particular entity is unidentically doomed, would thus be supramundane. There is a grain of truth even to such ideology. The critic of his own popular spirit is also chained to what is commensurable to him, as long as mankind is splintered into nations. In the recent past the greatest, though mostly disparagingly garbed model of this has been the constellation between Kohlkraus and Vienna, but to Hegel, as always when he meets with something contrary, things are not that dialectical. The individual, he goes on, may have more esprit than many others, but he cannot surpass a popular spirit. Les esprits are merely those who know about their people's spirits and know how to go by it. 7. With a malice that one cannot fail to hear in the use of the word esprit, the relationship is described far beneath the level of the Hegelian conception. To go by it would be literally nothing but to adjust. Like one confessing compulsively, Hegel deciphers his previously taught affirmative identity as a continuing break and postulates the submission of the weak to the more powerful. Euphemisms such as that in philosophy of history, that in the course of world history some individuals have been hurt. 8 are involuntary approaches to a sense of non-reconcilement, and the trumpet call duty is the individual's liberation to substantial freedom. 9. A common property of German thought, by the way, already defies distinction from its parody in the Doctor scene from Buckner's Wojciech. What Hegel puts into philosophy's mouth is that no power surpasses that of the good, of God, and keeps him from prevailing. The God is borne out. That world history represents nothing but the plan of providence. God rules the world. The content of his rule, the execution of his plan, is world history. To comprehend this plan is the philosophy of world history, and its premise is that the ideal is accomplished, that only that which is in line with the idea has reality. 10. The world spirit seems to have worked in pretty cunning fashion when Hegel, as if to crown his edifying homily, to use Arnold Schoenberg's phrase, apes Heidegger in advance, for reason is the perceiving of the divine work. 11. The omnipotent thought has to abdicate and to make itself complacent as mere perceiving, to gild the heteronomy of the substantially universal. Hegel mobilizes Greek conceptions this side of experienced individuality. In such passages he vaults all historic dialectics and unhesitatingly proclaims that morality's form in antiquity, the form which was first that of official Greek philosophy and then the one of German gymnasium, is its true form. For the morality of the state is not the moralistic, reflected one in which one's own convictions hold sway. This is more accessible to the modern world, while the true morality of antiquity has its roots in every man stand by his duty. 12. The objective spirit takes revenge on Hegel. As memorial orator of Spartanism he anticipates the jargon of intrinsicality by 100 years. With the term stand by his duty, he stoops to offering victims declarative comfort without touching on the substantiality of the condition whose victims they are. What spooks there, behind his superior declarations, had previously been petty cash in the bourgeois till of Schiller, in whose Song of the Bell the pater familias burned out of house and home is not only sent wandering, that is, begging, but told to do it merrily, to boot, for a nation, said to be worthless otherwise. Schiller prescribes joy in committing its all to its honor. The terror of good cheer internalizes the contraint sociale. Such exaggeration is not a poetic luxury. The idealistic social pedagogue must do something extra, since without the performance of additional and irrational identification it would be all too flagrant that the universal robs the particular of what it is being promised. Hegel associates the power of the universal with the aesthetically formal concept of greatness. These are a people's great men. They guide the people in accordance with the universal spirit. For us, the individualities disappear and are noteworthy only as those who realize the will of the popular spirit. 13. The blithely decreed disappearance of individualities, a negative which philosophy presumes to know as positive without any real change having occurred in it, is the equivalent of the continuing break. The power of the world spirit sabotages what a subsequent Hegelian passage extols in the individual, that he is in line with his substance is due to himself. 14. And yet the phrasing of the dismissal touches on serious matters. The world spirit is said to be the spirit of the world as it explicates itself in human consciousness. Men relate to it as individuals to the whole, which is their substance. 15. There Hegel is telling off the bourgeois conception of the individual. It's vulgar nominalism. The very grimness with which a man clings to himself, as to the immediately sure and substantial, makes him an agent of the universal, and individuality a deceptive notion. On this, Hegel agreed with Schopenhauer. What he had over Schopenhauer was the insight that the abstract negation of individuality is not all there is to the dialectics of individuation and universality. The remaining objection, however, not just against Schopenhauer but against Hegel himself, is that the individual, the necessary phenomenon of the essence, the objective tendency, is right to turn against that tendency, since particularity, however, as universality, is such an immanent relation in and for among the positivists it was in Emil Durkheim's doctrine of collective spirit that Hegel's choice in favor of the universal was maintained and topped, if possible. In Durkheim's schema there is no more room for a dialectic of universal and particular even in the abstract. In the sociology of primitive religions, Durkheim made the substantial discovery that qualities, the things the particular is boasting of, have been imposed upon it by the universal. He designated to the universal both the delusion of the particular, as a mere mimesis, and the power that makes a particular of it in the first place, le duel, qui est exprime or cor de certains que raimones, en est pas un mouvement naturel de la sensibilité privée, froissé par une word cruel, c'est un devoir imposé par le groupe. On se lament, non pas simplement parce qu'on est triste, mais parce qu'on est tenu de se lamenter. C'est une attitude rituelle qu'on est obligé d'adopter par respect pour l'usage, mais qui est, dans une large mesure, indépendant de related effectif des individus. Cette obligation est, d'alors, sanctionnée par des peines ou humifiques ou sociales. Emile Durkheim, Les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse. Le système totémique en Australie. Paris, 1912. Travaux de l'année sociologique. Page 568. Itself, not by way of transition. It is totality in itself and simple definition. Essentially a principle. It has no other definition than the one posited by the universal itself and resulting from the universal. As follows. The particular is the universal itself, but it is the universal's difference and more relation to something else, what it seems to be on the outside. But there exists nothing else from which the particular might differ. Nothing but the universal itself. When the universal is defined, it is the particular. Definition makes the difference. It differs only from itself. 16 immediately. Then, the particular would be the universal, because it can find no definition of its particularity except by way of the universal only. Without the universal, Hegel concludes in an ever-recurring mode, the particular is nothing. The modern history of the human spirit, and not that alone, has been an apologetic labor of Sisyphus, thinking away the negative side of the universal. The Kantian spirit still remembers it, as against necessity. Kant tried to confine necessity to nature. The Hegelian critique of necessity is removed by legerdemain. The consciousness of the spirit must form in the world, the material, the soil. Of this realization is nothing but the universal consciousness, the consciousness of a people. This consciousness contains and directs all of the people's purposes and interests. It makes up the people's rights, customs, religions. It is the substantial part of a people's spirit even if the individuals do not know it, even if it stands as a settled premise. It is like a necessity. The individual is raised in this atmosphere and knows of nothing else. Yet it is not merely education and a consequence of education. Rather, this consciousness is developed by the individual himself, not taught to him. The individual has his being in that substance. 17. The Hegelian phrasing it is like a necessity is very adequate to the preponderance of the universal. The like, suggesting the merely metaphorical character of such a necessity, fleetingly touches on the semblance character of that which is the most real of things. Doubts whether necessity is good are promptly knocked down with the avowal that, rain or shine, necessity is freedom. The individual, Hegel tells us, has his being in that substance, in the universality which to him was still coinciding with the popular spirits, but its positivity itself is negative, and the more negative its bearing, the more positive it will be. Unity gets worse as its seizure of plurality becomes more thorough. It has its praise bestowed on it by the victor, and even a spiritual victor will not do without his triumphal parade, without the ostentatious pretense that what is incessantly inflicted upon the many is the meaning of the world. It is the particular which fights each other to exhaustion, and a part of which is ruined. But it is precisely from struggle, from the fall of the particular, that the universal results. The universal is not disturbed. 18. It has not been disturbed to this day, and yet, according to Hegel, without the particular that defines it, as a thing detached from itself, there would be no universal either. There is only one way for Hegelian logic to succinctly identify a universal and an undefined particular, to equate cognition with the fact that the two poles are mediated, and that is for logic, which Hegel also views as an a priori doctrine of general structures, not to deal with the particular as a particular at all. His logic deals only with particularity, which is already conceptual. 19. Thus established, the logical primacy of the universal provides a fundament for the social and political primacy that Hegel is opting for. This much should be granted to Hegel. Not only particularity but the particular itself is unthinkable without the moment of the universal which differentiates the particular, puts its imprint on it and in a sense is needed to make a particular of it. But the fact that dialectically one moment needs the other, the moment contradictorily opposed to it, this fact as Hegel knew well but liked to forget on occasion, reduces neither moments to a stipulated otherwise would be the absolute, ontological validity of the logic of pure non-contradictoriness, which the dialectical demonstration of moments had broken through. Ultimately stipulated would be the position of an absolute first, the concept, with the fact said to be secondary because according to idealistic tradition it follows from the concept of a particular. Nothing can be predicated without definition and thus without universality, and yet this does not submerge the moment of something particular, something opaque, which that prediction refers to and is based upon. It is maintained within the constellation, else dialectics would end up hypostatizing mediation without preserving the moments of immediacy, as Hegel prudently wished to do everywhere else. Relapse into Platonism. The imminent critique of dialectics explodes Hegelian idealism. Cognition aims at the particular, not at the universal. It seeks its true objects in the possible determination of the difference of that particular, even from the universal, which it criticizes as nonetheless inalienable. But if the mediation of the universal by the particular and of the particular by the universal is reduced to the abstract normal form of mediation as such, the particular has to pay the price, down to its authoritarian dismissal in the material parts of the Hegelian system. What man must do, what are the duties he has to fulfill to be virtuous? It's easily told in a moral community. He has to do nothing other than is prescribed, expressed, and known to him in his circumstances. Probity is the universal that can be demanded of him, partly legally, partly morally. From the moral standpoint, however, it tends to appear as something subordinate, beyond which one ought to ask more of himself and of others. For the urge to be something particular is not contented by that which is in and for itself and universal. It is only in an exception that this urge will find the sense of intrinsicality. 20. If Hegel had carried the doctrine of the identity of universal and particular farther, to a dialectic in the particular itself, the particular, which according to him is simply the mediated universal, would have been granted the same right as the universal. That he depreciates this right into a mere urge and psychologically blackens the right of man as narcissism, like a father chiding his son. Maybe you think you're something special. This is not an individual lapse on the philosopher's part idealistically. There is no carrying out the dialectic of the particular which he envisions. Contrary to the Kantian charismus, philosophy is not supposed to make itself at home in the universal as a doctrine of forms. It is to penetrate the content itself, rather, and this is why, in a grandiosely fatal petition ratio principii. Reality is so arranged by philosophy that it will yield to the repressive identification with philosophy. What is most true in Hegelian thinking? The sense of the particular without whose weight the concept of reality decays into a farce, leads to that which is most false. It removes the particular for which Hegel's philosophy is groping. The more insistently his concept strives for reality, the more benightedly is reality. The Hecate nut that should be cracked open as gilded nuts are cracked by children on a holiday, contaminated by him with the concept that covers it. It is this very attitude of philosophy toward reality which the misconceptions affect, and so I come back to what I said before, that philosophy, because it means to fathom what is rational, means precisely therefore to grasp what is present and real, not to erect a beyond said to be God knows where, or of which one can in fact say very well where it is, namely, in the error of empty, one-sided rationalizing, when reflection, feeling, or whatever form the subjective consciousness may take, regards the present as vain. When it goes beyond the present and knows better, it is likewise vain and, being real only in the present, it is nothing but vanity. Conversely, if the idea is taken to be no more than just an idea, a conception held as an opinion, philosophy affords the insight that nothing but the idea is a reality. What matters, then, is that in the semblance of the temporal and transitory we may know the substance which is immanent, and the eternal which is present. 21. So Platonic, of necessity, is the dialectician's language. He will not admit that, from the viewpoint of logic as well as of the philosophy of history, the universal contracts into the particular until the latter breaks loose from the abstract universality that the cliché only an idea had already been criticized by Kant, has grown extraneous to it, while the universal he vindicates, as a higher objectivity, correlatively declines to a bad subjectivity, to the mean value of particularities. He who was set upon a transition of logic to time is now resigned to timeless logic, detemporalization of time, the simple dichotomy of temporality and eternity amidst and despite the Hegelian conception of dialectics conforms to the primacy of the universal in philosophy of history, just as the general concept, the fruit of abstraction, is deemed above time, and just as the loss which the subsumed suffers by the process of abstraction is entered in the profit column, as a draft on eternity, so are history's allegedly supertemporal moments turned into positiva. Hidden in them is the old evil, however. To agree to the perpetuation of the status quo is to discredit the protesting thoughts as ephemeral. Such an about-face into timelessness is not extraneous to Hegel's dialectics and philosophy of history, as his version of dialectics extends to time itself. Time is ontologized, turned from a subjective form into a structure of being as such, itself eternal. Based on this are Hegel's speculations which equate the absolute idea of totality with the passing of everything finite. His attempt to deduce time, as it were, and to eternalize it as permitting nothing outside it is as much in line with his conception as with absolute idealism, which can no more resign itself to the separation of time and logic than Kant could to the separation of visuality and intellect. There again, by the way, Hegel, Kant's critic, was Kant's executor. When Kant turns time, as the pure visual form and premise of everything temporal, into an a priori, time on its part is exempted from time. Subjective and objective idealism concur time does not pass, but the existence of change in this, for the basic stratum of both is the subject as a concept, devoid of its temporal content. Once again, as to Aristotle, the actus purus becomes that which does not move. The social partisanship of the idealists goes all the way down to the constituents of their systems. They glorify time as timeless, history as eternal, all for fear that history might begin. For Hegel, the dialectic of time and temporality logically turns into a dialectic of time in itself. It offers the positivists their favored point of attack. In fact, it would be bad scholasticism if dialectics were attributed to the formal concept of time, with every temporal content expurgated. In critical reflection, however, time is dialecticized as the internally mediated unity of form and content. Kant's transcendental aesthetics would have no answer to the objection that the purely formal character of time as a form of visuality, its emptiness, has itself no corresponding visuality whatever. Kantian time defies every possible conception and imagination. To conceive it, we always have to conceive something temporal along with it, something to read it off on, something that permits its passage or its so-called flow to be experienced. The fact is that the conception of pure time does require that very conceptual mediation, the abstraction from all conceptions of time that can be carried out, from which Kant, for the sake of systematics, the disjunction of sensibility and intellect, wished and needed to relieve the forms of visuality. Absolute time as such, bereft of the last factual substrate that isn't passes in it, would no longer be what time, according to Kant, must inalienably be. It would no longer be dynamic. There is no dynamics without that in which it occurs. Conversely, however, a factuality without its place in the time continuum is not conceivable either. Dialectics carries this reciprocity into the most formal realm, of the moments essential to that realm, and more closely, then, the opposed to each other, not one is without the other. Yet the reciprocity is not motivated by the pure form in itself that served to reveal it. A relationship of form and content has become the form itself. It is inalienably the form of a content, an extreme sublimation of the form-content dualism in detached and absolutized subjectivity. An element of truth might even be squeezed out of Hegel's theory of time, provided one will not let logic produce time by itself, as he does, to be perceived in logic. Instead, are coagulated time relations, as indicated variously, if cryptically, in Critique of Pure Reason, in the chapter on schematism in particular, preserved likewise in the discursive logic, unmistakably in its conclusions, are time elements that were detemporalized as subjective thinking objectified them into pure legality. Without such detemporalization, on the other hand, time would not have been objectified at all. As cognition of an element, it would be compatible with Hegel to interpret the link between logic and time by going back to something which current positivistic science considers pre-logical in logic. For what Hegel calls synthesis is not simply the downright new quality leaping forth from definite negation. It is the return of what has been negated. Dialectical progress is always a recourse as well, to that which fell victim to the progressing concept. The concept's progressive concretion is itself correction. The transition of logic to time would like, as far as consciousness is able, to make up to time for the wrongs done to it by logic, by the logic without which, on the other hand, time would not be. Under this aspect, the Bergsonian duplication of the concept of time is a bit of dialectics unaware of itself. In the concept of temps dare, of lived duration, Bergson tried theoretically to reconstruct the living experience of time, and thus its substantial element that had been sacrificed to the abstractions of philosophy and of causal, mechanical natural science. Even so, he did not convert to the dialectical concept any more than science did, more positivistically than he knew in his polemicizing. He absolutized the dynamic element out of disgust with the rising reification of consciousness. He on his part made of it a form of consciousness, so to speak, a particular and privileged mode of cognition. He reified it, if you will, into a line of business. In isolation, the time of subjective experience along with its content comes to be as accidental and mediated as its subject, and therefore, compared with chronometric time, is always false also. Sufficient to elucidate this is the triviality that, measured by clock time, subjective time experiences invite delusion, although there would be no clock time without the subjective time experience which the clock time objectifies. But the crass dichotomy of Bergson's two times does register the historic dichotomy between living experience and the objectified and repetitive labor process. His brittle doctrine of time is an early precipitation of the objective social crisis in the sense of time. The irreconcilability of temps dure and temps espace is the wound of that split consciousness whose only unity lies in being split. The naturalistic interpretation of temps espace can no more master this than the hypostasis of temps dure, in which the subject, flinching from reification, hopes in vain to preserve itself simply by being alive. The fact is that laughter, according to Bergson, the restoration of life from its conventional hardening, has long become the convention's weapon against uncomprehended life, against the traces of something natural that has not been quite domesticated. Dialectics cut short by Hegel. Hegel's transposition of the particular into particularity follows the practice of a society that tolerates the particular only as a category, a form of the supremacy of the universal. Marx designated this state of facts in a manner which Hegel could not foresee. The dissolution of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes the dissolution of all fixed personal historical dependencies in production as well as the producer's universal dependence on each other. Every individual's production depends as much on the production of all others as the transformation of his product into food for himself has come to depend on the consumption of all others. This mutual interdependence is expressed in the constant necessity of exchange, and in the exchange value as universal mediator. The economist put it this way: everyone pursues his private interest and thus unwillingly and unwittingly serves the private interests of all, the general interests. The joke is not that everyone's pursuit of his private interest will in effect serve the entirety of private interests, that is, the general interest. From this abstract phrase it might as well be inferred that everyone mutually inhibits the pursuit of the other's interest, and that, instead of general affirmation, the result of this bellum omnium contra omnes will be general negation. The point is, rather, that the private interest itself is already a socially determined interest, one that can be pursued only on the terms laid down by society and by the means provided by society, hence an interest tied to the reproduction of those terms and means. It is the interest of private persons, but its content as well as the form and means of realization are given by social conditions independent of them all. 22 Such negative supremacy of the concept makes clear why Hegel, its apologist, and Marx, its critic, concur in the notion that what Hegel calls the world spirit is a preponderance of being in itself, that it does not, as would be solely fitting for Hegel, have merely its objective substance in the individuals. The individuals are subsumed under social production, which exists as a doom outside them, but social production is not subsumed under the individuals who exercise it as their common capacity. 23 The real charisma obliges Hegel, much against his will, to remodel his thesis of the reality of the idea. The theory does not admit this, but there are unmistakable lines about it in philosophy of law. For the idea of the state one must not look to particular states or particular institutions. Rather, the idea, this real God, must be contemplated by itself. Every state, although a man may call it bad according to the principles he holds, although he may find one or the other flaw in it, always contains the essential moments of its existence, especially if it is one of the developed states of our time. But because finding faults is easier than grasping the affirmative, one will easily fall into the error of letting specific sides make him forget the inner organism of the state itself. 24 The tenor of the whole work is to dispute away the contradiction between idea and reality, but if the idea must be contemplated by itself, not in particular states and, that in principle with, an encompassing structure in mind this, resurrects the contradiction. In keeping with it is the ominous line that finding faults is easier than grasping the affirmative. Today this has become the clamor for constructive criticism, in other words, groveling criticism. Because the identity of idea and reality is denied by reality, ascertaining that identity nonetheless calls, so to speak, for an obsequious special effort on the part of reason. The affirmative, the proof of positively accomplished reconciliation, is postulated, praised as a superior achievement of consciousness, because Hegel's pure eyewitness does not suffice for such affirmation. The pressure which affirmation exerts on a bulky reality acts tirelessly to strengthen the real pressure put upon the subject by the universal, its negation. The chasm between the two yawns the more visibly, the more concretely the subject is confronted with the thesis of the objective substantiality of morals. In Hegel's late conception of education, this is described only as something hostile to the subject, absolutely defined. Education is thus deliverance in the work on a higher deliverance, namely, the absolute point of transition to the infinitely subjective substantiality of morals, which is no longer immediate and natural but spiritual and likewise raised to the form of universality, in the subject. This deliverance is the toil of striving against mere subjectivity of conduct, against immediate desire, as well as against the subjective vanity of sensation and the arbitrariness of liking. That it is this toil accounts for part of the disfavor it encounters, but it is by this educational toil that subjective volition gains in itself the objectivity which alone makes it worthy and capable of being the reality of the idea. 25 Embroidering this is the Greek school maxim which Berti, whom it fitted least of all, did not disdain to choose as a Hegelian-minded motto for his autobiography, yet in trumpeting the truth about the identity it would like first to bring about, the classicist maxim admits its own untruth, literally that of birch-rod pedagogy, and metaphorically, that of the unspeakable commandments to submit. Being eminently untrue, the maxim is unfit for the purpose entrusted to it. Psychology, belittled by the great philosophy, knows more about that than philosophy knows. Brutality is reproduced by men against whom it is practiced. The abused are not educated but repressed, rebarbarized. An insight of psychoanalysis, that civilization's repressive mechanisms transform the libido into aggression against civilization, cannot be extinguished anymore. The man who has been educated by force will channel his aggressions by identifying with force, to pass it on and get rid of it. It is thus that subject and object are really identified according to the educational ideal of Hegel's philosophy of law. If a culture is no culture, it does not even want the people who are caught in its mill to be cultured. In one of the most famous passages of philosophy of law, Hegel cites a line attributed to Pythagoras Pythagoras, to the effect that the best way morally to educate a son is to make him a citizen of a state with good laws. 26. This calls for a judgment whether the state itself and its laws are actually good. But to Hegel, order is good a priori. It does not have to answer to those living under it. Ironically, this confirms his subsequent Aristotelian reminiscence that substantial unity is an absolute and motionless end in itself. 27. Motionless. The end stands in the dialectic that is supposed to produce it. It is thus devalued to an empty avowal that freedom comes to its supreme right. 28. In the state, Hegel lapses into that insipid edification which he still despised in phenomenology. He reiterates a cogitative cliché of antiquity, from the stage at which philosophy's victorious Platonic Aristotelian mainstream proclaimed its solidarity with the institutions, against their basis in the social process. All in all, mankind discovered society much later than the state, which is mediated as such but seems given and immediate to the governed. Hegel's line whatever man is he owes to the state. 29. That most obvious hyperbole carries on the antiquated confusion. What induced the thesis is that the motionlessness he attributes to the general purpose might indeed be predicated of the institution, once it has hardened, but could not possibly be predicated of society, which is dynamic in essence. The dialectician confirms the state's prerogative to be above dialectics because, a matter he did not delude himself about, dialectics will drive men beyond bourgeois society. He does not put his trust in dialectics, does not look upon it as the force to cure itself, and disavows his own assurance that identity will produce itself in dialectics. The role of the popular spirit. It could not escape Hegel's need for systematics as the metaphysic of reconciling universal and particular failed in its construction of reality. In the philosophy of history and law, he made an effort at mediation. His mediating category, the popular spirit, extends into empirical history. To the individual subjects it is said to be the concrete form of the universal, but the specific popular spirit on its part is called merely an individual in the course of world history. 31. An individuation higher in grade, but independent as such. It is precisely the thesis of this independence of popular spirits which Hegel uses to confer legality upon the rule of force over the individuals, in a way similar to Durkheim's later use of collective norms, and to Spengler's use of the soul of each culture. The more abundantly a universal is equipped with the insignia of a collective subject, the more completely will the subjects disappear in it. Yet that mediating category, which is not called mediation in so many words, by the way, but merely fulfills that function, lags behind Hegel's own concept of mediation. It does not hold sway in the matter itself, does not immanently determine its otherness. Rather, it functions as a bridging concept, a hypostatized intermediary between the world spirit and the individuals. By Hegel, the transitoriness of popular spirits is interpreted analogously to that of individuals, as the true life of the universal. In truth, however, it is the category of the people and their spirit itself that is transitory, not just its specific manifestation. Even if the torch of the Hegelian world spirit were actually carried further today by the newly emerging popular spirits, the danger is that they would reproduce the life of the human species on a lower level, even in view of surveyable mankind. The Kantian universal of his period, Hegel's doctrine of a popular spirit was reactionary, a cultivation of something already perceived as particular. With his emphatic category of popular spirits he unhesitatingly goes in for the same nationalism whose sinister side he diagnosed in the student agitators of his day. His concept of the nation, the world spirit's changelessly changing carrier, turns out to be one of the invariants with which, paradoxically, and yet in keeping with its one aspect, his dialectical work is overflowing. Hegel's undialectical constants belie dialectics, although there would be no dialectics without them, and they are as true as history is immutable, a bad infinity of guilt and atonement, running its course exactly as Heraclitus, Hegel's main witness, recognized and ontologically exalted it in archaic times. But the nation, the term as well as the thing, is of more recent date. After feudalism perished, a precarious form of centralized organization was to tame the diffuse combines of nature so as to protect bourgeois interests. It was bound to become a fetish unto itself. There was no other way it might have integrated the individuals, whose economic need of that form of organization is as great as its incessant rape of them. And where the nation failed to accomplish the union that is the prerequisite of a self-emancipating bourgeois society, in Germany, that is, its concept becomes overvalued and destructive. To take in the gentis, the concept of the nation mobilizes additional regressive memories of its archaic root, as an evil ferment. These memories are apt to keep the individual, another latent fragile evolutionary product, down where his conflict with the universal is at the point of recoiling into rational critique of the universal. The irrational ends of bourgeois society could hardly have been stabilized by other than effective irrational means. The specifically German situation of the immediate post-Napoleonic era may have deceived Hegel about the nature of his doctrine of the popular spirit. He failed to see what an anachronism it is, compared with his own concept of the spirit from whose progress of progressive sublimation, a deliverance from rudimentarily natural growth, cannot be excised. In his work, the popular spirit doctrine was already ideology, a false consciousness even though provoked by the need for Germany's administrative union, masked and, as particularization, coupled with things as they happen to be, the popular spirits are proof against that reason whose memory is nonetheless preserved in the universal of the spirit. After the Kantian tract on perpetual peace, Hegel's eulogies of war can no longer hide behind a naive lack of historical experience. Even then, the more he praised as substantial and popular spirits had hopelessly decayed into that body of customs which was then dug up in the age of dictatorships, to add an official historical touch to the individual's incapacitation. The mere fact that Hegel has to talk about popular spirits in the plural shows the obsoleteness of their alleged substantiality. It is negated as soon as we talk of many popular spirits, as soon as an international of nations is envisioned. After fascism, the concept reappeared. Popular spirit obsolete. Its particularization into nations means that the Hegelian spirit no longer includes a material basis in the way in which it could at least claim to be doing as a totality. In the concept of the popular spirit it is an epiphenomenon, a collective consciousness, a stage of social organization, that is opposed as an entity to the real process of society's production and reproduction. That the spirit of a people can be realized, that it can be turned into an extant world, says Hegel. This is a feeling shared by all peoples. 32 Today it is hardly that, and wherever peoples are made to feel this way they come to grief. The predicates of that extant world, religion, cults, customs, usages, art, constitution, political laws, the full extent of its institutions, its occurrences and deeds 33, have lost not only their self-evident character but that which Hegel took for their substantiality. His precept that individuals have to align themselves, to form themselves according to the substantial being 34 of their people, is despotic. Even in his day it was incompatible with the hypothesis, also outdated since, which we might call Shakespearean, that the historic universal is realized through individual passions and concerns, whereas in fact it is drilled into the individual solely in the manner in which healthy popular sentiments are drilled into those caught in their machinery. Hegel's thesis that no man can vault the spirit of his people, no more than he can vault the globe. 35 is a provincialism in the age of global conflicts and of a potential global constitution of the world. On few occasions did Hegel have to pay as high a toll to history as when he was conceiving history, but his thinking approached that point too. While hypostatizing the popular spirits, he relativized them in the sense of historical philosophy, as if he had deemed it possible for the world spirit someday to do without the popular spirits and to make room for cosmopolitism. Each new popular spirit is a new step in the conquest of the world spirit, a step to win its consciousness and its freedom. A popular spirit's death is a passage to life, and not as in nature, where the death of one will bring another like it into existence. Rather, the world spirit advances from lower definitions to higher principles and concepts of itself, to more developed representations of its idea. 36 Thus the idea, at least, of the world spirit that is to be conquered, that is realized in the fall of the popular spirits and transcends them, would remain open. Yet world history can no longer be trusted to make progress in its passage from nation to nation, in a phase in which the victor is no longer bound to occupy the higher level that was probably always credited to him only because he was the victor. With that, however, Hegel's solace for the fall of nations comes to resemble the cyclical theories, down to Spengler. The philosophical decree about the becoming and passing of whole peoples or cultures drowns out the fact that history's irrational and unintelligible side came to be self-understood because things were never different. It deprives the talk of progress of its substance, and indeed, despite the well-known definition of history, Hegel failed to work out any theory of progress. The world spirit's Hegelian migration from one popular spirit to the next is the migration of nations blown up into metaphysics. The human steamroller of that migration is of course a prototype of world history itself, whose Augustinian conception coincided with the era of the Great Migration. The unity of world history which animates the philosopher to trace it as the path of the world spirit is the unity of terror rolling over mankind. It is the immediacy of antagonism. Concretely, Hegel did not go beyond nations except in the name of their incalculably reiterated destruction. The Schopenhauerian Richard Wagner's Ring is more Hegelian than would ever have occurred to Wagner. Individuality in history. What Hegel hypertrophically assigned to the popular spirits as collective individualities is withdrawn from individuality, from the individual human being. Complementarily, Hegel rates individuality both too high and too low. It is rated too high in the ideology of great men, in whose favor Hegel retells the masterclass joke of the hero and his valet. The more opaque and alienated the prevailing universal's power, the fiercer the need of consciousness to make that power commensurable. This is where the geniuses must serve, the military and political ones in particular. Theirs is the publicity of large earth and life size, derived from the very success which in turn is to be explained by individual qualities they mostly lack, projections of the impotent longings of all. They function as an imago of unleashed freedom and unbounded productivity, as if those might be realized always and everywhere. Contrasting with such ideological excess is Hegel's deficiency in the ideal. His philosophy has no interest in there being individuality at all. There the doctrine of the world spirit harmonizes with that spirit's own tendency. Hegel saw through both fictions, through that of individuality's historic being for itself as well as through the one of any direct immediacy, and he used the theory of the cunning of reason, a theory dating back to Kant's philosophy of history, to cast the individual as an agent of the universal, a role in which he had served well for centuries. In line with a consistent thought structure which simultaneously skeletalizes and provokes his conception of dialectics, Hegel conceived the relation as well as the mediation between individual and world spirit as invariant. He too was in bondage to his class, a class forced to perpetuate its dynamic categories lest it perceive the bounds of its continued existence. Guiding Hegel is the picture of the individual in individualist society. It is adequate, because the principle of the barter society was realized only through the individuation of the several contracting parties, because, in other words, the principium individuationis literally was the principle of that society. It's universal, and the picture is inadequate because, in the total functional context which requires the form of individuation, individuals are relegated to the role of mere executive organs of the universal. Along with his functions, the individual's own composition is subject to historic change. Compared with Hegel and his epoch, the individual has become irrelevant to a degree which no one could anticipate. The appearance of his being, for himself, has dissolved for all men as completely as Hegel's speculation had esoterically demolished it in advance. A model of this is passion, the motor of individuality for Hegel as it was for Balzac. To the powerless, who find more and more narrowly prescribed what they can and cannot attain, passion becomes an anachronism. Adolf Hitler, tailored, as it were, after the classic bourgeois pattern of a great man, gave a parody of passion in his fits of weeping and carpet chewing. Even in the private realm, passion comes to be a rarity. The well-known changes in the erotic conduct of the young indicate the disintegration of the individual, whose ego no longer musters the strength for passion. Nor does he need that strength, because the integrating social organization sees to the removal of the patent obstacles that used to kindle passion and makes up for them by placing the controls into the individual, in the form of his adjustment at any price. By no means has the individual thus lost all functions. Now as before, the social process of production preserves in the basic barter process the principium individuationis, private disposition, and thus all the evil instincts of a man imprisoned in his ego. The individual survives himself, but in his residue which history has condemned lies nothing but what will not sacrifice itself to false identity. The function of the individual is that of the functionless, of the spirit which does not agree with the universal and is therefore powerless to represent it. Only as exempt from the general practice is the individual capable of the thoughts that would be required for a practice leading to change. Hegel sensed the potential universality and individuation in their activity. The actors have finite purpose and special interests, but they also are knowing and thinking. 37 The mythexis wrought between each individual and the universal by conscious thinking, and the individual is no individual until he goes in for such thinking, transcends the contingency of the particular vis-a-vis the universal. The basis of both Hegel's and subsequently the collectivist contempt for individuality. Experience and consistency enable the individual to see in the universal a truth which the universal as blindly prevailing power conceals from itself and from others. The reigning consensus puts the universal in the right because of the mere form of its universality. Universality, itself a concept, comes thus to be conceptless and inimical to reflection. For the mind to perceive and to name that side of it is the first condition of resistance and a modest beginning of practice. The spell. Human beings, individual subjects, are under a spell now as ever. The spell is the subjective form of the world spirit, the internal reinforcement of its primacy over the external process of life. Men become that which negates them, that with which they cannot cope. They do not even have to cultivate a taste for it anymore. As for the higher entire thing, which indeed it is, compared with them in the hierarchy of grades of universality, on their own, a priori, so to speak. They act in line with the inevitable, while the nominalist principle simulates individualization for them. They act as a collective. This much of Hegel's insistence on the universality of the particular is true, in its perversion, as impotent individualization at the universal's mercy. The particular is dictated by the principle of perverted universality, the Hegelian doctrine of the universal's substantiality, and the individual adopts the subjective spell. What is presented there as metaphysically worthy owes this aura chiefly to its opaqueness and irrationality, to the opposite of the mind which metaphysics would have it be, the basic stratum of unfreedom, one that in the subjects lies even beyond their psychology, which it extends, serves the antagonistic condition now threatening to destroy the subject's potential to change it. Expressionism, a spontaneous form of collective reaction, jerkily registered some of that spell, which has since become as omnipresent as the deity whose place it is usurping. We do not feel it anymore because hardly anything and hardly anyone escapes it far enough to make the difference show it. Yet mankind still keeps dragging itself along as in Barlach's sculptures and in Kafka's prose, an endless procession of bent figures chained to each other, no longer able to raise their heads under the burden of what is. 38 Mere entity, the opposite of the world spirit according to the high-minded doctrines of idealism, is the incarnation of that spirit, coupled with chance, which is the form of freedom under the spell. The spell seems to be cast upon all living things, and yet it is probably not, as in Schopenhauer's sense, simply one with the principium individuationis and its mulish self-preservation. Something compulsive distinguishes animal conduct from human conduct. The animal species Homo may have inherited it, but in the species it turned into something qualitatively different, and it did so precisely due to the reflective faculty that might break the spell and did enter into its service. By such self-perversion it Hegel's theory of the identity of chance and necessity page 357 below retains its truth content beyond Hegel's construction. Under the aspect of freedom, necessity stays heteronomous even though predestined by the autonomous subject. The Kantian empirical world is said to be ruled by the subjective category of causality, but precisely that removes it from subjective autonomy to the individual subject. What is causally determined is absolutely accidental at the same time, running its course in the realm of necessity. The fate of men is blind to them, over their heads, contingent. The strictly deterministic character of the economic laws of social motion is just what condemns the members of society to chance. If their self-determination were truly deemed the criterion, the law of value and anarchy in the production of goods are one. Contingency is thus not only the form of a non-identity mangled by causality, contingency itself coincides with the identity principle. And this principle, as merely posited, imposed upon experience, not arising from the non-identical in experience, in turn carries chance in its inmost core, reinforces the spell and makes it radical evil, devoid of the innocence of mere being the way one is. In human experience the spell is the equivalent of the fetish character of merchandise. The self-made thing becomes a thing in itself, from which the self cannot escape anymore. In the dominating faith in facts as such, in their positive acceptance, the subject venerates its mirror image. In the spell, the reified consciousness has become total. The fact of its being a false consciousness holds out a promise that it will be possible to avoid it, that it will not last, that a false consciousness must inevitably move beyond itself, that it cannot have the last word. The straighter a society's course for the totality that is reproduced in the spellbound subjects, the deeper its tendency to dissociation. This threatens the life of the species as much as it disavows the spell cast over the whole. The false identity of subject and object, the universal that compresses the particular until it splinters, like a torture instrument, is working against itself, for its substance is the life of the particular. Without the particular, the universal declines to an abstract, separate, eradicable form. In Behemoth, Franz Neumann diagnosed this in the institutional sphere. Disintegration into disjoint and embattled power machineries is the secret of the total fascist state. In line with this is anthropology, the chemism of humankind. Resistless prey of the collective mischief. Men lose their identity. It is not altogether unlikely that the spell is thus breaking itself. For the time being a so-called pluralism would falsely deny the total structure of society, but its truth comes from such impending disintegration, from horror and at the same time from a reality in which the spell explodes. Freud's civilization and its discontents has a substance that was scarcely in the author's mind. It is not only in the psyche of the socialized that aggressiveness accumulates into an openly destructive drive. Instead, total socialization objectively hatches its opposite, and there is no telling yet whether it will be a disaster or a liberation. An involuntary schema of this was designed by the philosophical systems. They too have been increasingly united in disqualifying their heterogeneities, whether called sensation, not I, or whatever, down to that chaos whose name Kant used for heterogeneity at large. What some like to call instant to ennoble as an existential is claustrophobia in the world, in the closed system. It perpetuates the spell as coldness between men, without which the calamity could not recur. Anyone who is not cold, who does not chill himself as in the vulgar figure of speech the murderer chills his victims, must feel condemned. Along with angst in the cause of it, this coldness too might pass. Angst is the necessary form of the curse laid in the universal coldness upon those who suffer of it. Regression under the spell. Whatever non-identity the rule of the identity principle will tolerate is mediated in turn by the identitarian compulsion. It is the stale remnant left after identification has carved out its share. Under the spell, what is different, and the slightest admixture of which would indeed be incompatible with the spell, will turn to poison, as accidental. On the other hand, the non-identical remnant grows abstract enough to adjust to the legality of identification. This is the sad truth of the doctrine expounded positively by Hegel, that chance and necessity are one, substituting statistical rules for traditional causality or to confirm that convergence. But the fatal common property of necessity and chance, a pair which Aristotle already ascribed to mere entity, is fate. It is located in the circle drawn by ruling class thought as well as in that which falls out of the circle, is bereft of reason, and acquires an irrationality converging with the necessity the subject posits. The process of dominance keeps spewing undigested scraps of subjugated nature. If the particular is not to evaporate philosophically into universality, it must not seclude itself in the defiance of chance. It is a reflection on the difference, not its extirpation, that will help to reconcile the universal and the particular. But Hegel pledges allegiance to extirpation. His pathos grants the world spirit the only reality, echoing a hellish laughter in heaven. The mythical spell has been secularized into compactly dovetailed reality. The reality principle, which the prudent heed in order to survive in it, captures them as black magic. They are unable and unwilling to cast off the burden, for the magic hides it from them and makes them think it is life. Metasociologically, the talk of regression is true, without exception. What is called communication nowadays is but the noise that drowns out the silence of the spellbound. Individual human spontaneities, by now largely including the supposed opposition, are condemned to pseudo-activity and potential idiocy, practiced from without, in brainwashing and kindred techniques, is an imminent anthropological tendency that is indeed motivated from without. The natural historic norm of adjustment, with which Hegel agrees, and the beer hall wisdom of having to sow one's wild oats is the exact parallel of his. The schema of the world spirit is the spell. It may be that its experience, taboo among people, is projected upon animals by modern biology in order to exonerate the people who abuse the animals. The ontology of beasts states the age-old, always newly repossessed bestiality of men. In that sense too the world spirit contradicts itself, and like Hegel's intention, the bestiality of self-preserving reason expels the spirit from the species that worships it. This is why, in all of its stages, the Hegelian metaphysic of the intellect comes so close to anti-intellectualism. In an unconscious society the mythical forces of nature reproduce themselves in expanded form, and so will the categories of consciousness produced by that society, including the most enlightened, inevitably grow delusive under the spell. Society and individual harmonize here as nowhere else. With society, ideology has so advanced that it no longer evolves into a socially required semblance and thus to an independent form, however brittle. All that it turns into is a kind of glue, the false identity of subject and object, due to the individuation principle itself, to each individual's monotonous confinement to his particular interest. The individuals, the ancient substrate of psychology, are also like one another, claimants to the dominant abstract universality as if it were their own cause. This is their formal a priori. Conversely, the universal to which they bow without feeling it yet is so tailored to their measure, so lacking an appeal to whatever in them is not like it, that they freely bind themselves with ease and joy. As Schiller put it, present ideology is no less a vessel to receive the psychology, always mediated already by the universal, of individuals than it is a ceaseless reproducer of the universal in the individuals. Spell and ideology are one and the same. The fatal part of ideology is that it dates back to biology. Self-preservation, the Spinozist cease conserva, is truly a law of nature for all living things. Its content is a tautology of identity. What ought to be is what is anyway. The will turns back upon the willing. As a mere means of itself it becomes an end. This turn is already a turn to the false consciousness. If the lion had a consciousness, his rage at the antelope he wants to eat would be ideology. The concept of ends, to which reason rises for the sake of consistent self-preservation, ought to be emancipated from the idol in the mirror. An end would be whatever differs from the subject, which is a means. Yet this is obscured by self-preservation, by its fixation of the means as ends which need not prove their legitimacy to any sort of reason. The more enhanced the forces of production, the less will the perpetuation of life as an end in itself remain a matter of course. The end, as a prey to nature, becomes questionable in itself while the potential of something other is maturing inside it. Life gets ready to become a means for that otherness, however undefined and unknown it may be, yet the heteronomous constitution of life keeps inhibiting it, since self-preservation has been precarious and difficult for eons. The power of its instrument, the ego drives, remains all but irresistible even after technology has virtually made self-preservation easy. That power surpasses the one of the object drives whose specialist, Freud, misconceive it. Exertions rendered superfluous by the state of the productive forces become objectively irrational. Hence the emergence of the spell as the metaphysic governing reality. The present stage of the fetishization of means as ends and technology points to a triumph of that trend, to the point of evident absurdity. Models of conduct which were rational once and have since been outdated are conjured up without change by the logic of history. This logic is not logical anymore. Subject and individual, subjectivity, Hegel puts it idealistically, is the absolute form and the existing reality of substance, and the subject's difference from it, as from its object, purpose, and power, is only the difference in form which has disappeared at the same time and with the same immediacy. 39 Even to Hegel, after all, subjectivity is the universal and the total identity. He deifies it, but he accomplishes the opposite as well, an insight into the subject as a self-manifesting objectivity. There is an abysmal duality in his construction of the subject-object. He not only falsifies the object ideologically, calling it a free act of the absolute subject, he also recognizes in the subject a self-representing objectivity, thus anti-ideologically restricting the subject. Subjectivity as an existing reality of substance did claim precedence, but as an existing, alienated subject it would be both objective and phenomenal. Yet this could not but affect the relation of subjectivity to concrete individuals as well. If objectivity is immanent to them and active in them, if it truly appears in them, an individuality which thus relates to the essence is far more substantial than one merely subordinated to the essence. Hegel is silenced by such a consequence. He who seeks to liquidate Kant's abstract concept of form keeps nonetheless dragging along the Kantian and Fichtian dichotomy of transcendental subject and empirical individual. The lack of concrete definition and the concept of subjectivity is exploited as the benefit of higher objectivity on the part of a subject cleansed of chance. This facilitates the identification of subject and object at the expense of the particular. Hegel is here following an idealistic usage, but at the same time he is undermining his assertion of the identity of freedom and necessity, due to its hypostasis as spirit. The subject, the substrate of freedom, is so far detached from live human beings that its freedom in necessity can no longer profit them at all. This is brought to light by Hegel's language. As a state, the fatherland makes out a community of existence. As man's subjective volition submits to the laws, the antithesis of freedom and necessity disappears. 40 No amount of interpretive skill would let us dispute away the fact that the word submission means the opposite of freedom. Its alleged synthesis with necessity bows to necessity and refutes itself. Dialectics and psychology. Hegel's philosophy opens vistas of the loss involved in the rise of individuality, from the 19th century far into the 20th. The loss in commitment, in that strength to approach the universal which individuality would need to come to itself. The decay of individuality that has become evident in the meantime is coupled with such a loss. The individual, who unfolds and differentiates himself by a more and more emphatic separation from the universal, is thus in peril of regressing to the accidental traits which Hegel adds up against him. Yet in so doing the restorative Hegel himself neglected both logic and coercion in the progress of individuation, citing instead an ideal composed of Greek model propositions and preluding the worst 20th century German reaction. He also neglected the forces which do not mature until individuality disintegrates. 41 Again he is being unjust to his own dialectic, that the universal is not just a hood pulled over individuality, that it is its inner substance. This cannot be reduced to the platitude that prevailing human morals are encompassing. The fact ought to be tracked down in the center of individual modes of conduct, notably in human character, in that psychology which Hegel, agreeing with common prejudice, accuses of an accidentality since refuted by Freud. Granted, the Hegelian anti-psychologism does attain the cognition of the social universal's empirical precedence which Durkheim would express later, stoutly and untouched by any dialectical reflection. 42. Psychology seems the opposite of the universal, but under pressure it will yield to it, all the way into the cells of internalization. To this extent it is a real constitutum. 43. Yet objectivism, whether dialectical or positivistic, is as short-sighted in its view of psychology as it is superior to it. Since the reigning objectivity is objectively inadequate to the individuals, it is realized solely through the individuals. That is to say, psychologically, Freudian psychoanalysis does not so much help to weave the appearance of individuality as it destroys it, as thoroughly as the philosophical and social concept. When the doctrine of the unconscious reduces the individual to a small number of recurring constants and conflicts, it does reveal a misanthropic disinterest in the concretely unfolded ego, and yet it reminds the ego of the shakenness of its definitions compared with those of the id, and thus of its tenuous and ephemeral nature. The theory of the ego as a totality of defense mechanisms and rationalizations is directed against the individual as ideology, against the same hubris of the self-controlled individual that was demolished by more radical theories of the supremacy of the object. Whoever paints a correct state of things, to meet the objection that he does not know what he wants, cannot disregard that supremacy, not even as supremacy over him. Even if he could imagine all things radically altered, his imagination would remain chained to him and to his present time as static points of reference, and everything would be askew. In a state of freedom even the sharpest critic would be a different person, like the ones he wants to change. The chances are that every citizen of the wrong world would find the right one unbearable. He would be too impaired for it. To the consciousness of intellectuals who do not sympathize with the world spirit, this should add a dash of tolerance amidst their resistance. If a man will not be stopped from differing and criticizing, he is still not free to put himself in the right. Throughout the world, of course, no matter under which political system, such added indulgence would be ostracized as decadent. The aparia extends to the teleological concept of a happiness of mankind that would be the happiness of individuals. The fixation of one's own need and one's own longing mars the idea of a happiness that will not arise until the category of the individual ceases to be self-seclusive. Happiness is not invariant, to be always the same as the essence of unhappiness alone. From the start, whatever happiness is intermittently tolerated or granted by the existing entirety bears the marks of its own particularity. 44. To this day, all happiness is a pledge of what has not yet been, and the belief in its imminence obstructs its becoming. This makes the anti-happiness phrases in Hegel's philosophy of history truer than they were meant to be at the time. Happy is what we call one who finds himself in harmony with himself. History too can be contemplated from the point of view of happiness, but history is not the soil for happiness. In history, times of happiness are empty pages. There is satisfaction in world history, but this is not what we call happiness, for it is the satisfaction of purposes standing above particular concerns. Purposes of significance in world history must be pursued by abstract volition, with energy. The world historic individuals who pursued such ends did indeed satisfy themselves, but their aim was not to be happy. 45. It certainly was not, but their renunciation, still confessed by Zarathustra, expresses the insufficiency of individual happiness compared with utopia. Happiness would be nothing short of deliverance from particularity as a general principle irreconcilable with individual human happiness here and now. But the repressive side of Hegel's position on happiness is not to be treated in his own fashion, as a quantity negligible from a supposedly higher standpoint. However exigently he corrects his own historic optimism in the line that history is not the soil for happiness. He is transgressing when he seeks to establish that line as an idea beyond happiness. Nowhere is the latent asceticism of one for whom reality cannot be real enough as striking as it is here. 46. If times of happiness are to be history's empty pages, a dubious claim. By the way, considering such fairly happy periods as the European 19th century, which nevertheless did not want historic dynamism, this metaphor, in a book said to register deeds of greatness, suggests a concept borrowed unreflectively from educational conventions. The concept of world history as the grandiose. A spectator intoxicated with battles, upheavals, and catastrophes is silent on whether the liberation he advocates, bourgeois style, would not have to free itself from that category. This is what Marx had in mind. He designated the sphere of politics, the quantity rigged up for contemplation, as ideology and as transitory. The thought's position toward happiness would be the negation of all false happiness. Sharply opposed to the all-governing view, it postulates the idea of an objectivity of happiness. As Kierkegaard conceived it negatively in his doctrine of objective despair natural history, the objectivity of historic life is that of natural history. Marx, as opposed to Hegel, knew this and knew it strictly in the context of the universal that is realized over the subject's heads. Even if a society has found its natural law of motion, and the present work's ultimate goal is to unveil the law of modern society's economic motion, natural evolutionary phases can be neither skipped nor decreed out of existence. I certainly do not depict the figures of capitalist and landowner in any rosy light, but this is a matter of persons only insofar as they personify economic categories, insofar as they are carriers of specific class relationships and interests. I comprehend the development of society's economic formation of society as a process of natural history. Less than any other does my standpoint permit holding the individual responsible for conditions whose social creature he remains, no matter how far he may subjectively rise above them. 47. What is meant here is certainly not Feuerbach's anthropological concept of nature, against which Marx aimed dialectical materialism in the sense of a Hegelian reprise against the left Hegelians. 48. The so-called law of nature that is merely one of capitalist society, after all, is therefore called mystification by Marx. Actually expressed by the law of capitalist accumulation that has been mystified into a law of nature is thus only the fact that its nature excludes any decrease in the degree of labor's exploitation, or any increase in the price of labor, which might seriously threaten the constant reproduction of the capital proportion, and its reproduction on a constantly widened scale. It cannot be different in a mode of production that has the worker exist for the need to utilize existing values rather than the other way round. Having objective wealth exist for the worker's need to develop. 49. That law is natural because of its inevitable character under the prevailing conditions of production. Ideology is not superimposed as a detachable layer on the being of society. It is inherent in that being. It rests upon abstraction, which is of the essence of the barter process. Without disregard for living human beings there could be no swapping. What this implies in the real progress of life to this day is the necessity of social semblance. Its core is value as a thing in itself. Value as nature. The natural growth of capitalist society is real, and at the same time it is that semblance. That the assumption of natural laws is not to be taken à la letter. that least of all is it to be ontologized in the sense of a design, whatever its kind, of so-called man. This is confirmed by the strongest motive behind all Marxist theory, that those laws can be abolished. The realm of freedom would no sooner begin than they would cease to apply. By mobilizing Hegel's mediative philosophy of history, the Kantian distinction between a realm of freedom and a realm of necessity is transferred to the sequence of phases. Only to such a perverter of Marxian motives as Diamond, who prolongs the realm of necessity by avowing that it is the one of freedom, could it occur to falsify Marx's polemical concept of natural legality from a construction of natural history into a scientific doctrine of invariance. Yet this does not rob Marx's talk of natural history of any part of its truth content, that is, its critical content. Hegel may do with a personified transcendental subject, albeit one already short of the subject. Marx denounces not just the Hegelian transfiguration but the state of facts it occurs to. Human history, the history of the progressing mastery of nature, continues the unconscious history of nature, of devouring and being devoured. Ironically, Marx was a social Darwinist. What the social Darwinists praised, and what they would like to go by, is to him the negativity in which the chance of avoiding it awakens. There is a passage from Foundations of Political Economy that leaves no doubt that his view of natural history was critical in essence. Much as the whole of this motion appears as a social process, much as the single moments of this motion take their departure from the conscious will and from particular purposes of individuals, the totality of the process does appear as an objective context arising by natural growth. It is indeed due to the interaction of conscious individuals, but neither seated in their consciousness nor subsumed under them as a whole. 50. Such a social concept of nature has a dialectic of its own. The thesis that society is subject to natural laws is ideology if it is hypostatized as immutably given by nature. But this legality is real as a law of motion for the unconscious society, as Das Kapital, in a phenomenology of the anti-spirit, traces it from the analysis of the merchandise form to the theory of collapse. The changes from each constitutive economic form to the next occurred like those of the animal types that rose and died out over millions of years. The fetish chapter's theological quirks of merchandise mock the false consciousness in which the social relation of the exchange value is reflected to contracting parties as a quality of things in themselves. But those quirks are also as true as the practice of bloody idolatry was once a fact. For the constitutive forms of socialization, of which that mystification is one, maintain their absolute supremacy over mankind as if they were divine providence. The line of the theories which would become a real power if they were to seize the masses. This line is already applicable to the structures that precede all false consciousness and assure social supremacy of its irrational nimbus, of the character of a continuing taboo and archaic spell. To this day, a flash of this struck Hegel. It is downright essential that, although the Constitution originated in time, it not be viewed as a product, for it is that, rather, which is flat in and for itself, and is therefore to be considered divine and enduring and above the sphere of that which is produced. 51. Hegel is thus extending the concept to the one-time definition of the counter-concept of, conversely, the name Constitution, bestowed on the historic world which mediated all natural immediacy, defines the sphere of the mediation, the historic sphere, as nature. The Hegelian phrase rests upon Montesquieu's polemic against the archaically unhistoric common theories of the state as a contract. The institutions of public law, it says, were not created by any conscious act of will on the part of the subjects. Spirit as a second nature is the negation of the spirit, however, and that the more thoroughly the blinder its self-consciousness is to its natural growth. This is what happens to Hegel. His world spirit is the ideology of natural history. He calls it world spirit because of its power. Domination is absolutized and projected on being itself, which is said to be the spirit. But history, the explication of something it is supposed to have always been, acquires the quality of the unhistoric. In the midst of history, Hegel sides with its immutable element, with the ever-same identity of the process whose totality is said to bring salvation. Quite unmetaphorically, he can be charged with mythologizing history. The words spirit and reconcilement are used to disguise the suffocating myth. Accidents happen to that which is by nature accidental, and this very fate, then, is necessity, just as philosophy and the concept will always make the aspect of mere chance disappear and in it, as an appearance, will recognize its essence, necessity. It is necessary that the finite, possessions and life, be posited as accidental because this is the concept of finiteness. This necessity has the form of a force of nature, and everything finite is mortal and will pass. 52. Nothing else had been taught by the Western myth of nature, in line with an automatism beyond the power of the philosophy of the spirit. Hegel cites nature and natural forces as models of history. They maintain their place in philosophy, however, because the identity-positing spirit identifies with the spell of blind nature by denying it. Looking into the abyss, Hegel perceived the world historic daring do as a second nature, but what he glorified in it, in villainous complicity, was the first nature. The soil of the law at large is the realm of the spirit, and the law's closer location and point of departure is the will, which is free in the sense that freedom constitutes its substance and definition, and that the legal system is the realm of realized freedom, the world of the spirit brought forth from the spirit itself, as a second nature. 53. But the second nature, philosophically raised again for the first time in Lukács' theory of the novel. 54. Remains the negation of any nature that might be conceived as the first. What is truly produced by the functional context of individuals, if not by themselves, usurps the insignia of that which a bourgeois consciousness regards as nature and as natural. To that consciousness nothing appears as being outside anymore. In a certain sense there actually is nothing outside anymore, nothing unaffected by mediation, which is total. What is trapped within, therefore, comes to appear to itself as its own otherness, a primal phenomenon of idealism. The more relentlessly socialization commands all moments of human and interhuman immediacy, the smaller the capacity of men to recall that this web has evolved, and the more irresistible its natural appearance. The appearance is reinforced as the distance between human history and nature keeps growing. Nature turns into an irresistible parable of imprisonment. The youthful Marx expressed the unending entwinement of the two elements with an extremist vigor bound to irritate dogmatic materialists. We know only a single science, the science of history. History can be considered from two sides, divided into the history of nature and the history of mankind. Yet there is no separating the two sides, as long as men exist. Natural and human history will qualify each other. 55. The traditional antithesis of nature and history is both true and false. True insofar as it expresses what happened to the natural element. False insofar as, by means of conceptual reconstruction, it apologetically repeats the concealment of history's natural growth by history itself. History and metaphysics. At the same time, the distinction of nature and history unreflectedly expresses that division of labor in which the inevitable one of scientific methods is unhesitatingly projected on the objects. The unhistoric concept of history, harbored by a falsely resurrected metaphysics in what it calls historicity, would serve to demonstrate the agreement of ontological thought with the naturalistic thought from which the ontological one so eagerly delimits itself. When history becomes the basic ontological structure of things in being, if not indeed the qualitas occulta of being itself, it is mutation as immutability, copied from the religion of inescapable nature. This allows us to transpose historic specifics into invariance at will, and to wrap a philosophical cloak around the vulgar view in which historic situations seem as natural in modern times as they once seemed divinely willed. This is one of the temptations to essentialize entity. The ontological claim to be beyond the divergence of nature and history is surreptitious. A historicity abstracted from historic existence glosses over the painful antithesis of nature and history, an antithesis which equally defies ontologization. There too the new ontology is crypto-idealistic, once more requiring identity of the non-identical, removing by supposition of the concept of historicity as history's carrier rather than as history. Whatever would resist the concept, but what moves ontology to carry out the ideological procedure, the reconciliation in the spirit, is that the real reconciliation failed. Historic contingency and the concept are the more mercilessly antagonistic the more solidly they are entwined. Chance is the historic fate of the individual, a meaningless fate because the historic process itself usurped all meaning. No less delusive is the question about nature as the absolute first, as the downright immediate compared with its mediations. What the question pursues is presented in the hierarchic form of analytical judgment, whose premises command whatever follows, and it thus repeats the delusion it would escape from. Once posited, the difference of can be liquidated, not voided, by reflection. Unreflected, of course, that bisection would turn the essential historic process into a mere harmless adjunct, helping further to enthrone the unbecome as the essence. Instead, it would be up to thought to see all nature, and whatever would install itself as such, as history, and all history as nature, to grasp historic being in its utmost historic definition, in the place where it is most historic, as natural being, or to grasp nature, in the place where it seems most deeply, inertly natural, as historic being. 56. The moment in which nature and history become commensurable with each other is the moment of passing. This is a central cognition in Benjamin's Origins of German Tragedy. The poets of the Baroque, we read there, envisioned nature as eternal passing, in which the Saturnuli of that generation alone recognize history. 57. And not just that generation's eye. Natural history still remains the canon of interpretation for philosophers of history. When history, in tragedy, makes its entrance on the stage, it does so as writing. The countenance of nature is inscribed history in pictographs of passing. The allegorical physiognomy of nature's history, brought to the stage by tragedy, is really present as a ruin. 58. This is the transmutation of metaphysics into history. It secularizes metaphysics in the secular category, pure and simple, the category of decay. Philosophy interprets that pictography, the ever new mean tekel, in microcosm, in the fragments which decay has chipped, and which bear the objective meanings. No recollection of transcendence is possible anymore, save by way of perdition. Eternity appears, not as such, but diffracted through the most perishable. Where Hegelian metaphysics transfigures the absolute by equating it with the total passing of all finite things, it simultaneously looks a little beyond the mythical spell it captures and reinforces. 3. Meditations on Metaphysics. 1. After Auschwitz.